in the magic, scary, spooky thing.
Except it's not spooky since it's daytime.
Well, hello everybody who is in there. Mine still says I'm waiting. Does anybody have me yet? Oh, there I go.
I'm stuck in here.
It's loading. It's letting me in to my own live stream. Hello! All right. We did it. We got it. Everything is cool. Everything is happening. It has been 10 years. 10 years of the, oh, you hear that roar? You hear that? We're going to be hearing that a lot.
Because bikers are out.
Yes. It's a nice day out. And that means everybody has their super loud motorcycles going down my road.
Motorpickles.
I don't like fun. Okay? I don't like fun. That's why we're here. That's the whole point. So, yeah. Hello! Hello! Hello, people that are coming in. Sorry again about the horrible and uncontrollable, inconsiderate people that go back and forth up this road all day to go to the bar. Anyway. It is the day. It is the big day. And guess what? I got a cake.
Drop it.
I'm not gonna drop it. Oh, but I gotta open it so I can show it to you guys. Here's the thing. I got this cake, and then Mr. Jen went and picked it up, and even though it's goofy, and it's just for a goofy thing, he noticed that there was something wrong with it, like the frosting was messed up, and he needed to redo it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Why didn't Dad just redo it?
I guess I can't have this cake. It's a beautiful cake, but I'm not allowed in. Is there like a special trick to this cake? There it goes. You just gotta manhandle it. If you don't watch Ask a Mortician, watch that, because there's a whole thing like about how they had to manhandle John Kennedy's casket.
Oh.
It was really cool. There, open. Surrender your mysteries to me.
I think it's just a vanilla cake. Maybe even chocolate.
No, it's vanilla. Dun da da da! I've opened the sarcophagus.
Just knocked it over.
Oh, and I got some of the delicious mummy filling.
Mummy filling?
Yeah. Oh, thank you for liking my hair. Okay, so I hope you can see this without it sliding off. It's gonna slide off.
That's okay.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna need napkins, producer.
Oh.
Look at that! Oh yeah, so give me some napkins there, because I got it all over my hands. There, it says happy 10th anniversary.
Jealous haters.
Jealous haters.
All right, here's your napkins.
There, okay, you are free to go watch Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Yes. That's my producer.
Bye.
Yes, there is a photo of the cake on Twitter.
Producer out.
Producer out. All right. So before we get into reading the recaps, because I'm excited about that, I'm excited to see if I'm funny. Oh, how do you like my celebratory? Look it. It's all one piece. Look. Woo! Is that Jenny Trout or Harry Styles? Okay. This huge part of me feels like I should start from the corner and work inward. But another part of me really wants to know what it feels like to take a bite out of the middle of the cake. What do I do? All right. We're going. We're going to do it right out of the... I can't! I can. Okay, what do I do? Bite the middle? Okay, here I go. All right. I'm glad I sprung for the strawberry filling. It was really worth it. Except for now, it looks like an autopsy in there. Yeah. That's pretty gory. I'm going to go back to the corner idea. So, 10 years of yeah, 10 years since I started doing the Jealous Haters book club, and I owe it all to possibly the worst author of all time. That is pure frosting. I told them to go crazy with the sprinkle. That guy said berserk. Yes, Cake Rex. I should watch that. Oh, I don't know. I like people's baking to turn out good. Oh, that's my other warning for today. That's my other housekeeping. Is that tomorrow's Pascha, and I didn't like realize it because I don't go to church or anything. But my Baba needed me to make bread. So at some point we will have an intermission where I go and I put the bread loaves in the oven. They're on their last rise. The loaves are formed. Okay. Then everybody take a pee break. I'm so excited to see how funny I allegedly am. Because I don't think people, here's the thing about funniness, right? Is I don't think of myself as particularly funny, but I know that I describe things in bizarre ways, right? So, I want to see how funny we sound. Come along with me on I just spit. Come along with me on a magical journey. And if I don't see your comments, I'm clearly going through some ophthalmological issues right now. Yes, we are skipping tarot today because of me forgetting that it was the weekend, the weekend of Pascha, which I should have known because it was American Easter last week. So, I'm gonna get on the road on this. Wait, can I? Yeah, I have it blown up really big. But yeah, so if you comment on the live stream, if you ask a question, if you say something, I will definitely look at those periodically. But I'm working. I'm at a disadvantage today. It's a whole thing. All right. So the first chapter, 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 1, or Why Anna is the Shittiest Friend Ever. So as I announced in a delirium of hatred last night, wait a second. So that's not the first one. That's not the first post. I explain why. There's another. Hang on, we got to go back. 50 Shades of what the fuck did I read? And it's okay. Never mind. We're gonna start from the the introductory. 50 Shades of what the fuck did I read? And is everyone huffing gas? April 18th, 2012. Can you believe it? I have a lot of feelings on the subject of 50 Shades of Grey. I can separate these feelings firmly into two subheadings, labeled fanfiction writer feelings and professional writer feelings. There is some overlap between these two groups, which I could illustrate with a Venn diagram, but fuck it, I just don't have the time or the desire, or a third thing. I didn't have a third thing to put in my diagram. In the professional writer's feeling corner, we have anger, not just on behalf of ourselves, but on behalf of every writer out there who works hard at their craft, suffering rejection after rejection, only to find the most talked about book in all of America is a poorly written, in both grammatical and logical senses, barely edited piece of Twilight fan fiction. I would go so far as to say that this year there could not be a Pulitzer Prize awarded in the category of fiction simply because the universe needs checks and balances, and the Pulitzer Committee recognizes that there can be no accolades for fiction in the same year that 50 Shades became a runaway success. I hold that in my heart, y'all. In the fanfiction writer feelings corner, there's a deep sense of shame and disgust. Fanfiction writers know, or at least they should know, else they would not be writing fanfiction, that every piece of fic you write is done out of respect and nostalgia for the original show. You realize that these are not your characters and that it would be wrong to make a profit off them. And if you don't know this, congratulations on being the biggest dickhead ever. I concur, Jenny from the past. While the rest of us were out there trying to make fanfic appear harmless to creators, you were proving to those same litigious creators that everything they thought about us was right all along. We're not in it for love, we're in it for the money. Their money. This was before my interactions with Anne Rice. And she was who I was thinking of when I wrote that. She was a litigious one. Not towards me. I didn't have any interactions with her at all at this point, but it was on my mind. In fact, I thought for sure she would swoop in and not like it, you know, not like I thought she would swoop in and like defend Stephanie Meyer, but I don't believe she did. If I'm wrong, let me know. We'll talk about it. So I have a lot of feelings, but I thought it would be silly of me to be so pissed off at a book I had never read. So I should take a look and see what all the fuss is about, right? Oh man. Pass, Jenny, you stupid bitch. At first I thought of doing videos, much like my Jen Reads Blood Ties videos, but they were too mean. Go back and read the second and third paragraph again. I've chosen this format because it downplays the rage I was expressing in front of the camera. Really savor that a minute and you'll understand why I am about to do what I am about to do. So today might be a terrible day. Over the next few weeks, if it takes me that long, and I pray to God that it doesn't take me that long, it took a year, I think, didn't it? Oh, maybe not with this first book. No, not with this first book. I'll remember why. Actually, I remember exactly why. I remember where I was when I posted the last one for this book. It took me over a year for all of them. All right. I'm going to read 50 Shades of Grey. I'm going to recap it for you here with the choicest bits of what the fuck did I find. And by choice, I mean in the way they talked about cuts of meat in dog food commercials. Cheap, plentiful, throwaway jabs. Oh, it has to be the most insulting book ever to rob someone of $10. But Jen, you ask, didn't bitching about something you hated come back to bite you on the ass once? Past Jen makes a good point here. Fair point, well made. Yes, hypothetical reader, I'm sure it has. 99% of the time after I express an opinion, I immediately regret it. Same. But not this time. The way I figure it, 50 Shades of Grey has become a phenomenon above protection from the usual rules of thou shalt not criticize another author's books. It's Harry Potter big. It's Twilight big. Oh, and did I mention the similarities to Twilight? I'll be keeping tabs on those too. The nods are not as subtle as you might imagine. And by nods, I mean that stuff was blatantly ripped off. So April 18th, 2012, I embark on a senseless journey of pain and regret. April 18th, 2012, I'm reading 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, that's where it started, my friends. That's where it started. I can't believe it. I have to eat more cake. I mean, we're on a timed thing here, right? Like at some point cake goes bad. I can't still be eating this in like 3 weeks. It would be awful. I can't believe how I spelled out my own doom in that. I was like, this might get me in trouble. But it also got me into wonderful because I got to meet a whole bunch of new and fantastic and wonderful people who do things like tune in to watch me eat a birthday cake. An anniversary cake. It's romantic. All right. No, it's not. It's not romantic. I also have a monster here. All right. Yes, I was very afraid too, as well, that it would become. I'm looking at comments. That's why I'm saying. Yeah, I thought it was going to harm fanfic too, but as it turned out, it just harmed publishing. So, win-win. What a nightmare. What a nightmare this book was. Okay. Let's go back to chapter 1. 50 Shades of Grey, chapter 1, or Why Anna is the Shittiest Friend Ever. So as I announced in a delirium of hatred last night, we've been here before, I have begun reading 50 Shades of Grey, and I'm going to share the experience with you. This will accomplish 2 things. It will provide me with an important emotional outlet, thus lowering my blood pressure. That didn't happen. Oh, I just saw you say that you didn't know that it harmed publishing. The way that it did was that suddenly all that was being published was fanfic. Like all the biggest books were fanfic. And it just became this huge, it was all fanfic all the time. Like everybody that was getting a book deal was getting it off their fanfic. So I just said incorrectly that this would make me less mad. It will give you the experience of reading the book without really having to read it. Much like videotaping a friend getting stitches gives you the experience, but not the pain and hassle of cutting your own finger with a razor blade because you're too lazy to get up and get the scissors to open that USB drive packaging. That is a real example. That was my cousin D-Rock. You may know her if you've been around for a long time. She was on my YouTube channel quite a bit because we had a little show. And yeah. We have a lot to cover. Let's get started. That's in the recap. That's not me saying that. I know I've said let's get started like a million times already. All right. Our story begins with our heroine, Anna, looking in the mirror. She doesn't like what she sees. Her hair is uncooperative. Also, she has huge blue eyes and pale skin in our American culture, which does not value these things as traditional hallmarks of beauty or anything. She's pissed off at her roommate, Kate. Why? Because Kate has lined up an interview with the most powerful entrepreneur in the country, Christian Grey, but she got the flu and now she can't go. Even though Anna is having a bad hair day, has exams coming up, and has to work, her selfish friend is trying to manipulate her into doing the interview herself. Should I do voices? I should think of a voice for Anna. Give me a minute. I'll come up with a voice for her. So, this is a quote. Quote. We'll go like this. Quote. Real obvious. I don't have good hygiene. Therefore, she cannot attend the interview she arranged to do with some mega industrialist tycoon I've never heard of for the student newspaper. So I have been volunteered. I have final exams to cram for, one essay to finish, and I'm supposed to be working this afternoon, but no, today I have to drive 165 miles to downtown Seattle in order to meet the enigmatic CEO of Grey Enterprise Holdings, Grey Enterprises Holdings, plural, Inc. As an exceptional entrepreneur and major benefactor of our university, his time is extraordinarily precious. End quote. She's never heard of this guy, except she knows the extremely unwieldy name of his company, that he's an entrepreneur, that he gives tons of money to the school she attends, and that he's super busy. This is the kind of logical error I'm finding over and over in this book. Oh, sweetie, hang on. Doesn't this sound like an amazing... Oh, wait, sorry. And I've only read 3 chapters so far. But putting that aside for a minute, doesn't this sound like an amazing opportunity for her friend? I bet Anna feels really bad that Kate is going to miss out on the interview of a lifetime, right? Anna, I'm sorry. It took me 9 months to get this interview. It will take another 6 to reschedule, and we'll both have graduated by then. As the editor, I can't blow this off. Please, Kate begs me in her rasping, sore throat voice. How does she do it? Even ill, she looks gammon and gorgeous. Gammon and gorgeous will never make me laugh. Even ill, she looks gammon and gorgeous. Strawberry blonde hair in place and green eyes bright. Although now red-rimmed and runny, I ignore my pang of unwelcome sympathy. Unwelcome. Of course, Anna doesn't feel bad. Why should she? She's the heroine. We have to like her because she's the heroine. Oh yeah, that was an end quote too. So when her friend is saying, please, for me, blow off work and classes and go meet this famous person so you can put this interview on your resume when it could have been on mine had I not contracted a horrible respiratory illness. And I can only think, oh, it's so not fair that she's prettier than me. I will absolutely not feel sympathetic towards you. And the reader better know whose side to be on, damn it. As Anna complains more in the narration about how good Kate is at manipulating people and how awful it's going to be to meet this rich, successful guy, she outwardly acts like it's not a big deal. This gives me the distinct impression that Anna is one of those people who will agree or even offer to do a favor for you like it doesn't inconvenience them at all, that immediately phones up a friend and bitches about you and all the boundaries you're overstepping. And then, exactly like one of those people, Anna attempts to tell the reader how great Kate is and she's her very best friend after complaining about her for like 2 pages solid. At this point, do I actually have to say that Anna is Bella Swan? I take it back, Bella. That's not fair to you. It is not fair, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Beyonce, I'm sorry that an ugly bitch like that would say that. Okay, so Anna sets off from Vancouver, heading toward Portland. Wait a second, didn't she say she had to go to Seattle to meet this gray guy? I can never tell where I am in this series. I think it says Sirius, but I think I meant series. Just in the nebulous Pacific Northwest, I guess, where the miles slip away as I floor the pedal to the metal. Dear non-American author trying to write in Americanisms, it is either floor it or put the pedal to the metal. And actually, no one says the latter anymore. By the way, she's flooring it to the pedal in a Mercedes loaned to her by Kate. A Mercedes and she's still bitching? Her car, a quirky old vehicle, but not a quirky old truck, is unreliable, like a quirky old truck. But it's a VW Bug, so she's definitely not Bella Swan. Still, there is something endearing about reading a non-American author trying to capture the slang of my people. There is nothing endearing about E.L. James. When she gets to Christian Gray's steel and glass office building with the building name in steel letters, I came back! I don't know how much was missed, but I've gone on ahead. When she gets to Christian Gray's steel and glass office building with the building name in steel letters over the glass doors to the steel and glass and sandstone lobby, we learn that Anna's name is really Anastasia Steele, because that's totally not a porn star name, and the word Steele had to be used in some form or another in every single sentence in this scene. Anna runs through a succession of blonde receptionists, each one making her feel more and more like Anne Hathaway in the interview scene in The Devil Wears Prada. In fact, her outfit sounds kind of familiar. I am beginning to wish I'd borrowed one of Kate's formal blazers rather than wear my navy blue jacket. I have made an effort and worn my one and only skirt, my sensible brown knee-length boots, and a blue sweater. For me, this is smart. Yeah, for you, that's smart. I know that's not the smart she means. And then I said, where have I seen this before? There used to be a picture of Anne Hathaway from The Devil Wears Prada there. So at least now we have some kind of visual inspiration for Sad Sack Anna. Anyway, there are a lot of blondes working in the office, and as Anna appears to hate blondes more than Anita Blake does, she's absolutely certain she doesn't fit in. She signs in, gets a visitor's pass, and heads upstairs to the second steel and glass and sandstone and steel and more glass and mahogany and red and yellow and pink and brown and scarlet and black and ochre and peach and ruby and olive and violet and fawn. I won't sing the thing, okay? Because I don't want Andrew Lloyd Webber to come get me. And violet and gold and chocolate and mauve and cream and crimson and silver and rose and azure and lemon and russet and gray and purple and white and pink and orange and blue lobby. I wish I could tell you that I just used more adjectives and words than James did to describe this sequence of events. I am many things, but I'm not a liar. This is one of the biggest problems of 50 Shades of Grey. It's like a team of cameras is following Anna everywhere she goes, every second of the day, and it's being transcribed for the reader into the book, no matter how inane the details. Mr. Grey will see you in a moment. May I take your jacket? Oh, please. I struggle out of the jacket. Have you been offered any refreshment? No. Oh dear, is blonde number 1 in trouble? Blonde number 2 frowns and eyes the young woman at the desk. Would you like tea, coffee, water? She asks, turning her attention back to me. A glass of water, thank you, I murmur. Olivia, please fetch Miss Steele a glass of water. Her voice is stern. They take water very seriously. Olivia scoots up immediately and scurries to a door on the other side of the foyer. My apologies, Miss Steele. Olivia is our new intern. Please be seated. Mr. Grey will be another 5 minutes. Olivia returns with a glass of iced water. Here you go, Miss Steele. Thank you. Let's do a little writing exercise, shall we? Yes, let's see if I still agree with myself. Let's see if we can make that chunk of pointless dialogue into something more manageable to move the story along to literally anything else in literally a tenth of time. I'll go first. One of the blonde receptionists took my coat and offered me a glass of water. I'm no Nora Roberts, but I think I can safely say that the book would not have been ruined without the unnecessary interplay Anna witnesses between 2 receptionists and the odd focus on the iced water and who is in possession of said water at which time. Because Anna still doesn't know a single thing about Christian Grey, besides his name, his mother's maiden name, his place of birth, the name of his first pet, the security code on the back of his Visa card, his blood type, and whether or not he's circumcised. She doesn't know how old he is or what he looks like. She figures he's probably blonde, too, and wonders if he requires his employees to be blonde. She's wondering idly if that's legal, while I'm wondering if this isn't some neo-Nazi thing. But it's totally cool, because then a black guy comes out of his office talking about golf, so Christian Grey is definitely not an Aryan nationalist. The blondes send Anna into Mr. Grey's office, and wouldn't you know it, like a dope, she falls right through the doors and winds up on her hands and knees in front of Christian Grey. Foreshadowing, she is so embarrassed that she says all kinds of strong curse words, like holy cow and double crap. An adult wrote this. No poor Anna. Oh no, she's a rebel and a potty mouth of the highest caliber. Immediately, she realizes that Christian Grey is not some ancient 40-year-old dude practically crumbling to dust atop his icy blonde empire, but a very hot young man. By the way, the whole thing about her worrying that he would be like middle-aged, that's how Neil Elwood became middle-aged in my boss books, because I tried to like, it was kind of an anti-fic. I know I'm like, oh, don't make fanfic, but I was like, I'll make it an anti-fic. Anyway. So young and attractive. Very attractive. Oh my god. You guys, I have been reading ACOTAR, A Court of Thorns and who fucking cares? A Court of a Pain in My Ass. Fairies over on my Patreon, right? And there's a habit that the author has where she will put a hyphen, like she'll put not a hyphen, she'll put an M dash. And then she'll say like something and then M dash and something. Like it'll be the same thing sort of. And I'm kind of wondering if that didn't come from learning to write from stuff like this. Because when that first came out, when the fairy book first came out, it was like, oh, it's 50 Shades, but with fairies or whatever. I mean, that probably wasn't her marketing spin or her thing, but I kind of wonder if it wasn't the same sort of like the E.L. James school of fucking terrible writing. Anyway, back to the quote. So young and attractive, very attractive. He's tall, dressed in a fine gray suit, white shirt, and black tie, with unruly, dark, copper-colored hair and intense, bright gray eyes that regard me shrewdly. That is one hell of a tie. I'm going to have to ask someone, please, look into the kindness and goodness of your soul and Photoshop me a picture of a black tie with Robert Pattinson's hair and eyes stuck on it, gazing at me shrewdly. And it happened. Scaramonius made it. And it is one of my favorite pieces of fan art that anybody has sent me of all time. Seriously. Okay. When she shakes his hand, Anna has some kind of short circuit situation that makes her blink like a malfunctioning Furby. She explains that she's there on behalf of her sick roommate, then makes a stunningly astute comment about some paintings in his office. Of course, he agrees with her, and this puts Anna immediately at ease, knowing that they are on the same level intellectually. Just kidding! Instead, she's building him up in her head, calling him an Adonis and being too embarrassed by his really, really good-lookingness to operate the recorder. He's amused by her uncertainty, she can tell, because tycoons often find it amusing to have their time stolen by inept student non-reporters. Then she asks him if she can record his answers, which is the most bizarre sentence I think a person can ask another person they are interviewing. Do you mind if I make some kind of permanent record of the answers you give me, or would you rather this all become a pointless exercise in time wasting? Someone did point out in the comments of this on the original recap over on Blogspot that in some states you do have to ask for permission before you record a second party, which I was unaware of. I don't know if that's the case in Washington, but it makes sense.
You did not set a timer for your bread, did you?
I'm keeping track.
Okay. I just want to know.
Thank you. Do they look 3 times the size that they did?
I don't know.
All right. Well, I'll check them after this chapter.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that they are a bit bigger.
Well, then preheat the oven to 450.
Okay.
Sorry, as I said, I'm making bread, and I didn't mean to be making bread, but Baba couldn't make bread, and she needed bread for pasta. All right. And what do you do when your Baba says that she needs bread to take to pasta because she, because we have to do something for our culture. All right. Once they launch into the interview, things really pick up. Ha! Just kidding, again. We finally got the hero and heroine of what is touted as the hottest, sexiest, most toe-curlingest, naughty erotic novel since the Marquis de Sade was branded a lunatic together in the same room. And what's gonna happen? Pages upon pages of clumsy exposition. Why show when Christian himself could tell in a series of incredibly banal, is it banal or banal? Interview questions, everything we as the reader are going to need to know to have a clear impression of his character for the rest of the book. And let's also see Anna insult him over and over again, from suggesting his success is based on luck to outright calling him a control freak. For someone who was so insecure just moments ago, Anna begins to verbally spar with this powerful guy while representing her sick roommate whose reputation reputation as editor of the college newspaper is riding on this interview. Still, even though he is, by her own description, an arrogant control freak who does weird things with his fingers while looking at her, Anna is completely sexually paralyzed by his stunning physical appearance, which, as far as I can tell from the numerous superlatives Anna breathlessly recounts, is like looking directly at the face of God, if God was an orgasm dipped in chocolate and the perfect pair of jeans. So while Christian Grey is rattling off incredibly intimate details of his life to a rude, awkward, mousy college student who just spilled her ass through his office doors, Anna is practically writing odes to his teeth and wondering what's so wrong with her that she would be distracted by someone who is just the physical manifestation of the very soul of perfect beauty. The scene goes on so long, Christian actually has to cancel his next meeting. When it comes time for Anna to leave, he teases her about her earlier fall, helps her put on her jacket, and walks her to the elevator. But only after this passage. Well, you'd better drive carefully. His tone is stern, authoritative. Why should he care? Because he's Edward Cullen, dear reader. Because he's Edward Cullen. Yeah. So, that was chapter 1. And honestly, why should he care? Why? Why should he care? Let me catch up on your comments before we move on to number 2. Because I have to go check out my bread, but it's only been a half hour. I mean, they're not done. I'm like obsessed with my bread. My bread! In the old country. Okay. It has a whole, sounds like whatever, to a nice place. Only worn pajamas since early COVID. All the pleasantries in this, it's so painful. Yeah, she hates blondes. Yeah. He is a lucky control freak, that's true. All right. So, let's go to number 2 here. This is you know what? I do kind of think that maybe I might be funny. Like, sometimes I would chuckle when I was writing things, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm so funny. It was like, this book is stupid. I hate it. I don't think I can be serious as a human being, like ever, in general. By the way, you guys, you know that I'm doing this, and I have an audition like day after tomorrow. I'm auditioning for the part of Lumiere in Beauty and the Beast. All right. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 2 recap. We're shopping for a serial killer's birthday. First of all, I want to thank everyone who has cheered me on in this endeavor. Please know that this is going to be like a marathon. No, it's going to be like an ultra marathon, though in a minefield covered in hardening hot glue. Your support is like unto Gatorade, refreshing my parched brain as I slog ever further. Oh shit, I'm only 2 chapters in. Before I share the glorious recap, I have to give a shout out to @Scaramonius, who I just started following on Twitter yesterday, and who has already proven that I've made a really, really good choice in doing so, and I still do. I still follow Scaramonius. Remember my wish for a picture of the tie described in the first chapter? I don't know if I can. You guys know what the tie looks like, but I'm going to try to show it to you anyway, because that's who I am as a person. Watch me drop my whole laptop in a cake. You know what? No. Because I just thought about that. I'm just going to drop the whole laptop in the cake. All right. I don't know about you, but the above picture is exactly how I'm going to imagine Christian Grey for the rest of the book. All right, on to the pain. We last left Anna in the elevator, leaving Christian's office. Chapter 2 begins with her heart pounding, the doors opening, and then there's some scrambling and stumbling that doesn't end with a classic Bella Swan, and that's struck through. Anastasia's steel pratfall. I don't know, Anna, maybe you wouldn't fall down so damn much if you had more speeds than a cheap lawnmower. Seriously, she's either walking like a normal human or bouncing around like a pinball with a very bad concept of gravity. See, it's just the descriptions. I'm not like funny. It's just I say weird things. I raced for the wide glass doors, and I'm free in the bracing, cleansing, damp air of Seattle. I know that the first adjective that comes to mind when I think clean and bracing is damp. And wait, wasn't she driving to Portland in the first chapter? Now she's in Seattle. Oh, who the fuck cares? It's all one big rainy forks to E.L. James, right? No man has no man has ever affected me the way Christian Grey has, and I cannot fathom why. I can't either, Annabella. Just a few minutes ago in his office, he was an arrogant prick that you seemed like you couldn't stand. Now, reader, let me assure you, I'm not misunderstanding the classic Sam and Diane rules of attraction and loathing. I get loving to hate someone and hating that you love them. This came off more like a middle schooler with an embarrassing crush. I don't like you, but I like you, so I'm going to think a lot of mean things about you while doodling your name in my notebook. Anna goes outside and leans against a parenthesis steel pillar in the rain because she needs a moment to recover from the sheer sexual intimidation that is Christian Grey. If you don't understand by now that she is really, really affected by him, well, there's no hope for you because she's beating you over the head with it. She even throws in a holy crap for good measure. You know Anna is serious when that kind of language starts. She drives away from Seattle/Portland, playing over this highly erotic experience of interviewing someone. Seriously, from the way she's going on, I'm thinking Barbara Walters must have to wear waterproof undies to work because interviews are that sexually exciting. Why did I say that? Sorry, Barbara. Not really, because you exploited people. Okay, not every interview, just every interview with a man who wears ties that have shrewd gazes. Okay, so he's very attractive, confident, commanding, at ease with himself. But on the flip side, he's arrogant, and for all his impeccable manners, he's autocratic and cold. Well, on the surface. As everyone who watches Downton Abbey knows, impeccable manners usually go hand in hand with deep expressions of feeling to total strangers. This is the kind of thing that's going to kill me in this book. It doesn't follow that having impeccable manners would mean you're a warm person. In the next line, an involuntary shiver runs down Anna's spine. Who shivers on purpose? Seriously, who controls whether or not they shiver? Especially after standing in the rain leaning on a steel pillar. This is exactly what's going to wear me down. All this little bullshit. Oh, and so much more, past Jenny. So Anna is thinking about Christian. This was just a typo. So Anna is thinking Christian has a right to be arrogant. Then she says he doesn't suffer fools gladly, and I spit out my gum. Bish, please. You just did a header into his office rug and couldn't work a recorder, then insulted him to his face, and he still canceled his next meeting to make sure you didn't secure yourself a handicapped parking spot leaving the building. On second thought, maybe that last part had to do with the insurance nightmare having someone like Anna on your property is going to inevitably lead to. But still, he suffered a fool today, and he was very polite about it because of his impeccable manners. And Kate's questions. The adoption. And asking him if he was gay. There's an exclamation point. Gay! I shudder. I can't believe I said that. Groan, swallow me up now. Every time I think of that question in the future, I will cringe with embarrassment. Damn Catherine Kavanaugh! She's super embarrassed, but because she Bella Swan dived into the office. Not because she Bella Swan dived into the office. Not because she called him a control freak to his face and was openly hostile throughout the interview. Not because she stood outside his building in the rain like she was auditioning for a Michael Bolton video in 1989, but because of Catherine. Catherine forced her to read those questions, which Anna apparently hadn't bothered to look at before showing up to the interview. She's mad that Kate didn't give her a biography before she went, but if she didn't bother to look at the questions, would she have bothered to read the bio? Deciding that she's had enough of ruminating how impossibly hot Christian Grey is, she flouts his order to drive safely because this is new moon and she's going to be damned if he'll run off to Italy to immolate himself and leave her behind. No, sorry, I keep getting confused, but can you really blame me? She turns on thumping indie rock music and tears down the highway. 10 to 1, she's listening to Muse's Black Holes and Revelations. Because as you may not have picked up on from the subtle hints I'm laying down, this is Twilight. We get a description of Anna's living situation in a small community of duplex apartments near the WSU campus. Apparently, Kate's parents bought the place for her. The apartment, the whole duplex, the whole community, who knows? Because subject-verb agreement is for pussies, and E.L. James is no pussy. Anna realizes that Kate is going to want to know what happened at the interview. I'm guessing that Kate is going to listen to the disc, hear the way Anna was talking to the most important entrepreneur in Washington and or Oregon, and be absolutely thrilled. Anna, meanwhile, isn't thrilled. Her friend is wearing horrible pink... Oh, I forgot the fucking PJs! Her friend is wearing horrible pink bunny PJs that she wears only during moments of absolute weakness. Kate hugs Anna, expresses that she was worried because she expected her home earlier, and thanks her profusely before asking questions about the interview. How does Anna's internal narrative respond to this? Oh no, here we go. The Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. Seriously, Anna? Seriously? You were expecting that she wasn't going to ask you about the interview that will make or break her as an editor of the WSU school newspaper? When I was reading Twilight, I had this horrible feeling that if it were a memoir, and Bella's friends read what she had said about them, they would have javelin? What? What does that say? Javelina? Her ass before she can say, what's up with all the mud? What does that mean? What was that a reference to? I'm beginning to feel a lot more sympathy towards the wretched Kate than toward Anna. Sure, Anna made her soup to make her feel better, but she probably bitched about it internally the entire time it was simmering on the stove. Don't you look so innocent? Why didn't you give me a biography? He made me feel like such an idiot for skimping on basic research. Kate clamps a hand to her mouth. Geez, Anna, I'm sorry. I didn't think. I huff. Could you imagine if you said, geez, Anna, I'm sorry, I didn't think. And they went like, I would move the fuck out. Mostly he was courteous, formal, slightly stuffy, like he's old before his time. He doesn't talk like a man of 20-something. How old is he anyway? 27. Geez, Anna, I'm sorry. I should have briefed you, but I was in such a panic. Maybe he's a vampire. Maybe that's why he sounds like he's old before his time. And while we're flinging wild accusations around, Anna, maybe you're a vampire too, since you talk all sorts of stuffy yourself. A man of 20-something who talks like that. No one. Absolutely no one. This is why you should always read your chapter dialogue out loud. Ugh, you should always read your dialogue out loud, kids. And the clean cussing is another thing. Crap. Geez. Were oh brother and golly too strong for print? I'm seriously expecting great honk and jeepers to pop up. And for the mayor from the Music Man to start lecturing everybody about watching their phraseology. I need just a second. That was a Jill thing. That wasn't me and Jill thing. My best friend passed away recently. I don't know how much I talked about it, but we used to say great honk or jeepers, and then we'd say, you watch your phraseology. So sorry. All right. If we were to make a drinking game out of every time someone says an impossibly clean curse word, do you know what would happen? And then I put the thing, I put a video, and it's like LMFAO and Lil Jon, that shots thing. But let's not gloss over something that is so incredibly irritating to me at this point in the chapter. Look at how much Kate is apologizing to Anna. And what is she apologizing for, really? What was stopping Anna from looking any of this information up on her phone while she waited outside Christian's office? Not a damn thing. Anna knew she was going to go interview the guy. It's not like Kate had commandos bust into Anna's room in the middle of the night, hit her with the stun gun a few times, then bag her head and drop her off in Christian's office with a recorder and a list of questions. She could have prepared better for the experience. She didn't, but because this is Anna's story, we're supposed to just be as annoyed with Kate as Anna is? No, E.L. James, I am not buying what you are selling today. Or any other day, as it turned out. Because Anna is nothing if not a martyr, she leaves immediately for her job at the hardware store. It's ironic, you see, that she works in a hardware store because she's hopeless with anything DIY. She actually says she's crap at DIY, but I hesitated to type that at first because of the whole drinking game thing. I don't want to be responsible for your alcohol poisoning. Anna would rather curl up with a book than build anything with her hands, and that's probably stemming from a real solid sense of self-preservation in the saws versus fingers department, based on what we've seen of her coordination so far. But she knows a lot about hardware, and she's happy to go to work because it will take her mind off Christian Grey. After absolutely nothing happens at her job, but we're forced to come along for a few paragraphs anyway, Anna comes home to find Kate working on the story. Once again, Anna reminds us of all the studying she couldn't do because she spent all day interviewing Christian Grey. Except when Anna showed up for work, her boss said she didn't expect Anna that day. So wait a second. Anna could have stayed home from work, gotten this impossibly huge amount of studying done, but she went in anyway, and we all tagged along. Why? For further proof that she is bound and determined to be miserable and irritated at her roommate, who by all accounts seems like a really nice person? I'm liking you more and more, Annabella Steelswan. Kate suggests that the reason Christian offered to show Anna around the office was because he was interested in spending more time with her. Anna mentally blows this off, thinking that he just wanted to show off how powerful he is, because Anna is clearly someone a rich, handsome guy would need to impress. I don't understand how this character can be so incredibly full of herself and yet so incredibly down on herself at the same time. And I never figured it out. It didn't make any sense. She thought she was fantastic. She told us the whole time how amazing she was. And then, like, she would always be like, but I'm not that amazing. I don't get it.
I'm amazing, but I'm not that amazing.
Right. Hey, go preheat that oven.
I already did. It's already it's at 450 right now.
450 right now? Okay.
And I did the beep, 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 beep.
I've got a little bit of time.
And the small one is about like this big.
Okay.
The big one is big.
It should be. All right. The down on or something. Okay. That's fine. I can still make an fine article with this. Shame we don't have some original stills. Good-looking son of a bitch, isn't he? I flush. Here's another problem I have with this book, since I'm so obviously short on things to critique. See that line of dialogue? Looks like Anna is saying it, right? Nope, those words are coming out of Kate's mouth, tagged with Anna's actions. And it happens all the time in this. It makes it difficult to read because you're always trying to figure out who said what. I had the same issue, by the way, with The Time Traveler's Wife, and I'm sure there's a special place in hell just for me comparing that book to this one. I maintain it was impossible to read Time Traveler's Wife. I don't understand how anybody knew what was happening in that book, just from the dialogue tags alone. Kate wants to talk some more about how good-looking Christian Grey is, and Anna is just interested in complaining about the trial of 1,000 cuts that was having to interview someone for a college newspaper. I guess Anna is just as tired as I am about hearing how good-looking, fascinating, commanding, arrogant, mysterious, etc. Christian is. Still that night, Anna dreams about dark places, bleak, white, cold floors, and gray eyes. Now is the time on Sprockets where we get the rest of the week wrap-up and some suspiciously Twilight-ish exposition. Oh, but not before Anna gets another dig in about Kate and her PJs. We learn that Anna's mom lives in Georgia. I wonder if she ever drives across a state line to chat with Bella's mom in Florida, because they're both flaky and on new marriages, so they have a lot in common. Also, they're the same person. Also, just like Bella's mom, Anna's mom asks right off the bat about boys. There is one aspect that differs between the two of them. Bella's mom has a name. After calling her mom, Anna calls her stepdad Ray. She considers Ray her father, despite the fact that he only communicates in grunts, and she basically prefers him over her biological father because he's still alive. This brings us to Friday night, when Anna's friend Jose comes over. Jose is a completely new and original character, completely unlike any character in Twilight. He's got dark eyes. His dad and Anna's stepdad are BFFs, and although he really likes Anna and wishes she would date him, she's got him locked firmly in the friend zone. I challenge you, reader, to find any character in Twilight with any similarity at all to Jose. I mean, those allegations of plagiarism are totally preposterous. Jacob likes motorcycles. Jose likes photography. Absolutely nothing about the two of them are the same in any way. I watch Jose open the bottle of champagne. He's tall, and in his jeans and t-shirt, he's all shoulders and muscles, tanned skin, dark hair, and burning dark eyes. Yes, Jose's pretty hot, but I think he's finally getting the message. We're just friends.
Is that Jacob? It sounds just like...
It is Jacob. I'm glad that my child is listening to me read 50 Shades of Grey excerpts and recaps. In the interest of transparency, it's not E.L. James's fault that there aren't accent marks on Jose's name. It's mine. I'm just way too drunk to do them after all these craps and Jesus. The truth of the matter is that key was broken on my keyboard when I was writing these. The thing that you had to push, like I use a PC now, but there was like another thing, and yeah.
You had to press shift and then find the button.
Yeah, there was like a command key or something that you had to hit to get special characters, and it snapped off, and that's why Jose's name doesn't have any accent marks. But I didn't want to say that because I didn't want everybody to know that I was poor and unsuccessful.
Well, look at you now.
Look at me now on my front porch in a haunted library
with an eye patch.
Yeah.
And a big cake.
All right. Anna can't date anyone because no man in the history of ever has come close to ringing her bell the way the heroes of classic literature can. Well, except Christian Grey, but she won't even let herself consider such a thing. It's days later, and she's still brutally mortified that she was forced at gunpoint by those commandos to ask him if he was gay. Yeah, she's been. No, there was an exclamation point. She asked him if he was gay. Yeah, she's been dreaming of him nonstop, but that's only because everything about him and the entire interview debacle, were so unthinkably bad. Saturday at the hardware store, Anna is doing something inventory-ish, and who walks in and creepily stares at her until she looks up from what she's doing? Christian, motherfucking Grey, looking all casual and fine. He left the anthropomorphic tie at home today. He tries to pull off this whole I was in the area shtick. I guess when you're a millionaire, you have the luxury of driving from Seattle to Portland to go to a hardware store. But just a heads up, dude, that whole I was in the neighborhood line seems sketch when you just drove 3 hours to creep on some chick who works at the hardware store. Then we are treated to what is, without a doubt, the finest metaphor ever crafted in the history of the written language. I remember this one! Okay, everybody, get ready. This is my favorite. His voice is warm and husky, like dark melted chocolate fudge caramel or something. See that? Remember the mean thing I said about the Pulitzer in my intro post? I take it back. The reason they did not award the Pulitzer for fiction this year is because none of the entrants lived up to that metaphor. But to give the Pulitzer to 50 Shades would be to insult the mastery of its prose. They were caught in an impossible situation. Or something. Anna does a lot of weak-kneed, heart-poundy, blushy-flushy escorting of Christian around the hardware store. He's looking for some pretty specific stuff. Cable ties, for example, that he selects so erotically that Anna has to look away while he does it. Masking tape. Rope. They chat about her interests while the store owner calls the cops because this dude is obviously stocking up for a kidnapping. Just kidding! But to make his receipt look even more incriminating, Anna suggests he buys coveralls. In my mind, Christian Grey has gone from Arpats to Dexter in 3.2 seconds. The dialogue between the two characters is so absurdly childish, I can't even fathom why this is considered erotic. You wouldn't want to ruin your clothing. I gesture vaguely in the direction of his jeans. I could always take them off. He smirks. I feel the color in my cheeks rising again. I must be the color of the Communist Manifesto. Stop talking. Stop talking now. I'll take some coveralls. Heaven forbid I should ruin any clothing, he says dryly. Oh my god, LOL, do you get it? I still get it. If he takes off his clothing, oh my god, he will be naked! Swoon, spoosh, splash, scene. Yeah, that's painful. No! A cat is coming and I have a birthday cake!
It's not a birthday cake, it's an anniversary cake.
It's an anniversary cake. Hang on, not letting, I'm gonna eat it all before the cat jumps up here. Alright.
No, I can get him.
We have to cat wrangle.
Get your tail away from the candle. Stop it. Stop it. Staying right there.
Cat wrangler. Anna asks Christian if he's willing to have some pictures taken to accompany the article Kate is writing, but he's totally down for that. He gives Anna his cell number, which is apparently a contract, because when an old friend of Anna's shows up and acts over familiar, he glares at them and starts acting all strange. I remember this part too. I totally forgot about the guy at the hardware store that was intruding on his turf. Just these items. His tone is clipped and cool. Damn, have I offended him? Taking a deep breath, I turn and head for the till. What is his problem? Oh, so many.
Why does it sound like after, though? Are you okay?
I don't know if you heard my kid, but my kid just said, why does this sound like after, though? Did you read after?
No, I watched it! When it came out, when the first movie came out, oh my god, it was so bad.
Oh my god.
I never watched any of the sequels. I think they're making like a fourth one now.
Probably.
Maybe a fifth one.
Alright, well. His problem is that the guy in the trunk of his car isn't going to stay alive long enough to torture to death if you don't ring up those supplies, sweet cheeks. One of the challenges of writing erotica is injecting sensuality into mundane situations. This ramps up the tension between the characters who will later do it. That's a technical term. For example, would you like a bag? I ask as I take his credit card. Please, Anastasia. His tongue caresses my name, and my heart once again is frantic. Okay, that's not the best example.
No.
Finally, after their hyper sexy murder kit shopping spree, she admits she might, maybe a little bit, be attracted to Christian. Okay, I like him. There, I've admitted it to myself. I cannot hide from my feelings anymore. I've never felt like this before. I find him attractive, very attractive. But it's a lost cause, I know, and I sigh with bittersweet regret. It was just a coincidence his coming here, but still I can admire him from afar, surely. No harm can come of that. And if I find a photographer, I can do some serious admiring tomorrow. Yeah, he's probably not interested in you. He only drove 3 hours out of the way on a flimsy excuse, visiting the university, and showed up to buy incriminating supplies at the hardware store you work at. Anna would be so easy to kidnap and cut up for real. I was just in the neighborhood, and I decided to drop by and buy zip ties and rope and glare jealously at you when you talk to another man. And what do you want to bet the helpless schmuck who has to photograph Dexter Arpat's gray ex-esquire is going to be Jose, the guy who's been permanently friend-zoned by only Mr. Darcy can give me a tickle in my pants steal? The sick thing is, I can barely wait to read more. I'm starting to understand why this became a huge hit. Sadly, I'm also starting to think that the plot of Idiocracy is actually a dire prophecy, and this book might be the keystone in the foundation of the downfall of the human race. I stand by that remark. Everything got worse, demonstrably worse in the world. Okay? Demonstrably worse after 50 Shades came out. This was the seal. This was that thing. You know, like there was silence in heaven for about an hour and a half or whatever it is, and then the stuff happens. Yeah, no. This is awful. Now, I don't like that I kept using the term friend zone in this, because I don't believe in the friend zone. I think I was just kind of like tossing it off, but now I'm like, well, I might not have described him as being friend zoned because she didn't really owe him anything, and that kind of makes it sound like she owed him something. But I don't know. I mean, given that it was supposed to be like a love triangle, I guess the author needed to do a little more work. You know what I mean? Speaking of authors that need to do a little more work, I'm going to take a brief intermission to finish up my Baba's Pascha bread. It will take me maybe 2 minutes. All I have to do is slash the top with a razor blade, throw it in the oven.
Not a razor blade. A knife.
No, I use a razor blade.
Why do you use a razor blade?
Because it cuts the gluten cloak nicer. I use a razor blade. No, I'm going to rub it in some dirt outside and then do it. So I'm going to go on an intermission. But here's what you're going to do. If anybody comes in and says, what the hell is going on? Where's Jenny? You're going to say, Harry Styles showed up. And so did that Timothy Chalamet or Chalamet. I don't know what his name spelled like or whatever. But they showed up and they were like, hey, baby, let's, go at it. And I was like, absolutely. Let's hit the road for a minute. And then that's what happened. But I will be right back.
No,
okay?
no, never say that again in your life. I hate you.
I did it. I'm back. Okay, guess what? Guess what? Do you know how hard it is to try to cut an Orthodox cross in the top of a loaf of bread with one eye? I couldn't tell where the knife was touching it. I was like, oh no!
Wait, isn't the Orthodox cross like boom, boom, and like there's like one more or whatever? Like, as like a side.
How many years have you been going to the Orthodox Church?
A while, I guess, but I never paid attention to the cross. I didn't like to go. I just went to get donuts and food.
All right, now, here we go. Let's look at your comments real quick before we move on. Oh, set a timer for 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
If Timothy Chalamet was in our kitchen, we would both just flip out. Mom more so than me.
We need to reclaim Muse from the alpha abusive romance genre. PTSD.
I think we Google to try and set a timer.
I'm reading through your thing. Yeah, she didn't look him up on Wikipedia, which we all do when we meet people that need to be on Wikipedia.
20 minutes on the clock.
Thank you.
It'll be done at 3:21.
No, I'll check it at 3:21.
This
Yes,
time will
yes,
be-
my child was born with the snark gene. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm so or something. You guys, use all use for something, or something for things, or something. The guys picking out rope and cable tie. The Communist Manifesto. Still, it kills me. It absolutely kills me. I wish I could eat a whole sheet cake in one bite like Scooby-Doo. I don't think we're going to see the cat today because the cat will eat the cake.
I can try to wrangle him so he doesn't.
Let's see. Oh no, Pastor. Yes. It was a prophecy. I did all that stuff. Yeah, well, Obsidian Nebula, I had to get back early. Because, can't dawdle. Can't dawdle. They'll wait. I locked them in the basement.
What, the cat?
No. Harry Styles and Timothy Chalamet.
Fair enough.
All right.
Just wait for Zendaya.
All right. 50 Shades of Grey Chapter 3 recap, or Bike Accidents Get Me Squirrely in the Pants. Previously on 50 Shades of Grey. Jeez. Anna tells Kate about the photo shoot she's arranged with Christian Dexter Arpats Gray III. Kate is psyched. She calls Anna on the bullshit excuse she's buying from Gray. I think that is one huge coincidence, Anna. You don't think he was there to see you? She speculates. I kind of asked it, but my heart lurches at the prospect, but it's a short-lived joy. The dull, disappointing reality is that he was here on business. Murdering business! Hence the zip ties, rope, masking tape, and coveralls. And Anna is definitely not special enough to murder. She's made that clear from the first paragraph. Kate bickers with Anna over whether or not Christian Grey wants to bone her, and Kate sounds, for the most part, like she really wants to convince Anna of her self-worth and maybe see her end up getting boned by said murderer. In fact, throughout the book so far, Kate has tried to get Anna to say she thinks Christian Grey is a hottie, and Anna won't do it. Remember this, we're going to touch on this subject again, not because of any particularly clever plotting or anything, so don't get too excited. Just keep it in mind. Kate is shocked that Christian gave Anna his cell number, and Anna says that he could have just given it to her to be nice, because rich, famous people always give their private cell numbers out all willy-nilly. I think that if Anna were a real person, every time she opened her mouth to speak, it would just make a sad trombone noise every time.
Let me go get my trombone and make that.
It's like you could show her a picture of herself next to pictures of elderly burn victims with facial cancers. That was mean, Jenny. And she'd still find some way to believe she was the ugliest. She probably read Mein Kampf and said, "What a nice guy compared to me." If any of this stuff had happened to any other woman on the planet, she would have gone, huh, maybe he does think I'm cute, and be flattered by it. Okay, no. No matter how rich or hot the guy is, I think any female hardware store employee, when faced by evidence that they're being stalked by the Red Dragon, would get a restraining order and take some time off work. But in the world of 50 Shades, where shit like that is apparently not creepy at all, a woman would be able to take pleasure in the idea of a hot rich guy finding them attractive and move on. It wouldn't have to mean anything. And therein, I think, lies the second biggest fault in Anna's character. There is no gray area. That is not a pun. I will not sully puns by using them in this discussion. I love puns too much. Anywhere with her, Christian Grey can't be attracted to her because she's not exactly perfectly what she imagines a person like Christian Grey would want. She can't even give her friend Jose the courtesy of considering him as boyfriend material. She doesn't have to, Past Jen. Not because he's not attractive, but because he's not a literary hero. Now that part I stand by. You can't just be like, oh, I could never date you. I'm not a literary hero. Like, no shit. Nothing is good enough for Anna. Therefore, Anna is not good enough for the world. Speaking of Jose, they need a photographer for this gig. Kate suggests that since Jose will do anything for you, Anna should call him. Anna feels Kate is irritatingly cavalier about Jose. I'm not sure what Anna is irritated at, though. Is she irritated that Kat is cavalier about his participation, taking it as a given? Is she cavalier about the fact that he likes Anna, and that makes her uncomfortable? We don't know. And the reason we don't know is because if any of the other characters in this story were developed, that might take a little of the bloom off Anna's rose. Kate suggests that Anna call Gray because she has a relationship with him. Anna takes offense to that description, and Kate hangs up on Anna, forever securing herself a place in my black, shriveled little heart. Man, and it got 3 sizes smaller doing this.
I can't tell if Anna's extremely bipolar, or if she's just a pick-me.
Well, she's a pick-me, but we're not diagnosing. Anna is calling Jose when Paul, the old friend from the end of chapter 2, enters the stockroom. He wants to take Anna out on a date, and he's got a lot of questions about Christian Grey, because the chemistry between Christian and Anna is like a boomerang. It's hitting everything but her, including innocent bystanders. Anna thinks,
what?
Paul is cute in a wholesome, all-American, boy-next-door kind of way, but he's no literary hero. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Is Grey? My subconscious asks me, her eyebrow figuratively raised. Oh, we have arrived at Anna's subconscious, speaking directly to her. The way that subconscious thought works, where you hear it directly and very, very clearly. I'm sure I'll point that out. Stop bitching about the book present, Jen. Past Jen already did that. All right. Yes, Anna, he is a literary hero. He's Edward Cullen. Granted, literary might be a stretch, but I'm not here to criticize Twilight. I am impressed, though, that you know the subconscious can only figuratively raise its eyebrows, but that the notion that conscious thought doesn't flow from the subconscious has somehow escaped you. Everything you pretend to believe about yourself is right. You're horrible. Jose doesn't want to do the photo shoot because I do places, Anna, not people. Remember that lady that married the Berlin Wall? She and Jose should friend each other on Facebook. Kate gets on the phone and threatens Jose, saying the newspaper won't cover his gallery opening if he doesn't do this favor for her. Anna sees this as awesomely tough. It's awesome when Kate openly bullies someone else into doing something for her, but when she asks Anna to do something and follows up by thanking her profusely, that bitch has crossed a line. Like a few moments later, when Kate asks her to call Gray. Anna is super nervous to call Christian Grey. I feel like I should make fun of the scene somehow, but honestly, I'm at a loss as to where to start. It's like the buffet at the casino over in Battle Creek. They have pizza, they have Chinese, they have seafood, they have prime rib, but there are too many choices. So many directions you could go in. And then suddenly you're sitting back at your table with a plate full of mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese because everything got too overwhelming and sad for you. True story. I scowl at her and reach into my back pocket for his business card. I take a deep, steadying breath, and with shaking fingers, I dial the number. Is anyone else imagining bomb diffusing music and then it cut to a commercial? At the very least, the tension here is on the same level as when Ryan Seacrest says we'll find out who's going home after the break. For those of you who are young, that was what Ryan Seacrest used to say at the end of American Idol. I don't even know if American Idol's still on or if Ryan Seacrest is still hosting it. He answers on the second ring. His tone is clipped, calm, and cold. Gray. Mr. Gray? It's Anastasia Steele. I don't recognize my own voice. I'm so nervous. There's a brief pause. Inside, I'm quaking. Mr. Gray. I love it. Dude gave you his cell phone number. He answered by saying only his name. Well, who else would it be? They have a short conversation in which the details of the photo shoot are established, and Anna has all sorts of reactions listening to him on the phone. If there were a commercial for Christian Grey, in the middle, an announcer with a deceptively soothing voice would say, "Ask your doctor if Christian Grey is right for you. Side effects include, but are not limited to, shaking fingers, inability to recognize your own voice, nervousness, quaking, hitching breath, flushing, sudden awareness of roommates watching you, hasty breath, being able to see facial expressions over the phone, and whatever the hell this is supposed to mean. I am all gushing and breathy, like a child, not a grown woman who can vote and drink legally in the state of Washington. Just because an election is coming up, I'd like to remind you all that while you might be able to vote and drink legally, doing them at the same time is probably not such a great plan. Also, if you're ever writing an erotic novel, you probably shouldn't use the words child and gushing in the same sentence. Kate is stunned by her friend's reaction to this short phone conversation. So stunned, she has to use Anna's fully ridiculous name. Anastasia Rose Steele. You like him. I've never seen you or heard you so affected by anyone before. You're actually blushing. First of all, I'm only on chapter 3, and I haven't been keeping a running total or anything, but I estimate that Anna has blushed about 157 times already. Everything seems to affect her. Her entire life that we have seen thus far has been nothing but a series of various seemingly negative emotional highs. Kate lives with her, and she's never noticed. Second, excuse me, but what the fuck do you think you're doing walking around with a name like that? Anastasia Rose Steele is not a heroine in a contemporary novel. Anastasia Rose Steele is the name of Jack and Rose's rebellious teenage daughter in a Titanic fanfic. Anastasia Rose Steele is the name of a literal rose that doesn't flourish very well, even in ideal conditions, thus making it a sought-after bloom by master rose gardeners. Anastasia Rose Steele is the Triple Crown that wins. Anastasia Rose Steele wins the Triple Crown. This is no kind of name for a contemporary heroine. That night, Anna has difficulty sleeping, dreaming of smoky gray eyes, coveralls, long legs, long fingers, and dark, unexplored places. So she's either dreaming of spelunking or Billy Joel's Uptown Girl video. In my interpretation, the dark, unexplored places are in the deep recesses of Billy Joel's hair. He had so much hair. The next morning, I'm sorry to laugh at myself so much.
Why did you make a Titanic trip?
The next morning, Anna, Jose, and Travis, a friend of Jose, and probably also, and I can't pronounce that tribe's name, so I won't say, but I'm implicating that I suggest that he is from the same tribe as Jacob, are traveling to Portland in Anna's car. Kate drives separately because they can't all fit in Anna's quirky car. They're going to the Heathman Hotel in Portland to take pictures of Christian Grey. The rooms are elegant, understated, and opulently furnished. There's that logical disconnect in the prose again. How is something understated and opulent at the same time? Opulently suggests excessive, understated suggests subtlety. Anna, if I may remind you, is an English major about to graduate. They set up for the shoot. Anna gets irritated at Kate, but as she's in a constant state of irritation with her, you probably already anticipated that. And Christian Grey arrives to the strains of Anna's strongest profanity. Holy crap! He's wearing a white shirt open at the collar and gray flannel pants that hang from his hips. I forgot about it hanging from his hips. His unruly hair is still damp from a shower. My mouth goes dry looking at him. He's so freaking hot. Grey is accompanied by a bodyguard type of guy. Anna marvels at the way Kate can remain calm under Grey's onslaught of hotness. It is at this point that I'd like to remind you that this is a Twilight fanfic, so for all intents and purposes, this is the gentleman that makes Anna positively squirt upon catching a glimpse of him. Now, it says...
Twilight fanfic?
I'll explain it later. I had put that meme of Robert Pattinson making that face that was like that. All right. Introductions are made. This is Jose Rodriguez, our photographer, I say, grinning at Jose, who smiles with affection back at me. His eyes cool when he looks from me to Grey. Fire and ice, y'all. I think Jose just likes this Christian Grey guy. He better keep his hunting party. He better keep his hunting party off the rest. That was a Twilight thing. They couldn't hunt on the land that the natives hunted on, or that the natives lived on. They couldn't go on the reservation. They take his picture for a while in various poses, and Anna, from what I can gather, stands there and stares dopey-eyed at him the entire time. Twice our eyes lock, and I have to tear myself away from his cloudy gaze. And then there used to be a diagram of what a cataract is. Gray asks Anna to walk with him. To where? Just around the hotel? Does he need to go get ice? It doesn't matter to Jose, who is not pleased to see Anna leave with the young tycoon. Gray invites Anna to coffee, considering she thinks shaking his hand is like having live current arcing through her, and just talking to him on the phone makes her gush. I'm surprised she doesn't faint in the hallway. I wondered if you would join me for coffee this morning. My heart slams into my mouth. A date? Christian Grey is asking me on a date? He's asking if you want a coffee. Maybe he thinks you haven't woken up yet, my subconscious whines at me in a sneering mood again. I love that he's sending out every signal on the face of the earth, and she is still so beaten down and victimized by herself, remember, that she refuses to receive any of them. I'm going to lay money down right now that he's going to be inside her, and she's still going to be thinking he couldn't possibly want to have sex with me. Because the story is flimsy, it needs to be padded out. There is discussion regarding how everyone and the equipment is going to get home if Anna doesn't take them. Thank God for Taylor the bodyguard, who has a 4x4 he can take everyone home in. This is going to be the biggest nitpick I make in this entire book. No, it's really not. And it wasn't. But what does four-wheel drive have to do with the number of people a car can carry? 4x4 isn't a type of car, it's a class of drivetrain. I'm going to go ahead and imagine that Anna dumps her friends for coffee and they all have to squeeze into a pickup truck. Also, Anna, you don't have to drive everyone home, just Travis and Jose. Kate drove her Mercedes CLK, which should have rear seats. Taylor doesn't have to drive anyone home. The entire exchange about who is going to drive who where reads like listening to my husband and my mother-in-law trying to coordinate transportation arrangements while I stand by, repeating the best solution over and over, only to be ultimately ignored in favor of what jackassery the two of them dream up. Once Gray commands his manservant to drive the group home, he's easily manipulated the situation by virtue of his money and status, so that Anna cannot continue to refuse his offer of coffee. This guy is a charmer. Nothing is sexier than a man who wants to isolate you from your main group and is aggressive in his approach when doing so. They work it out so that Anna will swap vehicles with Kate. Remember, at the beginning of this chapter, when Kate is practically demanding that Anna have a crush on Gray, well, this happens. Anna, there's something about him. Her tone is full of warning. He's gorgeous, I agree, but I think he's dangerous, especially to someone like you. Fucking duh. I think Kate saw his receipt from the hardware store. Jose glares, completely un-Jacob-like, while Kate scolds Anna for wanting to go for coffee with Christian, but he relents, and Bella and Edward go for coffee. I make my way down the corridor, my knees shaky, my stomach full of butterflies, and my heart in my mouth thumping a dramatic, uneven beat. I'm going to have coffee with Christian Grey, ... And I hate coffee.
What?
I came here to eat cake and kick ass, and I'm all out of cake. I'm not all out of cake. I am not anywhere near being all out of cake.
Did Dad know that you made that remark?
No, your dad doesn't read anything. All right. Oh, wait. We were done with the quote. Of course you hate coffee, Anna. You hate everything because you're horrible. Gray holds her hand as they walk to the coffee place, and it is revealed that Anna has never held hands with anyone ever. She's 21, and she's never held anyone's hand. We are privy to the many mundane steps involved in going to get coffee with someone, including such classics as walking 4 blocks, waiting for a light to change, explaining that you don't care for coffee because you prefer tea, how you take tea, waiting for someone who is waiting in line. It's like no one ever told E.L. James that as an author, you can handily skip over those bits by compressing them into a single line. I understand that she's trying to spin out the tension here. Even waiting for Gray to return to the table, she's looking at him, admiring the way those pants hang from his hips. And really, where else do pants hang from? Does everyone in Portland wear their pants around their knees or up around their nipples? This is the second time Anna has noticed how awesome it is that Gray's pants go around his hips. And daydreaming about running her fingers through his hair. But at this point, with all the flushing, looking up from beneath her lashes, where else are you going to look up from? Above your lashes? Beside your lashes? Biting her lip and generally going all weak and gushy when he's around, we get the point. We understand that she finds him sexy. What I, as a reader, do not understand is how I'm approximately 40 pages into what's supposed to be this life-changing, erotic work of fiction that's revitalizing sexless marriages, and nothing, absolutely nothing sexual has happened yet. If you don't count the part where they titter like fifth graders over Gray's suggestion that he would do home improvement projects in the nude to avoid spoiling his clothing. Anna flushes way too much. I'm going to throw this out here right now. At the end of one paragraph, her face flames. There's a line of dialogue, and the beginning of the next paragraph, she goes crimson. I get the distinct impression that she's a Humboldt squid in a dress, flashing red like a broken neon sign. And somebody please draw me a Humboldt squid in a dress, please. Anna doesn't know what to talk about because she's just so lowly and beneath Gray in her own estimation. I like my tea black and weak, I mutter as an explanation. I see. Is he your boyfriend? Whoa. What? That was the what's in there. Thank you, Anna, for coming along in my confusion. Who is her boyfriend? The tea? A weak black guy? Neither? See, he asks Anna what she's thinking about in the moment, and the very instant she answers, he changes the subject to ask if Jose is her boyfriend. Then he asks about Paul from the hardware store. Is he Anna's boyfriend? He only asked because Anna seems nervous around men. That is the creepiest, most date-rapey line I have ever read in a romance novel, and I have read some pretty questionable old-school rape-mances in my time. But he gets so much better.
Go check your bread.
I will be able to finish this and then check my bread. This is horrible. This is awful. You should find me intimidating, he nods. You're very honest. Please don't look down. I like to see your face. I can see why women of America are falling for this guy. Who doesn't want a dude who doesn't want you at ease, so he can more easily manipulate you, and who treats you like an object that should be displayed for his enjoyment at all times? Gray describes Anna as self-contained, much in the way an environmental disaster might be described as self-contained, I guess. Except when you blush, of course, which is often. I just wish I knew what you were blushing about. He pops a small piece of muffin into his mouth and starts to chew it slowly, not taking his eyes off me. As if on cue, I blush. Crap! Wait, I'm going to show you what it's like. Let's experience this together. Pretend I'm Christian Grey. Try not to be overcome by my sexiness as I put a bite of cake in my mouth. I'm going to begin. Slowly. I'm just staring at you.
With one eye.
With one eye. Because in this, Christian Grey is a pirate. Alright.
How does she not see all these red flags?
Because the author is a red flag. Alright.
The whole book is a red flag.
From here out, I'm going to imagine that every time Anna says crap, she's referring to the quality of the writing. Christian explains that he doesn't want her to call him by his first name because he only allows certain people in his life to do that, and apparently Anna hasn't earned that right. But Anna has a very low opinion of herself, so she just sort of accepts it and refocuses her anger on Kate. Lamenting internally about how beautiful her friend is and how she should be the one having coffee with Christian. Anna doesn't realize that a guy like Christian isn't going to be interested in a woman who can't be controlled through her low self-esteem. Because this book is what it is, Christian decides to interview Anna as she interviewed him. The problem with this section is that it doesn't reveal anything new to the reader. We already know about Anna's parents, but at least we learn a little more about the enigmatic Mr. Grey. I would be more interested in him if he wasn't such a first-class twat, so I'll admit I mostly skimmed the bits about what his parents do for a living and how many siblings he has. Don't worry, past Jen. You'll find out because it'll get repeated a bajillion times throughout the whole series. You will never fucking forget his parents. The Chevalier Grey. Anyway. Where was I? I was surprised to find that they don't all live together in a big steel and glass and white and sandstone and steel and glass and steel house somewhere. As they leave, Anna feels like she has totally blown it with Christian. She still thinks he wants some worldly self-possessed woman, and she feels like she's not good enough. Little does she know that her feelings of being not good enough are exactly what Christian Grey finds attractive. He offers to walk her back to the hotel, and on the way, absolutely nothing happens that in any way resembles anything like something that happened between Bella and Edward in the parking lot of Forks High School. At all. Shit, Anna, Gray cries. He tugs the hand that he's holding so hard that I fall back against him just as a cyclist whips past, narrowly missing me, heading the wrong way up this one-way street. It all happened so fast. 1 minute I'm falling, the next I'm in his arms, and he's holding me tightly against his chest. I inhale his clean, vital scent. He smells of fresh laundered linen and some expensive body wash. Oh my, it's intoxicating. I inhale deeply. It's not a car. See, if Anna were about to be hit by a car, it would be suspect. This is just a cyclist. And while in Twilight, Edward saving Bella from being crushed by a car is a crucial moment, a turning point in which Bella realizes that something unnatural is up with the Cullen family, in 50 Shades of Grey, it's a turning point in which usually asexual Anna realizes for the first time she wants to kiss somebody. That's not fair to asexuals. I didn't quite understand asexuality. What had actually happened is nobody had broken the factory seal on this bitch's libido. Where was I? Oh, that's the entire purpose of the near-miss bike accident scene. Being almost hit by a bicycle awakens the sleeping bear, and that bear is powerfully horny. Lost in his gaze, she realizes, for the first time in 21 years, I want to be kissed. I want to feel his mouth on me. When I read the third book in the Twilight series, I thought the first two were actually not all that bad. I recognize that this is an unpopular opinion, and many of my readers want to lash out against all things Twilight with the fury of 1,000 newborn stars. I said to myself, there will never be another writer as bad as Stephenie Meyer. It won't happen. I feel almost responsible for 50 Shades. Like, I damned us all to the existence of this book by thinking that. I looked the universe in the face and laughing, dared it to do its worst. And this is what we have. A 21-year-old heroine who has never been attracted to any man simply because he didn't treat her badly enough, whose sexual awakening comes from nearly being run down by a bike messenger. Because I have busy, important, non-vomit-inducing things to do with my time this weekend, and won't be another recap until Monday, I have to write my own books, you see. Right now I'm working on a scathing indictment of institutionalized homophobia in professional sports. No. I'm actually writing a book about 2 Major League Baseball players who get it on together. That book is available. It is called Doubleheader. My friend Jill thought up the titles, and they are filthy. There are no bicycle collisions and very little flushing, but I'll try to muster up some level of enthusiasm for the task. All right, I'm going to go check my bread. This time, if somebody shows up and says, where's Jen? What you're going to say is that someone gave me a treasure map. Because of the... All right, I'll be right back. That's a treasure map to bread! Oh, wait. The other one. I did it!
You'd think there would be something. You'd think nothing could be worse than Twilight, but...
I did it!
But this exists.
I went out, I picked up my bread, I burned my hand, but I knocked down the bread. It sounded hollow. I knocked again. It sounded hollow. I knocked again. We had to walk around the outside of the church another time because Grandpa wasn't done changing it over. That's a joke for you Orthodox people. Okay, so.
Timer?
Nope.
No done?
All done.
So it was
Okay, let me take a look at this. Yeah, what you guys have been saying, what you all have been saying. Oh man. Anastasia Rose Steele is too long for a thoroughbred name. Oh my god, you guys are having so much fun. I love it. I'm glad you're having fun. Yes, I am, in fact, going to try to eat the whole cake, like Troy and the cookie at the Valentine's Day dance. Excellent reference.
You better leave some.
I think I will.
You think?
Okay, the thing about Anna being accidental demisexual rep is, I believe, actually true. I think in another thing, I tried badly to explain that she's also autistic rep, which I have thought about for years, about that she might be accidental autistic rep, but also a horrible person. And everybody, I think the first time that I said it was like, she's not a horrible person because she's autistic. Autistic people aren't horrible. Some are. I know horrible autistic people. It's possible to be both. I'm an asshole all the time.
Something I don't understand. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. If it comes to my head, I'll say it.
You can put the entire 50 Shades of Grey movie to a horror soundtrack and it works perfectly. Yes.
Oh, I got it.
When we went to see the movie, when my friend Miss Quinn came up from Florida, flew here from Florida to go see the movie, we went and saw the movie together. And at the end, when the movie was over, somebody stood up, a guy stood up, and he went, "Thank God!" Like, he was so mad.
Was it Miss Quinn who came here and dressed up like Harley Quinn?
Yes, she dressed up like Harley Quinn. Those were her pajamas.
Those are her pajamas?
Yes, she cosplays to go to bed. I don't know. All right.
Oh, the thing I was gonna say.
Hmm.
How is the Christian Grey guy the only person she's ever had a crush on? Like, she's never when she was like growing up, she never had like a crush or anything.
She needs to be a blank slate upon which Christian Grey can write her sexuality for her.
That's so stupid.
All right. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 4 recap, or Everybody Wants Anna even though she's terrible. The response to this ongoing recap has been overwhelming. You know what else is overwhelming? Reading the damned book. This weekend, author DJ DeSmiter sat next to me at an event for the Kent District Public Library. Either he or I brought up 50 Shades, probably me because my every waking moment is consumed in it, and it was like opening up an abscessed wound. All my anger poured out like so much pus. I'm sure he regretted being seated next to me. Sorry, DJ, and I hope someone clicks that link and buys your book to make up for it. Oh, I had a link and now it didn't come over. Oh no, there it is. Pardon my burp, I'm eating a lot of cake here. The event went pretty well, but a few of the authors there brought up a terrifying truth. It is now easier than ever to be a published author. Does that mean we'll end up with more fanfic with the names changed plagiarism? It did. Will someone put a stop to it? Nope. Will it end fanfic forever? Fuck no, we ain't going down like that. I sure as hell hope not. At least not before the Les Miserables movie comes out in December and I get to indulge in a fresh wave of Valjean Javert slash. This was before that horrible movie came out.
Shit.
Wow, this was a long time ago. I feel like that movie's been around forever, ruining my life.
Wait, it came out in like 2012?
Yeah.
No, that's crazy, man.
With that ethical quandary firmly in mind, let's continue our journey through 50 Shades of Grey. When we left off, Miss Steele, not Ms. Steele, Miss Steele, was nearly run down by a bicycle. Christian Grey, who has better peripheral vision and who wasn't busy flushing and looking up from beneath his lashes, saw the calamity about to happen and rescued her from peril by pulling her against his gorgeous, gorgeous body. It was in that moment that Miss Steele decided that she has a sex drive, after all, and she wants to be kissed. So badly, in fact, that she uses some uncharacteristically strong cursing. "Kiss me, damn it!" I implore him, but I can't move. I'm paralyzed with a strange, unfamiliar need, completely captivated by him. I'm staring at Christian Grey's exquisitely sculptured mouth, mesmerized, and he's looking down at me, his gaze hooded, his eyes darkening. He's breathing harder than usual, and I've stopped breathing altogether. Oh, I'm in your arms. Can we all hear the soundtrack of swelling orchestrations? She's in his arms, both of them, his arms. I love that he's breathing harder than usual. She's so keyed into him that she knows what his usual resting respiration is. I've been with my husband for 10 years, and the only way I notice his breathing is if he's snoring or having an asthma attack. I guess we're just not that into each other. 10 years. That means I've been with my husband for 20 years.
Wait, Dad has asthma?
He used to.
Oh.
Because he's a telepath or something, Christian shakes his head in denial of her silent pleas and closes his eyes. Because he's Edward Cullen, he immediately crushes the moment between them by insisting that Anna should stay away from him. He's bad for her.
Oh my god.
What? Where is this coming from? It's coming from Twilight, Anna. Try to keep up. Anna has apparently been holding her breath so long that Christian has to remind her to breathe before setting her on her feet. Anna is devastated at the loss of contact and keyed out from having touched him in the first place. She feels she's made it pretty damn obvious that she wants to be kissed. So did she step off the curb into the path of the cyclist on purpose? Because she's done nothing that seems like a come-on. She gets almost hit by a bike, causing her to fall. He catches her, and she apparently dies from asphyxiation. If those are romantic signals, then I'm even more glad than ever that I'm not a dude. Of course, she blames herself for his rejection. After all, it's not like he's some manipulative control freak who could be using her low self-esteem as a weapon against her, right? She thanks him in a whisper for saving her. Look, I'm not going to downplay the dangers of pedestrian cyclist accidents. Your shit can get seriously fucked up if you get hit by a cyclist. But he didn't slay a dragon. He didn't even keep you from getting hit by a bus. Why are you dramatically whispering about it? The entire book so far, Anna has been trying to make mountains out of the smallest possible molehills. Christian Grey is handsome. Oh my god, it's the end of the world. I embarrassed myself in front of a stranger I will probably never see again. I better be surly about it forever. It's like she's deliberately trying to make the bike near miss as dramatic and important to him as it is to her. So basically, these crazy kids have the communication skills to make a relationship last a lifetime. Anastasia, He stops, and the anguish in his voice demands my attention, so I peer unwillingly up at him. Anguish? Is that the word choice we're going with here? I thought anguish was like when your child died, or you found out your spouse is cheating on you. Anguish is for when you've been rejected, not when you've rejected somebody. But okay, whatever. Let's just get through this. Anna acts like a brat because Christian didn't propose to her or something, and when they say goodbye at the hotel, she literally falls on the ground, balls up, and cries in the parking garage. Let's go over the deep emotional connection they've made so far that would cause her to feel this anguish. She went to his office to interview him, fell down, talked about art, and insulted him to his face. He came to her work and bought some stuff. She watched him get his picture taken. They went out for coffee/tea. Is Anna like Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction or Laura Flynn Boyle in Wayne's World? There is no reason at all for her to be so emotionally destroyed by a casual acquaintance not wanting to kiss her. She acknowledges that it's nonsensical pain and ridiculous, so of course she gets up off the parking garage and concrete and deals with it like a big girl. Nope, she doesn't. She sits there in a vertical fetal position and mourns her dashed hopes, dashed dreams. Dashed hopes! Jen swallowed her spit. Oh my god, this book is trying to kill me.
Or are you just dying because of how bad it is?
Yeah, I'm like, I've got the black lung from reading this book. Just from reading recaps of the book. And I know how you guys feel. 'Cause sometimes people would say, oh, I suffered through your recaps. And I was like, you didn't suffer. You don't know suffering. But now I'm reading them, I'm like, oh man, they suffered.
This is so much like Twilight.
Anyway.
And after.
She mourns her dashed hopes, dashed dreams, and my soured expectations. I'm too pale, too skinny, too scruffy, uncoordinated. My long list of faults goes on. So I've always been the one to rebuff any would-be admirers. There was that guy in my chemistry class who liked me, but no one has ever sparked my interest. No one except Christian damn Grey. Maybe I should be kinder to the likes of Paul Clayton and Jose Rodriguez, though I'm sure neither of them have been found sobbing alone in dark places. This paragraph sums up all that is wrong and infuriating about Anna. She thinks maybe I should be nicer to all the guys I'm rejecting left and right, and then in the next moment goes, nah, because their pain isn't possibly as beautiful and tragic as mine. And while I don't think she owes them anything romantically, it is true here that she is being a jackass. Like, acting like it's horrible that these guys could possibly, like, dare to like her. Like it's an imposition that they could even dare to think that they might one day go out with her or something. And they're not stalking her. You know? They're not stalking her. He is stalking her. These guys are just like around and she resents them. And now she's like, they don't feel pain. Whatever. I'm sure I'll say exactly that in a minute. Real talk time. I once knew a woman who operated under this exact set of principles. She could not feel empathy because she was certain no one felt as keenly as she did. Do you know what happened to her? I don't. Because when she finally dropped out of my life, I was super happy to see her go. She was an exhausting psychopath. She once demanded to be driven to the house of a guy who didn't offer to have sex with her after knowing her for one day so she could scream at him for rejecting her. Everyone who came in contact with this person ended up hating her. And yet women of America are so desperate to be that kind of person because they want to be Anna Steele, she of the short-circuited empathy switch. I actually ended up writing about that person. You can find it under Classic Trout. The Worst Person I've Ever Met is the name of the series.
Who was that one person on there?
Stop! Stop now! My subconscious is metaphorically screaming at me, arms folded, leaning on one leg and tapping her foot in frustration. Anna's subconscious and I have a lot in common. We both can't stand Anna. Vowing to never think of Christian Grey ever again, even though it is too much to hope for at this point, Anna goes home. Kate, you may remember, was worried about Anna going out with Grey in the first place. I felt you needed this reminder because you might have forgotten about the moment Kate's enthusiasm for the apparently budding romance made a 180. Kate is sitting at the dining table at her laptop when I arrive. Her welcoming smile fades when she sees me. Anna, what's wrong? Oh no, not the Catherine. Sorry, she's saying this, not me. I was just like, oh no, somebody was being nice to Anna. This is still the book. Oh no, not the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. I shake my head at her in a back off now Kavanaugh way, that I might as well be dealing with a blind deaf mute. Deaf mute isn't a thing that you say. It's just not a term that gets used anymore. So this is where I had crossed out that I said that I was pretty sure that Anna has Asperger's or some other spectrum disorder. She walks into a room after crying her eyes out on the ground in a parking garage, and someone is rightly concerned for her. When they express that concern, it's an annoyance to her. So that is absolutely, to me, an experience that I have had, that I have felt. I felt those feelings. But at the time that I wrote this, I had no idea that I was misdiagnosed with ADD or ADHD. And I was really autistic. So I was kind of like, I don't know. Let's see. Received a lot of email for this paragraph. In this chapter, now keep in mind that this is 10 years old, so these terms have somewhat changed because we don't say Asperger's anymore. In this chapter, Anna exhibits behaviors indicative of a high-functioning level of spectrum disorder, swinging from meltdown to shutdown. So I mentioned it because she's written that way. I realize that I spend most of the time talking about what a horrible, shitty person Anna is, but I didn't point out the similarity of her emotional pattern to that of someone on the spectrum because I think it's what causes her to be horrible and shitty. I pointed it out because it's yet another case of E.L. James unintentionally capturing something fairly realistic that she didn't mean to portray. Anna is a horrible and shitty character, neurological profile aside. And that, I stick by the idea that she might be, that might be, like, an unintentional thing that she did. I lost my train of thought because I was thinking about it. But yeah, like, the thing about swinging from being, like, super meltdown and then shutting down, like, that is, again, another experience. And I'm like, that seems to me, from a personal experience, kind of like she might be accidental rep. On a very serious note, if you are a writer, hell no, wait, if you're a person who isn't Anna and has feelings and empathy for others, do not describe the non-speaking deaf as deaf-mute. A lot of people are going to get pissed off, hurt feelings if you do. I don't know how the deaf-blind community feels about the term, but seriously, no deaf-mute unless it's being used in dialogue in your historical set in the 1800s. And I have done a 180 on that. Because I don't think you should even use stuff. And this was before I edited a book, because at the time that I was writing these, I was an editor at a small press, and I had to edit a book that was historically accurate, but had the N-word in it like 300 sometimes in like 100,000 word book. It was not acceptable. Like, it wasn't even like, it was just like thrown out at like any insult was that. And then he was like, that was the only insult they had. And it was this whole big thing, and that publisher went under, so whatever. Anna is, of course, surly about the fact that someone is trying to care about her. Kate even goes so far as to get up and hug Anna because it's obvious that she's been crying. That bitch! Anna explains that she was almost hit by a cyclist and tells Kate that Christian Grey isn't interested in her at all because there's nothing worth being interested in. St. Catherine of Cavenagh tries to bolster her confidence, telling her that she's a total babe. You know, the kind of thing you say to your miserable friend when you know they're miserable and lovely, but miserable and lonely, but you also know that it's not physical deformity, but a deeply flawed psyche that's making people hold them at arm's length. And how does Anna respond to her friend trying to comfort her with compliments? Oh no, she's off on this tirade again. Never in the history of ever have I wanted to reach into a book and smack the shit out of a character with the passion and vigor that I want to smack the shit out of Anna. Kate asks if Anna wants to see the article that she's just finished. Looking at the pictures, strike through, Jose took, Anna realizes why Christian Grey isn't the man for her. He's too good looking. He's too gloriously good looking. We are poles apart and from two very different worlds. I have a vision of myself as Icarus flying too close to the sun and crashing and burning as a result. With respect to Icarus, Anna, if you had been Icarus, you wouldn't have made it to the sun. You would have tripped over your own feet leaving your house. I know Icarus, and you, sir, are no Icarus. This is a lie. I only know Icarus from that album cover. So she had this sudden realization that she's too beautiful and she's not beautiful. I don't know how this counts as sudden since... Oh, she's had this sudden realization that he's too beautiful and she's not beautiful. I don't know how this counts as sudden since this is a thought that she's had literally every time she's been near him. She goes to study after not reading the article her friend has been slaving over. No, instead of reading it, she just stares at the pictures and says very good to Kate. She has dreams with imagery relating to the last chapter because her subconscious is super subtle like that. Then, without any kind of transition from her dream, she suddenly finished her exam. As thrown as I am by a paragraph on her dream being followed immediately by I put my pen down, I'm very, very glad we didn't have to sit through the entire exam with her. I imagine it would have gone something like, where x is -9, find the value of, oh, -9 is the exact number of times Christian kissed me when I wanted him to. Woe is me. My skin is so pale, and I'm so damnably thin. No one will ever love me. Verily, crap and jeez. With her exam finished, Anna is thinking about going out and getting drunk. She's never been drunk before. Quelle surprise. But she wants to do something to celebrate the fact that she's never going to be in college ever again. In case you are wondering, Anna finished her exam before Kate did. She made sure to note that for the reader. And when they get home, they find a package waiting at the door. When Anna opens it, she finds 3 volumes of Tess of the D'Urberville. I don't know how to fucking say that. The D'Urbervilles. I don't know. Fuck that book. Waiting for her. There's a card, too, that reads, why didn't you tell me there was danger? Why didn't you warn me? Ladies know what to guard against because they read novels that tell them of these tricks. The books are all priceless first editions, so she knows immediately who sent them. So let's just examine that quote again. If you've read Tess, and I have not, but if you've read the Sparks notes for Tess, you might recall that the quotation on the card comes after Tess's child, born out of wedlock, has died, and she has to make the choice to either marry the father, whom she does not love, or linger in disgrace. This is not the most romantic quotation to be putting on a card. It becomes even less so when we remember that Christian Grey has already acted like a psychopath to her. He stalked her at her job. He bought kidnapping supplies. He took her out for coffee and then immediately turned cold to her. He views using his first name as a privilege to bestow upon others. This guy is a weirdo, and he's just spent a fortune on a present for Anna so that he could include a quotation about men being dangerous in the present. So, of course, Anna calls the police immediately. Of course she doesn't. Instead, she plans to send the books back with an equally baffling note from some obscure part of the book. That shouldn't be difficult, actually. It's Thomas Hardy. It's all baffling and obscure. I hate Thomas Hardy. The bit where Angel Clare says, fuck off, Kate asks with a completely straight face. Yes, that bit, I giggle. I love Kate. She's so loyal and supportive. What, pray tell, in the actual fuck are you talking about? Whenever Kate has shown any kind of concern for Anna or sympathy thus far, Anna has rejected it as an annoyance and a sign that Kate is overbearing. Oh, but now that Kate is in step with her opinion on Christian Grey, she's loyal and supportive. Let me just leave this link right here. And then I put a link to narcissistic personality disorder. And I know I said we don't diagnose people, but goddamn. Kate and Anna toast to their new lives in Seattle, where they're moving now that they're college students. They go out to the bar with Jose, who is not graduating and whose name I still can't figure out how to put an accent over in Blogger. Mea culpa. Jose buys a picture of margaritas, and Anna, the non-drinker who has never been drunk before, has 5. That's right, she drinks champagne, then goes to the bar and has 5 margaritas. Now, maybe Anna has an iron liver to go with her 2 left feet, but I'm thinking that a non-drinker would have been on the floor after a bottle of champagne. Let's say they didn't finish the bottle, they just had a glass. 5 margaritas, and still vertical, pushes my suspension of disbelief a little bit too far. We ran into the same thing in Beautiful Disaster. Pidge got really, really drunk, like super, super fucking drunk. But it was like an impossible amount of alcohol that she drank, and I was just like, there's no way that the rest of this scene could be happening because she would be unconscious. Wasn't it something like 7 beers, and she like had never drank before or something? Anyway, then I put Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville, the song. The bar is packed, so they have to shout to Jose about how they're moving to Seattle to live in the awesome condo Kate's parents bought her. I wonder if the books didn't come from Kate's money-bag parents. Like, maybe Kate was talking to them, and she was all like, hey, I think that Christian Grey guy is into Anna. And they were like, Christian Grey? Wasn't he a suspect in that string of co-ed murders a few years ago? And then they sent the books, thinking Anna would totally get the message. Well, she didn't, because Jose starts to get handsy and keeps plying her with drinks. She decides it's safer to move on to beer because there's no alcohol in that, right? First, though, she has to comment on how hot Kate is compared to her. She's all tiny camisole, tight jeans, and high heels, her hair piled high with tendrils hanging down softly around her face, her usual stunning self. Me, I'm more of a Converse and t-shirt kind of girl, but I'm wearing my most flattering jeans. I can tell right here that this was written by a non-American author who probably doesn't go out that much in America. College girls do not dress the way Kate is dressed, even when going out. I maintain that she is describing outfits from the 2000s, not 2012. And people were still like, well, I see girls go out like that. That's nice. But I saw this outfit in my mind, and it is from 2002. Anyway. The key to college girl hotness is looking like you're not trying. Oh, they might wear a tank top and jeans, but they're not going to wear heels with it. No one in the United States has worn heels with jeans since 1994, and if they have, they shouldn't have been doing that because it's ridiculous. In any case, Anna is so super drunk, she drunk dials Gray while she's waiting in line for the bathroom. He can tell right away that she's drunk and demands to know exactly where she is, probably so he can swing by and murder her. She won't tell him and ends up hanging up on him. He calls her back to say he's coming to get her. Just like that, I'm coming to get you. That's just about as creepy as the call is coming from inside the house. Well, Christian, what if she doesn't want to go with you? She's a grown-ass woman. She went out with her friends and got drunk. Big deal. You do not need to come storming in like John Goodman and Coyote Ugly, fucking up your daughter's good time. Ladies of America, this behavior is not chivalrous. It's creepy and domineering. It's stalking behavior. It's gross. Stop wanting Christian Grey right now. You are embarrassing the rest of us. Anna realizes how drunk she is and staggers outside, where Jose comes to check up on her, or feel up on her, which is what he ends up doing, and aggressively so. Anna is struggling with him when Christian Grey walks up and Anna tosses her cookies all over the ground. This causes Jose to say, Dios mío, for the second time in the chapter. This causes me to now and forever imagine that Jose is really the Jesus. You know, from the Big Lebowski. I used to have a picture. Gray holds her hair back while she horks up all those margaritas in a flower bed in the parking lot. Then she dry heaves. Finally, some romance! When she's done being a one-woman water feature, Christian lends her his monogrammed hanky to daintily wipe the vomit from her lips. She's embarrassed. She wants to bitch out Jose, rightly so, since apparently the only thing stopping him from sexually assaulting her was an aversion to partially digested margarita mix. She drops the big double C word, double crap, when she realizes that she doesn't know how to navigate this situation. This comes as no surprise to the reader because so far, Anna has been unable to navigate totally normal social situations, ones that didn't involve vomit. I'm kind of hoping for a patented Bella Swan faceplant right into her own vomit, but alas, it's time for her to apologize to Christian for being sick in front of him. For a self-centered prick, he's actually cool about it, throwing out the usual, hey, we've all been there, am I right? Type comments. He offers to take Anna home, and when she suggests telling her friends where she's gone, he says that his brother can explain it all to Kate since he's talking to her. At some point, unspecified to the reader because, as you may have noticed, any character who is not Anna or Christian are unimportant nuances that should stand off stage and wait to be called, Christian's brother Elliot has come with him to the bar to retrieve Anna, and now that same brother is talking to Kate inside the bar. How Christian can see into the crowded, loud bar to discern this information, I have no clue, but there is still that little detail of how he knew where to find Anna. Creepy time. I tracked your cell phone, Anastasia. Oh, of course he did. How is that possible? Is it legal? Stalker, my subconscious whispers at me through the cloud of tequila that's still floating in my brain. But somehow, because it's him, I don't mind. Come on. And thus began every abusive relationship ever. I don't mind if he's acting creepy because it's him. They go inside and Anna has to put her mouth very close to his ear to tell him something. When she does, she realizes how good he smells. And deep, deep down, my muscles clench deliciously. Okay, Anna, but on the flip side of all that sexiness, you just sent a warm, puke-scented cascade of your own breath right over his face. So don't get your hopes up is all I'm saying here. He forces her to drink ice water. He should have forced her to drink iced water. Then takes her onto the dance floor. See, he doesn't know her as well as we do. We know that when Anna Steele is involved, he moves us through the crowded throng of dancers to the other side of the dance floor. We'll be followed immediately by, and there were no survivors. Yes, Jenny, that was so funny. But somehow they managed to make it to Kate and Elliot, who are, by all accounts, getting it on vertically out there. Luckily, before anyone can be hurt by what will undoubtedly be the worst dance disaster of all time, and before we can be forced to read about said disaster, Anna passes out, thus ending the chapter. Oh my god. Seriously. Okay. I am going to look at your comments. Kate's supposed to be Jessica Stanley. I think Kate was supposed to be Rosalie. That's what I went with just based on the cars alone. I assumed that Kate was supposed to be Rosalie. One, because she is described as having golden blonde hair. She is described as driving a Mercedes CLK, which I believe was the car that that Rose drove in the Twilight books. There were reasons I think that I decided that she was Rose, but
she sounds like Rose and Alice.
No, Alice is in here. She comes in later. But I also think that maybe somebody sent me a copy of the original fanfic and I saw that she was Rose. I can't remember. But eventually I think someone confirmed to me that in Master of the Universe, Catherine was Rose. Maybe the bartender was shorting them. Yes, possibly. Ew, jeans with high heels. I know! Oh, let's see. You guys are so funny. You are all being so funny.
I feel like 50 Shades of Grey is like if Twilight and After had a child and it just became like a monstrosity because it like took a bunch of drugs and shit.
Okay.
I mean, is that fair enough?
Fair enough. Okay, so alright. Magisterial Voyager, you need to find the original. If you look it up, let me know, because I can't remember how I knew that she was Rosalie, but I know that she is. Alright. Chapter 5. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 5 recap, or Ian Somerhalder, what are you doing?
I take a bite of cake.
Oh yeah, I gotta take a bite of cake. Poor Ian Somerhalder. He wanted to be Christian Grey so bad. You remember that? He was like when what's her face wanted to be Catwoman. And if you're one on TV, some of you won't remember this. Back in the day, there was an actress who wanted to play Catwoman. I can't. She was in She was the wildly transphobic character in Ace Ventura. Anyway, she really wanted to be Catwoman, and she like went on TV dressed up as Catwoman to like directly address Tim Burton and be like, "I am Catwoman." It was very weird. Never auditioned in costume. All right. Here we go. I'm thinking so gross. All right. Yesterday, after I posted my ode to all that is wonderful in Chapter 4 of 50 Shades of Grey, news broke that Ian Somerhalder, aka Damon on the Vampire Diaries, would be interested in playing Christian Grey on the big screen. Yeah, that's a great idea, Ian. Go from a fucking terrible show about vampires to a fucking terrible movie ripped off from fucking terrible books about vampires.
You did not.
I did. I hate
No!
it. Vampire Diaries sucks. The books were so amazing, and the show sucks a whole donkey ball.
I don't like Elena. The originals were better so far. That's all I'm gonna say.
Anyway, that's a great lateral move. At least the Vampire Diaries had awesome source material, even if the screenwriters ignore it. You and your rescue cats will be in kitty kibble and toy mice for ages, but how will your soul feel, Ian? Cheap, used, poorly written. That's how it will feel. For more on the 50 Shades movie, and just typing that sentence made me want to stick my head in the oven, you can bop on over to this insipid column at E's website. And then the link I labeled more stupid bullshit about making this book into a movie, because that's how low American culture has sunk. What seems really bizarre to me is how people are like, how are they going to make this into a movie? It would have to be rated NC-17. Well, certainly not for the language, but seriously, is there any sex in this thing? Everyone keeps telling me all this hot sex, it's going to save my marriage, whether it needs saving or not. And likely I'll realize how much saving it needed when I read this book that shines holy sexual light from its pages, and then I'll take back every bad thing I ever said about it in between giving blowjobs so enthusiastic I'll have a neck like a fucking linebacker. But I have yet to see anything sexy happen. I mean, Anna seems to think there's a lot of sex going on, but I'm just not seeing it. So with that, I bring you Chapter 5 of 50 Shades of Grey, also known as The Search for the Sex That Never Was. Oh my god, I wish I never found it. Past Jenny. Poor past Jenny. Anna wakes up in Christian Grey's bed at the hotel. Holy crap! She remembers drinking, drunk dialing him, nearly getting date raped, and vomiting. She doesn't remember how she got to his room. Now she's in his bed with no pants or socks on. This ups the ante from, holy crap, oh no, what do you mean file not found? This ups the ante from holy crap to holy shit. Christian has left orange juice and 2 pills Advil beside the bed. You better be damn sure that's Advil, because this guy is weird. Anna drinks the orange juice. It's thirst-quenching and refreshing. Nothing beats freshly squeezed orange juice for reviving an arid mouth.
Why orange juice?
This message brought to you by the California Citrus Growers Association. There's a knock on the door. My heart leaps into my mouth, and I can't seem to find my voice. He opens the door anyway and strolls in. Since it is customary to mark the first appearance of a character in a scene by referring to them by name, and since E.L. James has chosen not to do so here, I must assume that we are now referring to Christian Grey as capital H he, as is befitting of God himself. Holy hell, he's been working out. He's in gray sweatpants that hang, in that way, off his hips, and gray singlet, which is dark with sweat, like his hair. Christian Grey's sweat. The notion does odd things to me. I take a deep breath and close my eyes. I feel like a 2-year-old. If I close my eyes, then I'm not really here. His pants are hanging off his hips in that way? You know, in that way. Which way? Because every person wearing a pair of pants right now are wearing them hanging from their hips. Unless they're very old men who don't like to wear their pants below their bellies, so they jack them up over their moves. And 2-year-old, again with the proximity of children to sexuality. Oi. Christian explains phlegmatically, which could either mean having to do with phlegm or calm and unemotional, but I'm going to go with having to do with phlegm. Since he didn't want her puking in his car the night before, he brought her to the hotel rather than driving her home. She asks if he undressed her, which leads to the requisite blushing and questioning whether or not they had sex. Anastasia, you were comatose. Necrophilia is not my thing. I like my women sentient and receptive, he says dryly. I like my women like I like my coffee, bound with cable ties and screaming in the trunk of my car. The other day, I saw someone had screen capped a guy's profile from Tinder, and it said that I broke up with my last girlfriend because she didn't remember how I like my coffee. I like my coffee like I like my women without some dude's dick in it. I was like, wow, that guy's got issues. And he's holding a fish. I have a friend who's always on Tinder. And she's always like, why are they holding fish? Anyway. So Christian actually did the decent thing after not doing the decent thing at all by tracking her phone and coming to pick her up when she didn't want him to for her after the puke-a-thon in the parking lot. But the moment he tries to lightly tease her about the events of the evening, she complains internally about being made to feel like the villain of the piece. When he defends himself, she teases him, and of course his icy demeanor is melted again. Because if there is one rule that does not apply to Anna ever, it is treat others the way you would like to be treated. It's okay for her to tease him, but not for him to tease her. In one of my very favorite twists of awesome fate ever, Anna says Christian talks like a courtly knight, and Christian responds with, dark knight, maybe, which means I get to use this picture again, and it was a picture of Abed as Batman, but do you remember this was supposed to be our Pats? And he says, dark knight, maybe? And what just happened? Our Pats was the Dark Knight! Oh my god! Can E.L. James make things happen? Wait. Is that what's wrong with my eye? Anyway.
May I have a little bite of cake?
Yes, you may have some cake.
I brought my own fork.
You brought your own fork now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's hard to eat a whole cake.
Oh, I got a lot of frosting.
Oh, it has so much frosting.
That's so good.
Like I just got to the cake part, eating from the corner.
No, really?
Don't bump the thing though.
I won't bump it.
All right. It's also kind of funny that he calls himself a Dark Knight and he just tracked her location via cell phone. Remember when Batman did it? Morgan Freeman was pissed, yo. Christian and Anna have some back and forth over whether or not she's eaten, and she accuses him of scolding her, and then this happens. Well, if you were mine, you wouldn't be able to sit down for a week after the stunt you pulled yesterday. You didn't eat, you got drunk, you put yourself at risk. He closes his eyes, dread etched on his lovely face, and he shudders slightly. When he opens his eyes, he glares at me. I hate to think what could have happened to you. I scowl back at him. What is his problem? What's it to him? If I was his, well, I'm not. Well, maybe part of me would like to be. The thought pierces through the irritation I feel at his high-handed words. I flush at the waywardness of my subconscious. She's doing her happy dance in a bright red hula skirt at the thought of being his. Note that right now there is no inner goddess, but then later the inner goddess takes over from the subconscious to wear all the fucking clothes, right? Okay. So in other words, the hero of this story is saying he would beat the heroine if she had the audacity to go out with her friends to celebrate graduating from college. He's also subtly blaming her for nearly getting raped. Let me reiterate for you, gentle reader, this is the man women of America are falling in love with. There was a particularly gross article on the Huffington Post the other day where a woman lamented the fact that her husband isn't more like Christian Grey. No, there isn't a slow gas leak in your house. This is happening. Women across the country are feeling somehow cheated by life because their husbands won't beat them if they want to exercise their rights as human beings to go out and get drunk with their friends. Because their husbands won't blame them if they get raped. Seriously, if any one of my friends dares to complain like that in front of me, I will drown her for the good of the female species. This I vow. Christian goes to take a shower, so of course Anna sits there on the bed in a puddle of girl goo because he's so sexy. Victim blaming gets her so wet you have no idea. One minute he rebuffs me, the next he sends me $14,000 books, then he tracks me like a stalker. And for all that, I have spent the night in his hotel suite, and I feel safe, protected. He cares enough to come and rescue me from some mistakenly perceived danger. He's not a dark knight at all, but a white knight in shining, dazzling armor. A classic romantic hero. Sir Gawain or Lancelot.
Didn't she just say those were cheap books?
No.
I thought she said they were cheap books.
No, they're expensive.
Oh.
They should print it. They should print this out and just stick it in the pamphlet for women's crisis centers hidden in the bathroom at the gynecologist's office. Is this how you feel about your partner? Call this confidential helpline. There's nothing romantic or noble about rescuing a woman from her friends. Okay, yes, she was being assaulted when he showed up at the bar, but, and this is an important but, she wasn't being assaulted when she called him. He had no reason to believe she was in any danger and every reason to believe she was just out having a good time. This isn't romance. This is an abusive relationship in the making. Christian comes out of the shower in just a towel, and she's there in just her t-shirt, and the sexual tension is palpable. If you're looking for your jeans, I've sent them to the laundry. His gaze is a dark obsidian. They were splattered with your vomit.
What'd you say to that butt?
Then Anna flushes scarlet. I'm wondering what other colors she thinks people flush. I don't think I've ever seen someone flush azure. The good news is Christian's bodyguard has bought Anna some new pants. She goes to take a shower, and while she's in there, she realizes that for the first time in her life, she's sexually attracted to someone. But he hasn't made a pass at her like Paul and Jose have. I like how this book not only tries to justify Christian's abusive behavior as romantic, but seems to also caution against normal human interaction as some kind of future warning. Jose asks her out like normal guys do, but then he kisses her without consent. Paul asks her out, but then he turns into a jerk when she says no. See, ladies, you don't want a guy to just ask you out. He needs to stalk you and buy scary items at your work. In the shower, the smell of Christian's body wash gets Anna all hot and horny, and she's pretty invested in a solo heavy petting session when he knocks on the door to tell her breakfast is ready. Didn't that happen in The Mister? I am 100% sure. In fact, it was such a big thing. They kept mentioning what the body wash smelled like and how it smelled like pears or something in The Mister. And this exact scene, almost, like this whole concept was just in The Mister. Anyway, Anna gets out of the shower and finds that along with jeans and new shoes, Christian's bodyguard has also picked up matching lacy blue bra and panties for her. Anna flushes when she thinks of the bodyguard buying them for her, but I like to think that he considers shopping for ladies' underwear as a perk of his job, and maybe he picked up something for Lee for himself, too. Everything fits perfectly because this is a fantasy, and everyone knows that women ultimately fantasize about clothes that fit perfectly, so good on you for this one, E.L. James. Anna also struggles with her just plain awful hair, but not for as long as the opening scene in the book, thank God. She takes a deep breath and goes out to the bedroom, but Christian is gone, so she takes another deep breath. This is a throwback to her time on the space station and her fear that the room beyond the next airlock would have been compromised and without oxygen. Taking another deep breath, I enter the living area of the suite. It's huge. There's an opulent plush seating area, all overstuffed couches and soft. And I know we just blurred out for a second. A minute. Okay, where were we? There's an opulent plush seating area, all overstuffed couches and soft cushions, an elaborate coffee table with a stack of large, glossy books, a study area with a top-of-the-range Mac, an enormous plasma screen TV on the wall, and Christian is sitting at a dining table on the other side of the room reading a newspaper. It's the size of a tennis court or something. Not that I play tennis, though. I have watched Kate a few times. That's a big newspaper. As I remember reading a newspaper, it's the size of a tennis court or something. Thinking of Kate's privileged life reminds Anna that her friends exist. Crap! Christian explains that Kate knows where she is because he texted his brother. Oh no. I remember her fervent dancing of the night before. All her patented moves used with maximum effort to seduce Christian's brother, no less. What's she going to think about me being here? I've never stayed out before. She's still with Elliot. She's only done this twice before, and both times I've had to endure the hideous pink PJs for a week from the fallout. She's going to think I've had a one-night stand, too. I've been having a hell of a time imagining these seductive yet fervent dance moves since they were mentioned in the last chapter. The way they're described in the prose gives the impression that these are some fast, sweaty dance moves, and they're somehow seductive. Is Kate a cabaret belly dancer? I like how Anna automatically assumes that Elliot is just using Kate for sex, like Anna is using her for cheap rent, and that her concern isn't necessarily for her friend's emotional well-being, but that she might have to see the bunny pajamas again for as long as a week. I hate when the rich friends I live with for practically no rent have the gall to wear pajamas I don't like. Anna's most immediate concern after that is, naturally, also a selfish one. Kate is going to think that Anna has slept with Christian Grey, and, as every adult woman knows, sleeping with a man is the worst thing you can do. Christian doesn't know what Anna likes for breakfast, so he's ordered a little of everything from the menu. It's a scene that steals from Pretty Woman more than from Twilight, and it's a nice change. You'd think that after a wicked, blackout drunk, pancakes and eggs would be welcome, but as we have already learned, Anna is horrible and she likes absolutely nothing in life. I didn't know what you liked, so I ordered a selection from the breakfast menu. He gives me a crooked, apologetic smile. That's very profligate of you, I murmur, bewildered by the choice, though I am hungry. Profligate? I would have called it considerate, but by all means, criticize the guy who was trying to give you a nice breakfast. But also, maybe be aware of the consequences of eating that breakfast. It could be drugged. Christian remembers how she likes her tea. Jeez! And scolds her for having damp hair after a shower. What does this guy do? Just glare and act churlish towards his hair until it dries perfectly, just moments after a wash? Anna thanks him for the clothes and offers to pay for them, and he's offended at her offer, saying that he bought the clothes and the extremely expensive first edition books for her because I can, which is basically open intimidation. He's rich. He's going to do what he wants. And what he wants right now is to be Edward Cullen. Well, when you were nearly run over by the cyclist, and I was holding you and you were looking up at me, all kiss me, Christian. He pauses and shrugs slightly. I felt I owed you an apology and a warning. He runs his hand through his hair. Anastasia, I'm not... Yes. Anastasia, I'm not a hearts and flowers kind of man. I don't do romance. My tastes are very singular. You should steer clear from me. He closes his eyes as if in defeat. There's something about you, though, and I'm finding it impossible to stay away. But I think you've figured that out already. Very singular will kill me every time I read it. Just like Gammon and Gorgeous. Very singular. My tastes are very singular. Christian, please to elaborate on the something about Anna that you can't stay away from. Is it the way she loathes her friends and mentally belittles them at every opportunity? What about the way she has barely mastered the fine art of walking? All we've really seen by way of interaction between the two of them is Anna insulting him half the time and mumbling the other half. Where is the connection? It makes no sense for a rich, powerful man to want to put up with Anna's teenage angst bullshit. But since this fanfic would be sunk if Edward and Bella didn't get together, I, as the reader, must bend over and accept that this romantic connection exists. I'll get the lube. Annabella suggests that if Chedward can't stay away from her, maybe he shouldn't. Then she asks him if he's celibate. He's not, and he wants to know what she's doing for the next few days. Chedward is direct. She's working and packing since she's going to be moving to Seattle next week. He asks her a few questions about this upcoming move, and you know how Anna likes being asked questions born of genuine interest. The Christian Grey Inquisition is almost as irritating as the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. Here are Jenny Trout's helpful tips on how to be a good friend to Anastasia Rose Steele. Never make fun of her name. Give her things of monetary value. Jeans, Converse sneakers, or something intangible like low rent. Don't ask her questions. Don't wear pajamas she doesn't like. Put her at the center of the universe when she wants you to, and fade into the background the rest of the time.
Compliments because she doesn't believe them.
Okay, don't give her compliments. She doesn't deserve them. There isn't a lot of payoff to this plan because she's horrible, but it will be so worth it because she's the heroine of the book, and therefore you have to like knowing her. Christian again offers Anna a job which she doesn't want because being a college student with a paying job is so 1996. I'd like to bite that lip. He was, yeah, that's the bite the lip part. Okay. I'd like to bite that lip, he whispers darkly. Oh my. I am completely unaware that I am chewing my bottom lip. My mouth pops open as I gasp and swallow at the same time. That has to be the sexiest thing anybody has ever said to me. And gasping and swallowing at the same time has to be the sexiest noise anybody has ever made. Rather than assuming Anna is choking and immediately leaping up to give her the Heimlich maneuver, please note I spelled Heimlich correct on the first try, but it took 3 times to get maneuver right. Christian explains that he's not going to touch Anna without written consent, and I would assume some sort of extra hazard insurance. He wants to explain everything to her over dinner in Seattle, and he's pretty sure she's not going to want to see him again once he does explain it all. Holy shit. What does that mean? Does he white slave small children to some godforsaken part of the planet? Is he part of some underworld crime syndicate? That would explain why he's so rich. Is he deeply religious? Is he impotent? Surely not. He could prove that to me right now. Oh my. I flush scarlet thinking about the possibilities. So she thinks he would whip out his cock and beat it to tumescence right at the breakfast table to prove he's not impotent? Okay, we'll go with that. Christian arranges a helicopter ride from Portland to Seattle for after Anna's shift. I don't get why she doesn't just call in. She's not going to keep working in Portland when she's living in Seattle, right? And she has these expensive books she doesn't want to keep. She could live off the money from those for a while. This is why I've been unable to keep any job that wasn't writing, by the way. This line of reasoning right here. It's true, I don't like to go to jobs. I don't like to go to jobs. Christian literally commands Anna to eat because he has an issue with wasted food. He wants her to clean her plate, and he really does expect her to listen to him. When she's done, he rewards her with a good girl and sends her to dry her hair because he doesn't want her to get sick going outside with wet hair. There is absolutely nothing sexier than a guy who gives the same advice as my grandma, let me tell you. Christian also reveals that he's never slept with someone and not had sex, which means he's either never been to scout camp or he has some really bad memories from scout camp. That's a horrible joke. I shouldn't have made it, but I stick by it.
You made a terrible joke about the thing, about the road over there.
All right. What in heaven's name does that mean? He's never slept with anyone? He's a virgin? Somehow I doubt that. I stand staring at him in disbelief. He is the most mystifying person I've ever met, and it dawns on me that I have slept with Christian Grey, and I kick myself. What I would have given to be conscious to watch him sleep, see him vulnerable. Well, that is fucking spooky. Okay, number one, you know he's not a virgin. He said he wasn't celibate. Words mean things. Didn't you just graduate with a degree in English? 2, you're missing a question mark. 3, that's creepy and you're doing this all wrong. Bella sleeps, Edward watches, get your shit together. Anna goes back to the bathroom to dry her hair. And while she's in there, she encounters the most... Oh no.
Oh no?
It's this part.
Oh no?
Anna goes back to the bathroom to dry her hair, and while she's in there, she encounters the most erotic, the most thrilling, the most positively tantalizing of all temptations.
How many times have she said
I
that?
want to clean my teeth. I eye Christian's toothbrush. It would be like having him in my mouth. Note, the following section should be read in the voice of Morgan Freeman in The Shawshank Redemption. I wish I could tell you that Anna did not use Chedward's toothbrush. I wish I could tell you that she respects personal boundaries and would never do something so incredibly gross as put another person's toothbrush in her mouth. Glancing guiltily over my shoulder at the door, I feel the bristles on the toothbrush. They are damp. He must have used it already. Grabbing it quickly, I squirt toothpaste on it and brush my teeth in double quick time. I feel so naughty. It's such a thrill. This is a real book, is all I'm saying. Back in the living area,
This is painful.
Christian is on the phone. You can tell it's something important about business because he's name-dropping far-off locations like he's trying to prove that the Earth is his BFF and he's been on its yacht. Suez, Ben Sudan, Darfur. He's an important guy and he spends Earth Day in the VIP room with cake and bottles of Grey Goose. Then they leave while Anna thinks how weird it is that even after she was a drunken mess the night before, he's still there. Well, it is his hotel room. They get on the elevator, which apparently emits super horny rays because the second the doors close, Christian Grey is all over her. Oh, fuck the paperwork, he growls. He lunges at me, pushing me against the wall of the elevator. Before I know it, he's got both my hands in one of his in a vice-like grip above my head, and he's pinning me to the wall using his hips. Holy shit. His other hand grabs my ponytail and yanks down, bringing my face up, and his lips are on mine. It's only just not painful. I moan into his mouth, giving his tongue an opening. He takes full advantage, his tongue expertly exploring my mouth. I have never been kissed like this. I'm going to assume Anna has never been kissed ever at all, since until the morning she went for coffee with Gray, she hadn't even held hands with anyone. She goes from first kiss to wanting to have public sex in one paragraph. And then we have the first appearance, and I have been assured there will be many, of Anna's inner goddess. Christian notices that she's brushed her teeth. So he was going to kiss her with all of this morning's breakfast and last night's vomit still clinging in a film to her teeth? Hot. And she fesses up to using his toothbrush. Instead of recoiling in horror and asking her what the fuck she thought she was doing, he's amused, and they leave the hotel together.
Of course he is.
And that's it for chapter 5. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go brush my teeth with my own toothbrush. Thank you very much. So I believe at this point in the recaps, they had already begun to go viral. Which is just, to me, super bonkers, like how fast it took off. Like I think by this chapter, I think by chapter 6, I was already getting hate mail. Like, seriously.
People that like you saying, talking smack about how bad it is?
No.
It's so bad though. People liked this?
Mm-hmm.
People did not. This is so bad.
It is really bad.
But this cake is really good.
All right. Well, try not to, like, body slam the table or set yourself on fire on that candle.
Do me
I want to go check. Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to go and look. At what y'all are saying. Yes! Yes! Jonathan. I really wish that James would just write trashy period romances because, like, all of her books and characterization makes more sense if it's a 1977 17th century story. Yes. If she was writing, like, Kathleen Woodice and, like, Bertrice Small, this would all make sense, except for she could never touch Bertrice Small, who is one of my favorites forever. Rest in peace. All right. All right. Oh, Obsidian Nebula says, Wednesday, I am sorry to report that my mother read and enjoyed these books. That is how I first discovered them. I can't imagine liking this enough to send hate mail. I think there's like a whole I think there was a whole post in here about some of the hate mail. All right. 50 Shades of Grey chapter 6, not as previously reported, 7, recap, or up and away in my beautiful helicopter and sex dungeon. This will start to get spicy.
Okay, I'll get some cake and I'll leave.
Remember yesterday when I posted about the possibility of a 50 Shades of Grey movie? I'm not saying David Cronenberg has made it, but it does look like he's made the poster for it. And it was his movie, Cosmopolis. You are absolutely seeing what you are seeing. In the movie, In the movie, Arpats plays a young billionaire just trying to get through Manhattan traffic to get a haircut. I already call bullshit on the premise because if you're a billionaire, your barber comes to you. But what I find interesting about this is how the connection was made out there, somewhere, to more than one person. Arpats would make a good brooding billionaire in a story. And then he was Batman. Chapter 6 of 50 Shades of Grey starts off with one of my absolute biggest pet peeves in all fiction, the unrealistic car. This book... No, I'm not even going to get into how bad this series was with the cars. Christian opens the passenger door to the black Audi SUV, and I clamber in. It's a beast of a car. First of all, Audi makes a few different SUV crossover type vehicles, so I'm going to assume that the beast Anna is referring to is the largest one Audi makes, the Q7. There was a picture of it. That's a 2008, but this is Audi, so they didn't change all that much year to year. Nothing about the vehicle screams beast to me. It's classic private school mom's car. That's my first beef. My second beef is you can get this car new off the line for around $40K. Isn't Christian Grey super rich? He has his own helicopter. So why is he driving this and not some amazingly expensive sports car, or at the very least, a more expensive SUV like the Porsche Cayenne Turbo, which can run in the neighborhood of $100K? I see this all the time in romance novels, and I'm not sure what's happening, but if your hero is an Italian tycoon, he is not going to drive a BMW. If he's a centuries-old vampire with chests of gold doubloons just sitting around his house, he better not have just a Lincoln Navigator parked in the driveway. Looking at you, J.R. Ward. I guess you could make the argument that Christian Grey is frugal, but he just bought brand new shoes, jeans, and underthings for Anna to wear rather than making her wait for hers to come out of the dryer, so I don't know from frugal. Anna is still reeling from the elevator kiss, but Christian isn't mentioning it, so she figures she must have hallucinated it all. Because if Christian doesn't confirm her thoughts, I guess that makes them invalid somehow. Christian has the flower duet queued up on and on the MP3. Just for your reference, here is that song in a mock-up Audi commercial, because sometimes the universe falls into place like pieces in a divine jigsaw puzzle. But the video was removed by the person who had posted it. Anna thinks that this makes him seem young, carefree, and heart-stoppingly beautiful. Nothing says young and carefree like I'm a big opera fan. What's funny is now that I'm like 40, some of my friends, there's an opera in Grand Rapids this weekend, and I know 2 people who are in the opera, and I know another opera singer. So I'm like, this must be when I get old. It's when you start knowing, you can tell that you're old when you know a lot of opera people. Anyway, she questions him about his musical tastes, which run from everything from Thomas Tallis to the Kings of Leon. There was music. Did you hear the music? The beautiful music? The motorcycles that go all day long, just back and forth up this fucking road. Anyway. He puts on Kings of Leon, Sex on Fire, and Anna feels this is appropriate. Why is it appropriate? Did he give her herpes? I still wonder why Sex on Fire is considered like a sexy sort of simile, because all I think about is itching and burning. Like, I just do. Christian gets a lot of phone calls in the car, including one from his brother Elliot, who asks if he got laid. What kind of a weirdo is Elliot if he sees his brother wrestling an unconscious woman out of a bar and then asks if he got laid? Hey bro, you raped that girl last night? High five! Anna suggests that Christian refer to her as Anna instead of Anastasia because she prefers it. But as we all know, nothing in this story is about what Anna prefers, and it's instead all about what Christian prefers for her. So he ignores her request and warns her that he won't be kissing her again, not unless it's premeditated. He has an easy way with the murder terminology, doesn't he? He pulls up outside my duplex. I belatedly realize he's not asked me where I live, yet he knows. But then he sent the books. Of course he knows where I live. What? Abel? Oh, I'm sorry. I just stumbled over reading it because it is just so badly written. What Abel, cell phone tracking, helicopter owning stalker wouldn't? Why won't he kiss me again? I pout at the thought. Anna, can you hear yourself when you think, or is it all just the whistle of a vacant, lonely desert wind in there? Christian opens Anna's car door for her, prompting the writing of that HuffPo article I mentioned the other day. If you'd like to gag on your own vomit, here's the link. And that was that one that was referenced earlier. And she thinks about him kissing her and the fact that she really didn't get a chance to touch him or anything. I forgot about that. They go into the duplex where Kate and Elliot are sitting at the table. She has the most un-Kate, ridiculous grin on her face, and she looks mussed up in a sexy kind of way. Christian follows me into the living area, and in spite of her I've been having a good time all night grin, Kate eyes him suspiciously. Hi, Anna! She leaps up to hug me, then holds me at arm's length so she can examine me. She frowns and turns to Christian. Good morning, Christian, she says, and her tone is a little hostile. I would be more concerned if she wasn't slightly suspicious. When Anna went home with Christian, she was unconscious. They just graduated college. They know what happens when unconscious women are left alone with young men. Elliot kisses Kate goodbye, prompting Anna to think, geez, get a room. What kind of room, Anna? Like an elevator? A public place where anyone could just walk right in? Hypocritical much? Yes! Hypocritical very much! Kate just melts. I've never seen her melt before. The words comely and compliant come to mind. Compliant Kate. Boy, Elliot must be good. Excuse me, ma'am, but your ass is showing. Didn't you just last chapter finish all the food on your plate even though you weren't hungry because Christian asked you to? Let's not be pointing fingers vis-a-vis complacency, okay? Or compliancy. Complacency, too. Christian and Elliot leave together, and Anna is jealous because Elliot blows Kate a kiss and Christian doesn't blow her a kiss. Oh, and because Kate had sex. So did you? Kate asks as we watch them climb into the car and drive off, the burning curiosity evident in her voice. No, I snap back irritably, hoping that will halt the questions. We head back into the apartment. You obviously did, though. I can't contain my envy. Kate always manages to ensnare men. She is irresistible, beautiful, sexy, funny, forward, all the things that I'm not. Way to slut shame, Anna. It's not like you weren't just rubbing your no-no with Christian Grey's body wash. Please note that taking all the circumstances into account, Anna is envious that Kate had sex with Elliot and Christian didn't rape her while she was unconscious. And I'm seeing him again this evening. She claps her hands and jumps up and down like a small child. She cannot contain her excitement and happiness, and I can't help but feel happy for her. A happy Kate. This is going to be interesting. Not as interesting as a happy Anna would be, but I'm sure the existence of such a creature is a statistical improbability. And what is it with references to small children, especially in the context it keeps getting used in over and over? Is it intentional to diminish the characters as women? They're not having fully adult, grown woman feelings about sex. No, they're always suddenly somehow childish. That's really starting to get on my nerves, intentional or not. Kate pretties Anna up, off screen, thank God, so we don't have to hear about how horrible the ordeal was. And Anna goes to work at Clayton's Hardware, where she thinks back on how Kate prettied her up and how horrible the ordeal was. There. I remember that part so painfully. Double crap. Anna is also not thrilled that she has to convince Kate that she wants to have sex with Christian Grey. Kate has got to be the most inconsistently written character ever committed in the written word. 1 minute she's all, oh my god, do him. It's all one word. The next, she's entirely justifiably, he's a weirdo and I don't trust him. Anna's would-be rapist, Jose, keeps calling her, leaving 3 messages and 7 missed calls on the cell, and harassing Kate at home. Doesn't he know that the most romantical of stalkers just trace cell phones? Jeez. Tonight is the night, but Anna still has her doubts. After all this time, am I ready for this? My inner goddess glares at me, tapping her small foot impatiently. She's been ready for this for years, and she's ready for anything with Christian Grey, but I still don't understand what he sees in me. Mousy Anna Steele. It makes no sense. The pairing of ellipses and M dash doesn't make sense either, Anna. Anna does not strike me as someone, inner goddess or no, who is ready for a sexual relationship with anyone. She is entirely intimidated by Christian Grey and unable to say no to him. She has no self-esteem and what appears to be a very negative view of sex altogether, considering her scathing attitude toward Kate's night with Elliot. She has all the maturity of an underripe banana. This is not a person who should be having sex at all, but she's pretty much counting on it the day after her very first real kiss. The fact that she doesn't find it weird that Christian has suggested paperwork will be involved in their sexual relationship is a big red stop sign. But Christian is waiting for her and opens her door after her shift at the hardware store. They chit-chat about their day, Anna's voice husky, too low, and full of need, until they arrive at the heliport. I wonder where the fabled helicopter might be. We're in a built-up area of the city, and even I know helicopters need space to take off and land. That's planes you're thinking of, Anna. Helicopters are perfect for exactly the situation you're describing, because they do not need a lot of space to take off and land. Come on, this is Helicopters 101 here. No, this is Helicopters 93, Intro to Helicopters. It's the shit you're supposed to know before you take Helicopters 101. They get into an elevator and they share a little smile, thinking about the fact that they made out in an elevator earlier that day. You crazy kids with your elevator BDSM. They're taking the company helicopter, and the guy at the helipad informs them that the checks are already done. So Christian just hops right in. So we know he's a shitty pilot then, because what kind of pilot doesn't do his own checks? Especially a pilot who runs a powerful company with tons of money, and people might profit somehow off his death. Then again, I'm not going to complain about not having to sit with Anna's internal monologue while Christian does 20 minutes of flight safety stuff, because just getting her buckled into the seat is bad enough. I sit down in my allotted seat, and he crouches beside me to strap me into the harness. It's a 4-point harness, with all the straps connected to one center buckle. He tightens both of the upper straps, so I can hardly move. He's so close and intent on what he's doing. If I could only lean forward, my nose would be in his hair. He smells clean, fresh, heavenly, but I'm fastened securely into my seat and effectively immobile. He glances up and smiles like he's enjoying his usual private joke, his gray eyes heated. He's so tantalizingly close. I hold my breath as he pulls at one of the upper straps. You're secure, no escaping, he whispers. His eyes are scorching. It actually keeps going on from there, and there's so much to enjoy. From Anna, who constantly refers to children or being childlike whenever the subject of sexuality comes up, being strapped into what is basically a giant car seat, to Christian not knowing what seatbelts actually are for. Pro tip, they're to keep you from flying out of the vehicle in the event of a crash, not to keep you from escaping. It's like a delicate ballet of unintentional metaphor making too fine a point and intentional metaphor falling flat as a first-time souffle. Luckily for us, the helicopter ride to Seattle takes an hour, so we have plenty of time for this type of thing. His face is softly illuminated by the lights on the instrument panel. He's concentrating hard. and he's continually glancing at the various styles in front of him. I drink in his features from beneath my lashes. He has a beautiful profile, straight nose, square jaw. I'd like to run my tongue along his jaw. He hasn't shaved, and his stubble makes the prospect doubly tempting. I'd like to feel how rough it is beneath my tongue, my fingers, against my face. I just want to pause a moment here and say that while I am deeply troubled by most of the rest of this book, I'd like to offer E.L. James a hearty congratulations for articulating exactly what goes through my mind every time I watch James May driving on Top Gear. Good job, E.L.! There is a lot of chatter over the radio about airspace and clearances and such, and that we don't necessarily need to read. Not because it's not interesting, but because I'm almost 100% certain it's entirely made up and serves no purpose other than to fill the pages and make the helicopter ride seem like it has been an hour long. Then they're flying into Seattle. It looks otherworldly, unreal, and I feel like I'm on a giant film set. Jose's favorite film, maybe. Blade Runner. The memory of Jose's attempted kiss haunts me. I'm beginning to feel a bit cruel not calling him back. He can wait until tomorrow, ... Surely. Or, never. If some guy is acting all crazy putting his hands on you and you're clearly saying no, you don't have any obligation to speak to him ever again. Maybe that isn't polite of me to say, but with a guy who won't take no for an answer, polite is a one-way ticket to Rapesville, population U. And as they're about to land, Anna feels faint, knowing that she's going to let Christian down somehow. He'll find me lacking in some way. I wish I'd listened to Kate and borrowed one of her dresses, but I like my black jeans, and I'm wearing a soft mint green shirt and Kate's black jacket. I look smart enough. She's not smart enough. Interesting. I always assumed that she wore Kate's plum dress to the first meeting. And I feel like in the movie she wore like a floaty peach dress or something. I don't know. It's like I think about it and it all comes rushing back and I have to remind myself that I'm in the present, like, and I'm not trapped in the nightmare world of 50 Shades at the height of its popularity. They still make black jeans. I mean, I was apparently off the mark in my assessment of whether or not people wear jeans with heels, although I stand by my conviction when I say that is totally gross. But seriously, I haven't seen black jeans in a while. Okay, whatever floats your boat. You could have borrowed Kate's dress. Instead, you're dressed like Marie Osmond trying to sell her dolls on QVC. Go for it. They land, and Anna is still super nervous. Her breathing is erratic, but at least she's breathing this time, right? His look is so intense, half in shadow, half in the bright white light from the landing lights. Dark night and white night. It's a fitting metaphor for Christian. I thought Hillside Strangler was a more fitting metaphor for Christian, but by all means stick with Dark Night, because every time I see it, I'm going to use this. And I always put the picture of Abed dressed as Batman. Christian tells her that she doesn't have to do anything she doesn't want to do, to which Anna responds, I'd never do anything I didn't want to do, Christian. List of things Anna has done so far in this book that she didn't want to do. Interview Christian Grey, call Christian Grey, talk about Christian Grey to her roommate, keep the books Christian Grey gave her, be rescued from a bar by Christian Grey, finish her breakfast, get prettied up for Christian Grey. I think we're well past the point in our acquaintance with Anna. I think we're well past the point in our acquaintance with Anna where we can possibly believe her when she says, I'd never do anything I didn't want to do. In fact, this entire story stems directly from an incident where she did something despite not wanting to do it. Christian opens the helicopter door for her. Why doesn't my husband open the helicopter door for me? Wah. And they get into another elevator, one that's mirrored so she can see that Christian is holding me to infinity too. Christian lives in a super modern, super white apartment with possibly platinum fireplace and a giant sofa. Anna gives us a brief tour of the place, including how many guests the furniture can seat. I shit you not. From kitchen to piano. Of course he plays the piano, silly goose. He's Edward Cullen. He wrote Bella a lullaby. He'll probably write Anna a lullaby before this book is over. Even after viewing her spectacular throw up the night before, he offers her a glass of wine. And even though she does not want it, she accepts it. She'd never do something she didn't want to do, remember? The dialogue in this section is exceptional. Here's an example. It's a very big place you have here. Big? Big. It's big, he agrees, and his eyes glow with amusement. I take another sip of wine. Do you play? I point my chin at the piano. Yes. Well? Yes. Of course you do. Is there anything you can't do well? Not stop, people. That's just off the top of my head. That's something Christian Grey can't do well. They sit on the couch, and Anna makes a reference to Tess because if she made a reference to Wuthering Heights, we'd have plagiarism on our hands. Anna asks him why he gave her those books specifically, and then says she'd like him to completely debase her the way Alec does Tess. Christian argues that she couldn't possibly know what she's talking about, while simultaneously telling her that the way she bites her lip is distracting. When he gets the gist that Anna is down to get down, he runs and fetches a non-disclosure agreement for her to sign. She can't tell anything about them to anyone. The non-disclosure agreement seems to be a lot like the end-user license agreement when you buy a video game. See, Christian has this dark secret he thinks is going to scare Anna away. But before she knows what it is, she has to sign this paper. Just like once you bought the game, you can't return it if you open it, but you can't read the user agreement unless you open the game, but you can't use the game until you agree with the agreement. Oi. She doesn't read it, even though Christian warns her to never sign anything. She doesn't read, but she argues with him and signs it anyway. Then asks, "Oh, I misread that completely. Sorry, I'm one-eyed." She doesn't read it, even though Christian warns her to never sign anything she hasn't read, but she argues with him and signs it anyway, then asks, "Does this mean you're going to make love to me tonight, Christian?" His response, "Here it comes. You guys, are you ready? Are you ready? Here it comes." No, Anastasia, it doesn't. Firstly, I don't make love. I fuck hard. Second, there's a lot more paperwork to do. And thirdly, if you don't know yet what you're in for, you could still run for the hills. I don't make love. I fuck hard. I remember when, like, they were talking about Henry Cavill possibly being in this. And honestly, if Henry Cavill said that, I would be a 50 Shades fan. But then they had Jamie Dornan in the role. And he was like, he looks like a fetus that was never born but somehow grew up. And his face is so little. I've bought cars where I filled out less paperwork than it takes to fuck Christian Grey. He offers to show Anna his playroom, and she interprets this as wanting to play Xbox. Before he opens the door to the playroom, he reminds her that they can leave at absolutely any time. He's totally cool with it if she's not down with what's behind door number 1. Anna insists he opens the door. And it feels like I've time traveled back to the 16th century and the Spanish Inquisition. Are you sure it's the Spanish Inquisition? Not the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition or the Christian Grey Inquisition? Anna sure thinks about the Inquisition a lot. I'm adding that to the drinking game. That's all for Chapter 6, I'm afraid. I very much appreciate the chapter this recap is drumming up. If you want to talk about 50 Shades, or Twilight, or helicopters, or Top Gear, or what I had for breakfast, hit me up on my Twitter, at Jenny_Trout. That's updated. I love the fact that the link updated itself. I'm the friendliest misanthrope you'll ever meet. Until tomorrow, good night and good luck. So, we got to the I don't make love, I fuck part. It's the hard edition. You play well? Not. I just have it to show off. I would do that. I want a piano. I don't know how to play piano, but I want one because I want people to think I'm fancy. I'm looking at all this. It sounds like she wants to lick a Brillo pad. After the hair tendril thing, I'm imagining Kate as the mother in Beetlejuice. Why do we need to know the subconscious is foot size? This is fantastic. I'm so glad people are having fun doing this because I'm having fun too. I'm having fun. I'm having fun, but also having warned my child that it was going to get spicy. And then my child ran for the hills after saying that she watched after. Hello. You know what, this morning? She's like, oh, I think I'm going to watch Bridgerton today. I'm like, excuse me? You think you're going to watch Bridgerton? No, because I don't want you to have messed up thoughts about effective birth control. All right. Anyway, since I'm by myself here, Oh, God, I hope I don't set my iPad on fire. That wouldn't help what's going on under here. That might. Are you fucking kidding me? I have no depth perception. Did you see how hard it was to light that thing? All right. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 7 recap. Oh, by the way, I don't smoke cigarettes. Just weed. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 7 recap, or I wish this whole book was as short as this chapter. Did anyone watch last week's episode of Game of Thrones? Every time someone was ordering a whore to beat another whore to death or forcing a live rat to burrow through a screaming man's heart, I thought of Anna and her obsession with the Spanish Inquisition. Also, thanks, Game of Thrones. I just got my notoriously squeamish husband to watch you, and you utterly disturbed him. Now I'm going to have to watch it alone, just like American Horror Story, and I'll have no one to talk to about it. Jeez. I got D-Rock to watch it, and then I got Ramen Green and Jessica Jarvin both to watch it. Chapter 7 opens with proof that Anna doesn't really have a concept of what the Spanish Inquisition was like. At the end of Chapter 6, she says the playroom is like stepping into the Spanish Inquisition, but at the top of Chapter 7, she opens with this description. The first thing I notice is the smell. Leather, wood, polish with a faint citrus scent. It's very pleasant, and the lighting is soft, subtle. In fact, I can't see the source, but it's around the cornice in the room, emitting an ambient glow. The walls and ceiling are a deep, dark burgundy, giving a womb-like effect to the spacious room, and the floor is old varnished wood. There is a large wooden cross, like an X, fastened to the wall, facing the door. It's made of high-polished mahogany, and there are restraining cuffs on each corner. I'm no medieval historian or anything, but I'm pretty sure nothing about the Inquisition was faintly citrus-scented. Anna has stumbled into the executive class Inquisition, is what I'm thinking. The description goes on, detailing an iron grid on the ceiling, various lengths of rope and chains, paddles, whips, exactly the type of stuff you'd expect from a sadistic billionaire. There's also a red leather bed made from the suits Eddie Murphy wore on tour in the 80s. Jenny, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that to Eddie Murphy. Come on. Okay, obviously that part isn't in the book, but let me have this one. Anna feels the room is romantic, or at least Christian's version of romantic, so she picks up a flogger and thinks a bit. I think I'm in shock. My subconscious has been struck dumb, or simply keeled over and expired. I am numb. I can observe and absorb, but not articulate my feelings about finding out a potential lover is a complete freaky sadist or a masochist. Fear, yes, that seems to be the overriding feeling. I recognize it now, but weirdly not of him. I don't think he'd hurt me. Well, not without my consent. Oh, you don't think that, do you? How is this a surprise? He came to your work and bought rope and cable ties. He took weird pleasure in strapping you to your helicopter seat. It's not like the guy hasn't been sending you clues this whole time, probably on purpose to feel you out. He's not subtle. Anna checks out the bed and admires the craftsmanship. Anna asks if he's into being beaten or beating people himself. People? He blinks a couple of times as he considers his answer. I do this to women who want me to. I don't understand. If you have willing encounters, why am I here? Because I want to do this with you, very much. Oh, I gasp. Why? I just realized, as I read this right now, that he says people, like he's confused. And then he's like, no, women. Not people. Not people. Women. Come on, Anna. Not people. Oh, you went out. R.I.P. I'll let you back up in a second. Is it even that hard to figure out, Anna? I've been wanting to take a crack at you with any available implement since the middle of chapter 1. True story. Anna confuses dominance with sadism, but I can't really blame her. I really can't blame her. There's a little caning station set up, for heaven's sakes. Caning ain't playing around. But Christian doesn't get off on the pain aspect, just the submission. Please him. He wants me to please him. I think my mouth drops open. Please Christian Grey. And I realize in that moment that, yes, that's exactly what I want to do. I want him to be damned delighted with me. It's a revelation. Let me just clarify before I go any further with my thoughts here that I have nothing against BDSM. I think that between 2 or more consenting adults who want to get off and have a good time safely, BDSM isn't any different than any other aspect of human sexuality. There's nothing inherently dangerous about it. It doesn't speak to some deep psychological wound in the people who get off on it. It's just a thing that turns cranks for people. I still agree. However, I do think there is a different level of consent to anything involving the physical aspects of BDSM, and I don't think Anna can consent here. She's a miserable person, desperate to please a romantic hero of her dreams, and she's unable to say no to anyone. I think if Christian Grey asked her to rob a bank or kill a man just to watch him die, she would jump at the chance to please him. In fact, when Anna asks what she would get out of the arrangement, Christian's answer is me. I don't feel that's entirely a fair way for a dominant to answer that question. Kate had said he was dangerous. She was so right. How did she know? He's dangerous to my health because I know I'm going to say yes, and a part of me doesn't want to. See what I meant about consent? Christian takes her to a different room, all in white. He has the same decorator as the Cullens do, and with an awesome view. This would be Anna's room, and she'd stay in it from Friday evening through Sunday if she agrees during negotiations. He won't sleep with her. It's just not something he does. They go back downstairs for dinner, and Christian tells Anna that now that she's signed a non-disclosure, she can ask him anything. And thus follows the funniest typo ever. This is my favorite. This is my favorite. I'm sure at some point during the print run they caught it and they changed it, but I'm so glad that the copy that I got was like the coffee house, whatever. Somebody lent me their writer's coffee shop copy or whatever. But we won't have any sort of relationship, I ask? No. Why? This is the only sort of relationship I'm interested in. I know it's a typo. I know this because this is the pre-Random House version of the book. I've noticed a few people saying that Random House didn't edit the book upon acquisition, and just looking over both versions, it's clear they did line edits on it. So let's put that to rest and discuss the fact that in the original version, the one that garnered worldwide success, Christian is only interesting in a BDSM relationship. I contend that no, he's just plain not interesting. He offers Anna food, and when she politely refuses on the basis of not being hungry, he commands that she eat. You know, after the last chapter where he told her she wouldn't have to do anything she didn't want to do. Sure, he sounds like a safe, trustworthy dom. Anna points out that since she hasn't signed anything, she doesn't have to eat if she doesn't want to, and at least he backs down. I would give her props for putting him in his place, but it's obvious that this is going to be like the very last time because she's going to sign his paperwork and let him do whatever he wants to her. I know this because there are a lot more pages in this book. Christian uses different variations of the word punish a lot. I think he's referring to I think he's related to Penny Pinkleton's mother. If you have not seen John Waters' Hairspray, which is a masterpiece, Penny Pinkleton's mother wants to put a P on her sweater that will tell everybody that Penny Pinkleton is permanently punished. It's better than the musical. Watch that. Don't watch the musical is very earnest in a cringy way. Before Christian can warn Anna about the dangers of race music or threaten to make her wear a P on her sweater because she's permanently punished, he figures he better. I'm so delighted with myself. He figures he better show her the rules. Yes, all the rules there are. All the rules are there, like we're reading the sheet of paper with Anna. To sum them up, Anna has to obey Christian in all things, get plenty of sleep, good nutrition, no snacking between meals. I would be so out. Wear certain clothes while in Christian's presence, work out regularly with a personal trainer, get waxed and prettied up, not smoke, get drunk or use drugs, or have sex with anyone other than him, and generally not embarrass him or she's going to get punished. There's a section on hard limits, meaning what freaky sex stuff she's going to be down for. That's a whole separate batch of paperwork that I'm really looking forward to slogging through, let me tell you. She feels weird about accepting money for clothes, thinking that will make her a hoe. They argue and nitpick over pretty much everything on the list, and Christian introduces his hard limits. They include nothing where people are getting set on fire, pissed or shat upon, cut up, pierced, no medical fetish shit, pedophilia. I wonder if he knows how childlike Anna finds sexuality, or bestiality, no choking or anything like that. When Christian asks Anna what her hard limits are, she admits she doesn't know because she's never had sex before. You're a virgin, he breathes. I nod, flushing again. He closes his eyes and looks to be counting to 10. When he opens them again, he's angry, glaring at me. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? He growls. Wow, the winner of Mr. Sensitive 2012 is... This recap isn't longer because it's a short chapter made shorter when you cut out the huge chunks of paperwork that I sure as hell was not retyping here. However, tomorrow, now brace yourself. I know you've been quivering in anticipation this whole time. Tomorrow, Anastasia Rose Steele and Christian Grey are going to do it. I'll get my rubber panties. Here's the thing that I want to note real quick while I continue to smoke marijuana so that I automatically and frantically disqualify myself. Emphatically disqualify myself from being one of Christian Grey's sex slaves. Is that under the section of hard limits, she was not actually like able to put down things as a hard limit, like I want to be able to eat what I want. That was a condition at all. There was no negotiation involved there. It wasn't like they got to negotiate those things. It was literally like, you will do these things. And I remember being so angry about that because I'm like, okay, she can have hard limits when it comes to sexuality, which she doesn't know anything about. But she can't have any hard limits when it comes to, like, her life. Like, not waxing or whatever. You know, like, you are not worth waxing my butt crack for, Christian Grey. Absolutely not. Never. Never. Let me check out your little chat. Yeah, how dare she be a virgin? Exactly. Exactly. Outside, someone is having a screaming match with a toddler. That's crazy because all I hear are motorcycles! Because that's all there are. Oh, that might not have been someone screaming at anybody, because the guy that keeps riding back and forth, he has a radio blasting as well on his motorcycle. Yes, Michigan, the feelings forever. Okay. Oh, you had... Oh! Library of Scars just had eye surgery. I'm so sorry. I didn't have surgery. I just have bad things happening to my eyes. Okay. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 8 recap, or this one time I fucked a girl so hard she turned into a pirate. Now with drug-fueled lunacy! You think I'm kidding, right? That's sweet that you think I have to make shit like that up. No, I'm not even going to save it for a slow reveal. In this chapter, Christian Grey fucks Anna so hard she turns into a pirate. Not even a digital age pirate, like straight out of Treasure Island pirate. Look, I even gave a nod to classical literature. This blog is just steps away from becoming a finalist in Goodreads.com's Reader's Choice Awards romance category. And there is an asterisk. I want to see what I asterisked it about. Oh, I guess I never followed up on the asterisk. But let me tell you what. The Goodreads. Obviously I don't keep track every single fucking year about Goodreads, right? But the Goodreads Reader's Choice Awards romance always seems to be something that is absolutely just the most fucking mundane, awful shit. Like A Court of Thorns and Roses, I think. I think last year it won. I think last year Sarah Moss, that series, won. Maybe it wasn't from that series. But like Colleen Hoover won it, 50 Shades of Grey won it. I'm pretty sure Beautiful Disaster won it. Or maybe, no, maybe that was when she threw a fit because it was in the romance category. It's not romance! All right. Here we go. In our last foray into Grey, Christian had just learned that Anna is a virgin, and he reacted with all the grace and sensitivity you would expect from a man who stalks women and forces them to sign legally binding contracts before having sex with him. That is to say, none at all. He's actually angry that Anna didn't tell him sooner, because being a 21-year-old virgin is something to brag about in this day and age, am I right? Now he's pacing around his home office, running both hands through his hair like he's been playing the stock market in 1929 and just realized this is a bad move. He's mad because she knows about his sex dungeon and she didn't tell him about her virginity, which appears to genuinely disgust him. Of course, he never filled out a non-disclosure agreement with Anna, so why should she have to share all her secrets? How is he mad that she knows something she's legally bound to never tell another soul, but she hasn't bared herself to him in a similar manner without that legal protection? I bet when Christian was a kid, he said that's not fair in a really whiny voice a lot. And a nice young man hasn't swept you off your feet? I just don't understand. You're 21, nearly 22. You're beautiful. He runs his hands through his hair again. Beautiful. I flush with pleasure. Christian Grey thinks I'm beautiful. I knot my fingers together, staring at them hard, trying to conceal my goofy grin. Perhaps he's nearsighted, my subconscious has reared her somnambulant head. Where was she when I needed her? Listen, Anna, I've told you this several times. That's not your subconscious. Your subconscious isn't in charge of putting fully formed thoughts into your head in an easy-to-read format. Your subconscious is, however, probably the reason that you can't say no to anyone, but you still think you're operating under your own willpower. As for Christian Grey and his nice young man comment, I really think that this whole thing could be more believable if he'd been written as a guy in his late 50s. I mean, come on, nice young man. I'm not believing for an instant a 27-year-old bachelor millionaire who doesn't have an Xbox. Never gonna happen. Christian offers very gallantly to unburden her of her virginity. I thought you didn't make love. I thought you fucked hard. I swallow, my mouth suddenly dry. He gives me a wicked grin, the effects of which travel all the way down there. Down there! The effects of which travel all the way down there. By the way, I'm not aroused, and that's why I'm moving. My shoulder hurts, and that's why I'm moving. Where was I? Oh! That's right. She said down there. Okay, and then it's still in the excerpt. I can make an exception or maybe combine the two. We'll see. I really want to make love to you. Please come to bed with me. I want our arrangement to work, but you really need to have some idea what you're getting yourself into. We can start your training tonight with the basics. This doesn't mean I've come over all hearts and flowers. It's a mean to an end, but one that I want, and hopefully you do too. I'll be nice to you right now. I'll be nice to you until you're the perfect sub that I want. And then it's changing on a dime, bitch. Oh, Christian, stop your romantic talk. I'm falling in love with you already. There are so many times in this book I've said out loud, seriously? This is one of those. A means to an end? How much paperwork is she going to have to fill out on this one? The romance in this scene is paralleled only by the unbridled eroticism, with Anna using such wicked terminology as down there. Someone quick turn up the AC. Anna points out that she hasn't said yes to any of the rules, and Christian decides he can make an exception to get some tail. Forget about the rules. Forget about all those details for tonight. I want you. I've wanted you since you fell into my office. And I know you want me. You fell into my office. And I know you want me. You wouldn't be sitting here calmly discussing punishment and hard limits if you didn't. Please, Anna, spend the night with me. Okay, if you want her so much that you can forget all the other stuff, then why is it an issue if she doesn't want to play Dom Sub with you? Since finding out about the sex dungeon, she's thought of him as a freak and a monster. And she's totally disappointed that he's into this stuff. He's even picked up on it. So if you're so into her, why can't you enter into a relationship with her that doesn't include those elements? Or at least introduce the elements gradually to see if she likes them. No? It has to be exactly the way you want it to be all the time because that's your idea of what a relationship is? That's healthy. So they're gonna have sex just this one time, totally vanilla, to get rid of her pesky virginity. He says she's one brave woman and that he's in awe of her. Why is she brave? Because she's having sex? Or because she's going to be having sex with you? Someone is awfully full of himself if he thinks he's so scary and intimidating. But rather than have sex with her in the room reserved specifically for that purpose, Chedward breaks his usual rigid self-control and takes her to his bedroom. The walls are white, and the furnishings are pale blue. The enormous bed is ultra-modern, made of rough gray wood, like driftwood. 4 posts, but no canopy. On the wall above it is a stunning portrait of the sea. I don't mean to pick nits. Yes, you do, Jen. But how is driftwood ultra-modern? I still would like to know. I'd like to see this ultra-modern driftwood. I'm quaking like a leaf. This is it. Finally, after all this time, I'm going to do it with none other than Christian Grey. None other than. Oh my god, this is killing me. This is killing me. FYI, if there are any typos or missing words in this post, it's because I had to get an epic high on to get through the chapter. The moment I read do it, I was like, oh no, and reached for the nearest available illegal substance. I am not kidding. It's legal now. I can't get through a sex chapter sober if it's going to be all chock full of middle school euphemisms. Of course, now I'm terrified that some angry 50 Shades fan is out there scouring my books for middle school euphemisms and wondering whether they're going to find them. Damn this drug-induced paranoia. It happens all the time. You said in this recap that this and this. You complained about this in this book, and then you this. Yeah, well, I'm a hypocrite, so suck it. It's how it happens. Oh my god, I'm getting high, and I'm so glad there's cake here. Okay. Christian says he wants to bite her lip again. If I had known how repetitive people biting or wanting to bite Anna's lip was going to be, I would have added it to the drinking game. But I didn't, and you're still alive. So in a way, I saved your life. You're welcome. Anna watches as Christian does the most anal retentive striptease ever. He takes off his watch. He takes off his jacket. He takes off his shoes and socks. And apparently this methodical undressing is doing something to Anna because she finds even his toes tantalizing. Alliteration, high five. They have the requisite conversation about birth control that's factory stock in every romance ever these days. But props to my girl EL, she switches it up quite a bit. I assume you're not on the pill? What? Shit. I didn't think so. He opens the top drawer of the chest and removes a packet of condoms. If you're a reader of contemporary romances, you'll know how this scene usually goes. If the hero and the heroine discuss birth control at all, they do so to show the reader why it's okay for them to bareback it. The hero will always suggest a condom, and the heroine will say, it's okay, I'm on the pill. I always kind of think to myself, is it a pill that will prevent chlamydia? They can't really talk because I write a lot of unsafe sex. That's because it's fantasy and condoms suck in real life. I think we can all agree on that point. Except for with anal. And also, my characters bonking at raw are usually vampires or other magical creatures that can't get STDs or worse, children. Here, E.L. James takes the common sense high road by having her characters not argue their way into the clap. Good job. So when Christian takes out the condoms, he says, hang on a second. I'm trying to get my serious face on. How did I know it was going to be like this? I can see through time. It's not working. He says, be prepared. Kristen does a slow walk over to Anna, saying stock fantasy things like, do you have any idea what I'm going to do to you? And talking about how much he wants her. The best part of my morning was that while writing that sequence, or that sentence, Night Fever by the Bee Gees started playing on Spotify. For the purpose of the rest of this blog entry and to avoid the unintentional bestiality that would happen if we were still reminded of Scar from The Lion King, Christian Grey is John Travolta. And then I said, not this John Travolta, and it was young John Travolta. And I said, nope, we're going to imagine middle-aged bear John. And that was present-day Travolta. And I said he was in a swimming pool, the daddy bear's natural habitat. I stick by that. All the bears I know have a hot tub at least. Like, there's some way to get in the water in their backyard. All right. Christian takes Anna's shirt off and compliments her on her beautiful pale skin. I fucking told you, Anna. And her brown hair. We get some pretty tame words in this part, like behind and backside and erection. I can hardly contain the riotous feelings, or is it hormones that rampage through my body? What? What did any of that even just mean? Seeing him on his knees in front of me, feeling his mouth on me, it's so unexpected and hot. My hands stay in his hair, pulling gently as I try to quiet my too loud breathing. Here's another place where the Random House version and the original version differ. They caught that once the sex starts, the punctuation falls fucking apart, and they fixed that. Also, it looks like we might have a problem here. She's into seeing him on his knees. Uh-oh, maybe they're both doms. Shit, that just would not work out, right? He puts his nose in her vulva and tells her how good she smells, right before he takes off her shoes and her socks and then licks her foot and nibbles on it. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Angelina Jolie. When you take your foot out of sneakers and socks, they are moist with a buildup of perspiration. They probably don't smell fresh, and they are going to be absolutely covered in sock lint. I cannot get that image out of my mind. A pale, sweaty foot with indentations from the shoe and sock lint all over it, and Chedward sucking on it. Hork! Seriously, hork. Then we reached the moment in the book that made me literally rant out loud for an hour about negative attitudes about toward female sexuality in Western culture. We might be in for a treat. Show me how you pleasure yourself. Oh, I know what this is. Show me how you pleasure yourself. What? I frown. Don't be coy, Anna. Show me, he whispers. I shake my head. I don't know what you mean. My voice is hoarse. I hardly recognize it, laced with desire. How do you make yourself come? I want to see. I shake my head. I don't, I mumble. He raises his eyebrows, astonished for a moment, and then his eyes darken and he shakes his head in disbelief. Okay, I get it. Anna is innocent. So innocent that at age 21 she has never masturbated except for that part in the fucking shower just a few fucking chapters ago when she was rubbing Christian's body wash all up on her noonie. What is the appeal here? Why do romance readers like heroines who have never orgasmed? What is the draw fantasy-wise? I cannot fathom why it is preferable for a romance heroine to be so totally ignorant about sex that she can't even engage in a frank dialogue with the hero about what it takes to get her off. Is ignorance really a quality we should value in our young women on any subject? If life imitates art, are we training women to subconsciously believe that their past sexual experience sullies them in some way? What the hell? What the hell? I have completely forgotten what I was originally doing here, actually. That's how infuriating I find that trope. I can see slowly as I'm reading through here, like how the framework of the boss happened. Like, I wasn't writing it at this point. I'm pretty sure I decided on a whim, like while writing a recap. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna write something. And I'm like fucking, like, I can see how mad this made me and exactly where I made certain choices before I even realized I was writing that book. Christian decides that he's going to try to make Anna come from playing with her nipples. I'm thinking if she's gone her entire adult life and her teenage years without having an orgasm, just turning a hairdryer on in the next room is going to make her come, but whatever, you're the Chedward. Of course it works, and really quickly, and suddenly Anna understands what's so great about sex. Then, Chedward apparently puts a hole in her panties. His hand moves down my waist to my hips and then cups me intimately. Jeez. His fingers... You know, I'm from Michigan. I'm not saying this right. Hang on. His hand moves down my waist to my hips and then he cups me intimately. Jeez. His finger slips through the fine lace and slowly circles around me. There. Can you vague that up for me? There where? The lace? Did his finger rip through the panties? That's what it sounds like. Oh, well, he's rich. He can buy more, right? Finally, we get the big reveal. And it really is big. So big that, like every romance heroine ever, Anna wonders how it will fit. And then it happens. I'm gonna fuck you now, Miss Steele, he murmurs as he positions the head of his erection at the entrance of my sex. Hard, he whispers, and he slams into me. Arg! I cry as I feel a weird pinching sensation deep inside me as he rips through my virginity. Arr! Arr, go fuck yourself, Anna. Okay. There you have it. At age 21 and a lifetime of clumsiness, Anna is still unbelievably factory sealed, and breaking the seal, strikeout, voids the warranty, turns her into a pirate. Please note how the author keeps with the romance novel tradition by having the hymen situated way up in there. That's a proud and noble tradition, steeped in total refusal of how the female body works. The rest of the sex is pretty standard. They finish, she asks if he hurt her, and this is how she describes sex in her inner monologue. 2 orgasms, coming apart at the seams, like the spin cycle on a washing machine. Wow. All over America, the frustrated housewives of Today Show claims are loving this book, just nodded sagely and winked at their washing machines. So, I don't know if you all remember that back when the first thing, like the whole like fucking publicity machine was that it was bored housewives. And it was, oh, this is naughty housewife stuff. It's mommy porn. It's whatever. It was the weirdest, like, oh, you're going to want this because your mom is masturbating to it. Now that Anna has sailed the high seas of love, she's ready to go a-pirating again. This time they'll take off her bra and his shirt. Who fucks with their shirt on? That's weird enough that it must be for a reason, because he doesn't take it off. I'm betting the arm of his parasitic twin is under this. I'm betting the arm of his parasitic twin is under there. This time he takes her from behind, and it's still a pretty tame scene. Again, but not without the requisite creepy stalker talk that Christian has honed to a needle-sharp point. I want you sore, baby, he murmurs, and he continues his sweet, leisurely torment. Backward, forward. Every time you move tomorrow, I want you to be reminded that I've been here. Only me. You are mine. Even this isn't that unusual for a romance novel. Like, honestly, those lines, I feel like at this point, that while you could take those lines and you can find those exact lines probably in that exact same sequence in another romance book, it is not plagiarism because everyone has plagiarized each other. I think we need to find the first person to use that in a sex scene, because that has been in every, I swear to God, like just so many. It's ridiculous how many times that particular set of dialogue shows up in romance novels. And I know it shows up in fanfic too. You see it a lot in fanfic, and that's where this came from. So that's probably where, but even before this, it was in romance a bunch. Like a bunch. So, one thing that I want to point out is I was like, who fucks with their shirt on? That's weird enough. It must be for a reason. And then, like, a couple of years ago, there was that song by The Weeknd where he's like, I want to fuck you slow with the lights on. And then Louis Capaldi made a Vine about it and was like, and said something like, I want to fuck you slow, but keep my shirt on. And I did think about Christian Grey. I was like, no. Okay. It's usually the moment the alpha hero becomes a creepy... even this isn't that unusual for a romance novel. It's usually the moment the alpha hero becomes a creepy dickwad. Sometimes authors make weird choices with their punctuation and sex scenes. I once read an erotica where the heroine, ellipses, spoke, ellipses, all her dialogue with ellipses. Such was her passion. And I thought she needed an inhaler. In this book, Christian has a habit of speaking with too many full stops, like a badly interpreted telegraph. You are so sweet, he murmurs between each thrust. I want you so much, I moan. You are mine. Come for me, baby, he growls. It's like she's trying to hit every single cliche in every sex scene ever and cram them into one scene. And of course, all it takes is that magic come for me to make her sproing like an overwhelmed watch. The pleasure is all too much, and she passes out the second he's done. When she wakes up, it's dark and Christian is gone. She hears piano. Oh, come the fuck on. Really? Do we have to do the Edward Bella piano playing scene? Ugh, fine. She hears the lilting notes of the piano, a sad, sweet lament. Bach, I think, but I'm not sure, and goes to investigate. Christian is at the piano, completely lost in the music he's playing. His expression is sad and forlorn, like the music. His playing is stunning. Leaning against the wall at the entrance, I listen, enraptured. He's such an accomplished musician. He sits naked, his body bathed in the warm light cast by a solitary freestanding lamp beside the piano. With the rest of the large room in darkness, it's like he's in his own isolated little pool of light, untouchable, lonely, in a bubble. So many times she adds just one more thing on where you're like, okay, that's not necessarily the most, it's horrible, but it's not like it's not the most horrible thing that you've ever read, but she always goes that one little step further, you know. He's actually not naked. He's wearing PJ pants that hang from his hips in that way. And he orders Anna to go back to bed because she has a busy day of pirating in the morning. He's shirtless, and when Anna tries to touch him, he backs away and goes to immediately put on a t-shirt. So yeah, he's hiding a parasitic baby arm. At the close of the chapter, Anna realizes that Christian has a sad side, which, you know, doesn't everybody. I'm kind of disappointed. The sex was pretty standard. I'm hoping we get to the freaky stuff soon because I don't know how much more of this non-freaky stuff I can take. That's all for me from this week. See you back here on Monday, bright and early, and hopefully on time, not delayed by substance abuse or the fact that I dreamed I got up with the alarm clock, but in reality, only just turned the alarm off in my sleep. Oh, but one last thing. Remember that asterisk way up at the top? I do, Past Jenny. I wasn't joking about this book being a finalist in the romance category for the Goodreads People's Choice Awards. It really, truly was. That happened. Oh my goodness. The next one is a break in 50 Shades recapping to clarify some points. Okay, let me look at your stuff. Anna is a pirate, yes. Oh, hi! Well, I'm glad that you stumbled upon us too, Jess. Oh, okay, I'm glad. It's so funny. I'm glad people are having a good time. I'm having a good time. All right. I think I know what this is about. I'm pretty sure I know what this is about. A break in 50 Shades recapping to clarify some points. This is when it really started to go off the, like, really started to get big. Thanks to the miracle of Goodreads.com, I realize I have to clarify that I have read the entire book I had at this point. My recaps give the impression that I started out reading the book with the intent to criticize it a chapter at a time. That makes me seem like a bullheaded weirdo who sets out to dislike something. When I started the recaps, of course, I knew I had read the whole thing and was presenting it as a read-along for comedic effect, but I failed to realize that you didn't know that. So yes, I have read the entire book. I found it a surprisingly fast and easy read, so it has that going for it. And now I hope that now when I do recaps, I make it clear that if I'm going into something that I didn't read all the way, I try to make it clear that I am reading it. But also, like, now lately, it's been more like I've been reading books because people said they were bad, so I'm reading them to find out if they're bad. And then, like, in the case of Crave, I was reading it, like, out of curiosity and was doing it, like, more of, like, a read-along. So I hope that nowadays it's clearer and nobody thinks that, like, I just set out to dislike something. I will set out to dislike a J.B. Maguire book because I deeply dislike her, but, you know. Oh, speaking of people I deeply dislike, furthermore, another author is experiencing some backlash because people are confusing the two of us. I want this to go in the public record. Like, I want this to be even more in the public record than this viral shit. So people who are angry at me are, for some inexplicable reason, deleting her books from their Goodreads.com libraries. Don't do that. She's not me. She's not my pen name, as some have theorized. Come on, guys. If I was going to go deep stealth, do you think it would be, I would do it by changing one of the 18 letters of my name and figure the other 17 were good to go. Also, what the hell? Don't use Goodreads.com as a weapon, especially if you didn't know you're directing it towards the right person. I feel like at this point I need to take a few days off from recapping. I don't want to destroy anyone's reputation except for my own. I am the sole architect of my own destruction. And I need to think seriously about whether or not I should continue. If it were just a few people grumbling about me being mean and they're never going to read my books because I'm so mean, I would just keep going to spite them. Because fuck them, I'm not on this planet to make everyone like me, and I really resent the implication that I should need or want everyone to like me. But some nimrods are actively attacking a writer who isn't even me. It's not fair if she gets caught in the crossfire. This puts me in a really weird place. If I stop, I'm rewarding the bad behavior of a few people and telling them they are entitled to dictate author behavior with their system of star giving. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not considering giving up the recaps because I'm afraid of downvotes or bad reviews or hate mail. I can handle all those things. What I'm saying is I don't want to harm an innocent bystander with my actions. It also reinforces the notion that female writers are unwillingly drafted into the Sunshine Sisterhood of always being nice. And if you speak up about someone's at least partially plagiarized book, you're not living up to reader expectations of said niceness. Never in my entire career have I ever been asked by a publisher to sign a niceness clause, so I really don't get where that expectation comes from. Now, I'm not a fan of freedom of speech without consequences. If you don't like what I have to say, by all means, let me know. Let everyone know. Don't buy my book. Actively discourage others from buying my books. That's your right to react to my opinion. And I would never dream of controlling your reaction to my opinion. But I do it with honesty and for fuck's sake, be sure you're saying it about the right author. I'll be back Wednesday with a decision either way. If I choose to continue the recaps, I'll continue the recaps. If I don't, I'll just post something else. Probably as acidic and misanthropic as everything else that I post, but hopefully unlikely to fuck with the career of someone who just has a similar name as mine. Which probably means I owe her an apology for all the times I've talked about weed on Twitter. I almost quit doing the thing that changed my whole life. And then found out that the whole thing, that the person was like a complete fucking snake. I almost tanked myself completely on this, because if I hadn't kept going, I mean, all this wonderful shit wouldn't have happened to me. I almost threw all of that away because I felt bad. I felt apologetic. This is fucking crazy. Past Jen, I am glad you were strong. I am glad that you didn't listen to that shit that you were thinking. Wow. All right, so the next in the saga here, mailbag roundup of pain and teeth falling out. Last night I had my most improbable and often reoccurring stress dream. It is also my least favorite, and it goes something like this. Unbeknownst to me, I have been secretly married to Gerard Butler for some time. Then he dies. I haven't had this dream in a while, but now I'm feeling it. Like the clarity that I am feeling is upsetting, because I remember having this dream over and over. Unbeknownst to me, I have been secretly married to Gerard Butler for some time. Then he dies. I have to go to the funeral and bring home his ashes. Much of this dream is modeled on P.S. I love you, as you can plainly see. Because I have no memory of our marriage or the courtship that preceded it, I know nothing about dead Gerard Butler, and I have to play it off to his grieving family and friends like I totally knew him, while my teeth fall out for no explained reason. You have no idea. I'm like crying, laughing, because I had that dream. I would go to sleep and it would be almost the same dream every night, and I would remember that it was a dream that I had had. Like, that I would remember. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. It was awful though. Okay. So my teeth would fall out for no explained reason. Not just one or two teeth either. More teeth than a healthy human mouth is expected to hold. When I get home, my real husband is furious with me. Not because I had a secret double life, but because it is clear to him that I did not love Gerard Butler enough. I hesitate to post about the Goodreads furor for a second time, but overnight my email inbox exploded, and there are some things I felt I should address before
further speculation drags them out into further absurdity, or I have more stress dreams which eventually become reoccurring Bill Murray sex dreams that put me off Ghostbusters for months. Those were real too. Reoccurring sex with like 1980s Bill Murray. Yeah. So these were the things. These were the things I addressed. Number 1, I did not post reviews of 50 Shades to my Goodreads account. I posted a blog here and it is somehow linked to my Goodreads author account. No one has attacked me for using Goodreads.com as a reviewing tool. If I could keep my blogs from posting there, I would, because Goodreads always fucks up bloggers' formatting. But I don't use Goodreads regularly enough to know how to work it. See also my experience with Facebook. 2, I did not post recaps of 50 Shades out of professional jealousy or to destroy E.L. James. This was a theme in several of the emails and messages I've received, sometimes with the admonition to worry about my own writing and not the writing of others, and then maybe I would be just as successful. This allegation confuses me on 2 levels. The first being how on earth someone would get the impression that I don't know this business. My first book came out in 2006. I made my first sale in 2004. I started writing for publication almost 10 years ago. I've worked briefly as an editor. I fancy myself somewhat knowledgeable about the writing biz, so I don't understand how someone would get the impression that I'm dumb enough to think, mwahaha, I can reverse the popularity of a book millions of people are buying by bitching about it on my blog, which gets 20 hits on a good day. Mwahaha. Think of all the really controversial blockbuster bestsellers there have been this century so far. Millions of people bitched about James Frey, and he still sells like peanuts at an all-elephant pro-am soccer game. Millions of people have bitched about Twilight, but it's not going anywhere. So why would I think that I could sabotage E.L. James using the same tactic? Why would I want to sabotage another author in the first place? Making someone else fail wouldn't make me succeed. I just find the book unintentionally hilarious and felt like that might connect with other people out there in Internetville. Clearly I was right, or else we wouldn't be having this conversation. The second part of this allegation that confuses me is the idea that I don't need to be worrying about other people's writing, just my own. What a shitty piece of writing advice that is. It's writers who don't read are bad writers, pure and simple. Not reading 50 Shades would have been professionally irresponsible of me. It's a book in a genre I write for, and it's garnered huge success and publicity. Why wouldn't I read it? Granted, reviewing it publicly is another faintly peanutted soccer ball altogether, but I'll cover that in the next point. Number 3, I do not cease to be a reader because I am a writer. I don't really need to elaborate on this one because the previous item just about covers it. History speaks for me, courtesy of Goodreads.com user Callisto. 50 best author versus author put-downs of all time. Please note that nothing I've said in my recap... Oh, that was a link. Please note that nothing I've said in any of my recaps comes close to expressing the desire to exhume the corpse of an author and abuse it. I have blogged about the similarities between Mark Twain and myself during a past author feud that was hardly a feud at all. If you care to read that post, it's right here. I don't even remember it. But what I failed to address in that post is the fact that I'm a woman. I'm not. I didn't know it at the time. And I'm being held to a much different standard than a male author would be. But that was true. No one would ever tell a male writer that he wasn't entitled to read and negatively review a book by a male counterpart. And yet here we are. I am not a nobody or a wannabe trying to make a name for myself. I hate with the passion of an elephant who really hates soccer, blowing my own horn, so to speak. I rarely mention my own books on my Twitter or even on this blog. I'm getting better. When I put my covers in the sidebars there, I feel cheap for days. But right now, I'm going to blow my own horn just a little. I'm not a nobody. I've been writing for years. I even made the USA Today bestseller list once, which is going to look awesome in my obituary someday. I have readers that I love because they all seem to be a little bit weird like I am. Thank you, by the way, for all being so weird. That's wonderful. Makes me happy. I feel like I've made a name for myself, and even if that name is not on par with Nora Roberts or J.R. Ward, I feel like I'm entitled to say that I'm not a nobody. I'm just not a somebody. I did not copy my name in a bid to steal her readers or mess with her career. This is... I think I've addressed this one enough. I have addressed this one enough. I didn't steal shit. I still get emails, though. I still get emails from a toxic fandom about that. I do not know, nor will I ever delete comments in Goodreads.com discussions. I don't want to censor anybody. I'm not an Etsy forum admin. I'm not going to wrap this up because it's not as nice as a vintage barnwood doorstop. If your comment disappeared, tell it to Goodreads. I still don't know how Goodreads comments were deleted because I don't know how to do that. To this day, I don't know how that rumor about how I delete Goodreads comments. I don't know how. How would I delete someone else's comment? This is pretty much all I have to say on the subject. Further hate mail should be directed to the comment section of this blog post, and I'll try to address your concerns in something of a timely manner, provided they don't cover what I've already written here. All right, so I guess that I made a decision on, this was so fraught. I guess this was just over a few days, huh? Oh, it's just me, again, begging people not to do anything to hurt the career of someone who made a bad professional choice. I should have just let her twist in the fucking wind. But let's get back to the recap! Maybe. While it loads, I'll have a little puff, puff, pufferoo. Well, that was a little bit sad. Times were simpler then. Times were simpler. Times were simpler. But the cake is still here. I thought that if I got whipped frosting, it'd be easier. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 9 recap, or I'm back like a mysterious rash. Previously on 50 Shades, and then what I had was like the test pattern that used to be on TV at night. In case you don't know what test pattern is. It's colored bars. You used to be able to calibrate your TV with them. Hence test pattern. First, I want to thank everyone for their support during the weirdness this weekend. Let me stress again, I was never considering stopping because of complaints. That's not my style. It's one of my hard limits. Also, I know this didn't get posted bright and early as I promised, but my daughter had a field trip to the bird sanctuary, and I'll be damned if I'm going to miss the opportunity to step in goose shit with a bunch of 3-year-olds just to update my silly little blog. A few things to keep in mind as we plunge forward, withdraw, and plunge forward again in these recaps. From here on out, these are probably all going to be even more not safe for work. If you're reading via Goodreads.com, you're probably reading some messed up formatting. Come join the properly formatted post at my blog. Abed is Batman now. Batman. Oh no! That's on video! Mr. Jen pronounces things weird. He doesn't say garbage man. He says garbage man. He doesn't say Spider-Man. He says Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man's last name. Like his name is like Dan Spider-Man or something. He always pronounces things that way. Garbage-man, Spider-Man. And I just said Batman. I'm Bruce Batman. Damn it. The garbage man will be here in the morning. That makes it sound like the guy is like super into trash. I consider myself something of a garbage man myself. Okay, back to garbage man. You got this. All right. Anna wakes up in Christian's bed beside Christian. It's a beautiful May morning. Seattle at my feet. Wow, what a view. Beside me, Christian Grey is fast asleep. Wow, what a view. And then it says, please click here. So I'm going to click. I want to see what it is. Oh, it's a rim shot. Okay. That's funny. That's funny, Past Jenny. You're so clever. Okay. Christian is gorgeous, even asleep. Anna thinks he looks younger. I think younger than 27. And I remember when I thought 27 was ancient too, Anna. And then she thinks he looks like a small child. So, let's continue with that theme I was enjoying so much. Anna really enjoys Christian being asleep because I don't have to worry about what I'm saying, what he's saying, what plans he has, especially his plans for me. I get her comparison to small children now because I feel the same way about my kids when they're asleep. Only I'm less verbose about it. Silent, actually, because it's hard to talk when you're chugging back a bottle of poison. I could gaze at him all day, but I have needs. Bathroom needs. Slipping out of bed, I find his white shirt on the floor and shrug it on. I walk through a door thinking that it might be the bathroom, but I'm in a vast walk-in closet as big as my bedroom. Lines and lines of expensive suits, shirts, shoes, and ties. How can anyone need this many clothes? I tut with disapproval. Actually, Kate's wardrobe probably rivals this. Kate! Oh no, I didn't think about her all evening. I was supposed to text her. Crap! I'm going to be in trouble. I like how Anna's judgmental programs are online from the moment her feet hit the ground. She's like a Terminator, but one that just tuts disapprovingly at things as opposed to shooting them with lasers. It's like anytime there's an opportunity to take a bite out of Kate, Anna is on it. She has more clothes than a millionaire. That proves she's evil. You know, maybe he would have more clothes if he didn't spend so much money on on strikeout, kidnapping, sex supplies. Just a thought. Anna finds the bathroom, which is also bigger than her bedroom. I'm glad Anna isn't a structural engineer. How long are those support beams supposed to be again? Longer than my bedroom, but shorter than my living room. Jenny, you're so funny. Anna checked herself out in the mirror. She feels sore, her muscles are all worn out, and her subconscious is in a mood, let me tell you. She's staring at me with pursed lips, tapping her foot. So you've just slept with him, given him your virginity. A man who doesn't love you. In fact, he has very odd ideas about you and wants to make you some sort of kinky sex slave. Are you crazy? She's shouting at me. Okay, this right here, this is not going to be a criticism of a book. This is just a general question. And if anybody wants to weigh in on it, feel free to jump in the comments. Do it right now, in fact, if you want to do it right now. Why do we talk about the giving and taking of virginity like it's a tangible object that passes from hand to hand? I don't understand it, but it's definitely in the parlance of our society. The woman gives and the man takes. I've always hated that. I don't feel like I gave anything away when I lost my virginity. I feel like I shared an experience. But then again, the kid who punched my V card was also a virgin, so maybe in that case we just swapped virginities? I don't know, but I really hate the give-take terminology. So I don't know. Thoughts? Want to know the chapter? I can scroll up. Oh, because I missed for a few of the things I missed your comments anyway. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, Anna starts to consider everything that's happened in the past 24 hours. But then she just gives up and starts complaining about her hair. She goes to get some hair ties and finds 3 texts from Kate, all wondering where she is. And wondering how Kate doesn't understand the concept of sleeping over at a man's house. They're what, 21, 22? Remember the complaints I've had all along about Anna thinking of sexuality in some way and then immediately thinking of being childlike? Anna laments the fact that just fucked hair doesn't look good on her, so she puts her hair up in, wait for it, pigtails. Her thinking, yes, the more girly I look, perhaps the safer I'll be from Bluebeard. What? Wow, Jenny. That was really smart. How did you come up with that? I'm confused. Was Bluebeard mentioned in the book somehow? Not saying that E.L. James is smarter than I am, but that doesn't seem like a comparison that I would generally make. I don't think about Bluebeard all that much. You know? I will now. Oh, it does come up. It does come up. Because it just says it. I would say that this line and the character's action affirm my suspicion that Anna is sexually immature and unable to confront her own desires in a way that would allow her to consent to Christian's arrangement. She sees herself as a victim of Christian's sexuality, casting him as Bluebeard now because we've apparently abandoned Tess as a literary theme. As Bluebeard's thematically innocent young wife, she has no recourse to refuse him. You know what movie uses Bluebeard as a really effective metaphor? The Piano. If you've never seen it, stop reading this recap and go watch it. It's awesome. If you've never seen, where am I? Sorry. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The Piano. Watch The Piano. It's kind of like a Bluebeard retelling, I would say. Yeah. So hair and pigtails, wearing Christian's shirt, listening to her iPod turned up impossibly high, Anna dances her way around his kitchen and just makes herself at home, setting out to make pancakes and bacon. She applauds herself for managing to sleep in Christian's bed, even though he doesn't let anyone in his bed. I smile, mission accomplished. big time. So even though he's made it clear that he's not looking for a traditional relationship, this right here tells me that she thinks she's going to be the woman to change him. She even goes so far as to remind herself that it wasn't making love, but fucking hard, that happened the night before, but then decides to ignore that. This is all following a really healthy path of open communication, right? Christian is sleeping away in the other room, secure in the fact that he's made the nature of their relationship clear to her, and she's wearing his clothes and playing house. By the way, this is a scene that's playing out every Saturday morning on every college campus ever, except Christian is a married English professor and he doesn't have a sex dungeon so much as a one-bedroom apartment he's staying in while he figures things out and works on his novel. Anna thinks about how she's a misfit, and Christian is also a misfit, and I think the word you're looking for is misanthrope, not misfit. Then she turns around and Kel surprise, like we didn't all see it coming. Christian Grey has been sitting there watching her for some time, probably thinking, okay, I need to get her out of here like yesterday. Oh, and he looks so gorgeous, so Anna flushes. I thought by now that was probably a given, but I should mention it in case y'all have short-term memory loss. After some morning chatter, he pulls her pigtail and says, they won't protect you. Well, that's not threatening. Anna asks how he'd like his eggs, and he replies, thoroughly whisked and beaten, because while some men get morning erections, Christian Grey wakes up with a major hard-on for puns. There's a fair amount of back and forth flirting in this section, but honestly, it's so impossibly tangled up with the most clinical and boring description of cooked bacon and eggs that I just cannot bring myself to spork it. Just how sore are you? He asks as he sits down, his gray eyes dark. I flush. Why does he ask such personal questions? Well, to be truthful, I have nothing to compare this to, I snap at him. Didn't you wish to offer your commiserations? I ask too sweetly. Anna responds to another person's consideration with pissery, as is her want. With pissery. Why don't I say that more often? As is her want. Seriously, Anna, do you want to be with a guy who isn't going to ask you how you're feeling, especially when he wants to dominate you and involve pain play at some point in the future? Or would you prefer an inconsiderate jerk who just doesn't give a shit if you're in agony? Christian is so considerate of her, he suggests she stay to continue her training, but nothing that'll disrupt her saddle sore. Well, as you're sore, I thought we could stick to oral skills. I choke on my tea and I stare at him, eyes wide and gaping. He pats me gently on the back and passes me some orange juice. So the first thing we're going to work on is your gag reflex, then. Then he asks if she wants to stay and promises to get her home in time for work at 9 the next day. When she says she needs to go home and get clean clothes, he tells her they can buy some. And when she says she'd really prefer to be home that evening, his mouth goes into a hard line. Control freak much? You brought her by helicopter. You told her she could leave at any time. Now she's all, I'd rather not spend the entire weekend with you after we just slept together for the first time, and you're disappointed in her? Christian. If you could see her internal monologue, you'd see her leaving tonight would be a good thing. It's less time for her to monogram your towels against your will. I actually know somebody that kind of happened to, but it was a woman, and it was a guy, and she didn't even particularly like him, but it was one of my friend's parents. It's how one of my friend's parents got together. It was a very weird story, that her mom didn't even really like her dad or particularly want to date him or go out with him, but they went out or something, and then he moved in. Like, she just came home one day, and he had moved into her house, and her response was like, guess I gotta marry him. Who does that? Who even does that? It was the weirdest, creepiest thing I've ever heard. Love them motorcycles. None of them are wearing helmets. Everybody gets new livers. Good news if you're on the transplant list. All right. They argue about food again. Every single time there's a food scene with them, he forces her to clean her plate. I assume this is foreshadowing. Either that or he reminds me of when one of my friends is on a diet and then all the other friends insist she just try a cookie. Kate calls while Christian is clearing up the dishes. Anna, why didn't you text last night? She's angry. I'm sorry, I was overtaken by events. You're okay? Yes, I'm fine. Did you? She's fishing for information. She's not really fishing so much as asking outright if you slept with him. But Anna can't say a thing because she signed a legal document saying she wouldn't say a thing. Anna decides the best way to get around the non-disclosure is to ask if she's allowed to talk to Kate in a strictly sex ed kind of way. Christian tells her that if she has sex questions, she can ask him, but Anna thinks, I can't ask you. I'll get your biased, kinky as hell distorted worldview regarding sex. So again, clearly this is a person who could give fully informed consent. They go to the bathroom. That was a real quote from that book? Or did I say that sarcastically? I don't know. I got better at formatting later. Jen, 10 years ago, you were a fucking mess. They go to the bathroom to take a bath together, and Christian tells her for the second time this chapter to stop biting her lip. Let's add that to the drinking game, shall we? Not every time she bites her lip, just every time he tells her to stop biting her lip, because it's turning him on so damn much. We'll get another description of how desire... We also get another description of how desire feels down there. Then they get into the bath. I'm burping a lot, sorry. He stands back to gaze at me. I'm naked, for heaven's sake. I flush crimson and stare down at my hands, level with the base of my belly, and I desperately want to disappear into the hot water and foam. Okay, last night you were all fuck my mouth, and today being naked in front of him is too much. She really fixates on their nakedness in this scene, like she can't believe they're both naked together, even though they had sex twice the night before and she just served him bottomless breakfast. But it's shocking that they're naked in the bathtub. I wonder what kind of baths Anna usually takes. Full wetsuit? Christian masturbates Anna with a washcloth, but just leaves her hanging at the crucial moment to direct attention to his penis. Ain't that just like a man? I want you to become well acquainted. Oh no. Oh no. It's that part. I want you to become well acquainted, on first name terms, if you will, with my favorite and most cherished part of my body. I'm very attached to this. No shit! It's your dick. Of course you're attached to it. It's so big and growing. His erection is above the waterline, the water lapping at his hips. I glance up at him and come face to face with his wicked grin. He's enjoying my astounded expression. I realize that I'm staring. I swallow. That was inside me. It doesn't seem possible. Hey, if she's supposed to be on a first name basis with your cock, you should probably tell her what you named it. It's just manners. I think I should run some kind of contest, some kind of name Chedward's penis contest. I'll have to think up what the prize would be. Stay tuned because that's coming up, I promise. I'm so sad because when I transferred my blog, I lost all of the comments that people left with names for Chedward's penis. That was the most fucking fun. That was so fun. Anna starts to give Christian a soapy handy J, and then this happens. Fuck my mouth. I remember him pushing his thumb in my mouth and asking me to suck hard. His mouth drops open slightly as his breathing increases. I lean forward while he has his eyes closed and place my lips around him and tentatively suck, running my tongue over the tip. Whoa, Anna. His eyes fly open and I suck harder. He's soft and hard at once, like steel encased in velvet, and surprisingly tasty, salty, and smooth. Like steel encased in velvet is another one that you will see a lot in romance novels, like in a lot of them. I know that it's been one of the Court of Thorns and Roses books, or at least more than one, because people even say they're like complain about it, like complain to me about it. They're like, wait until you get to your cock is like velvet covered steel, and I'm like, I grew up reading 1980s romances. Don't tell me about velvet covered steel. What about soapy, Anna? Because you didn't wash the soap off. Yeah, that's right. Look, I'm not trying to overshare her, but I can speak as a voice of experience and say that, one, I've heard a lot of guys say that the soapy handy J seems like a great idea until you get soap in your urethra. And two, if you're going to turn it around into a blowy, you want to be damn good and sure that you got all the soap off. But this is a fantasy, as I have been reminded so often in the past few days. So I have to just let that slide. But please, we get that Anna is sheltered and innocent and all that. But are we really supposed to believe that she doesn't know about oral sex and she came up with the idea for a BJ all on her own just because he put a thumb in her mouth in the last sex scene? Like, if he hadn't done that, she would have no idea what to do with a cock at mouth level. I'm not buying it. Of course, she's an expert right out of the gate. I pull him deeper into my mouth so I can feel him at the back of my throat and then to the front again. My tongue swirls around the end. He's my very own Christian Grey flavor popsicle. I suck harder and harder, pushing him deeper and deeper, swirling my tongue round and round. I had no idea giving pleasure could be such a turn-on, watching him writhe subtly with carnal longing. My inner goddess is doing the merengue with some salsa moves. Again, she has to add that one extra little thing. Take the inner goddess off, and it's not that. It's not good, but it's not great, but it's not, it is what it is, but it's less horrible than writing all that, and then my inner goddess is doing the merengue with some salsa moves. Like, what? Where did that come from? Where did that even come from? Yeah. Based solely on the number of times Anna says in this scene, I'm conjuring up a mental picture of her inner goddess, and I'd like to share it with you now. I wish I could see what the picture was. Oh, I bet it was a Skeksis. I bet it was a Skeksis. Speaking of horrible flavor popsicles, you know how else I can tell this was a Twilight fanfic? Because while Christian Grey's penis should be warm and not call to mind a popsicle, Edward's would be cold and perfect for that analogy. Also, writhing isn't really a subtle movement at all, especially when you've got some chick's head bobbing on your dick. Christian tells Anna that this is the moment, and if she doesn't want a mouthful, she better stop. Anna decides to just keep going, and then, in a moment of extraordinary confidence, I bare my teeth. No! But it seems Christian Grey is a rare specimen who actually likes a lady to use her teeth on his cock because he blows his load in her mouth and she swallows like a pro. Christian is amazed at how awesome she is at oral, and of course she is, because she is the strikeout Mary Sue, heroine of the story. I long to reach around and embrace him, touch him, but he has my arms trapped in the towel. I'm soon lost in his kiss. He cradles my head, his tongue exploring my mouth, and I get a sense that he's expressing his gratitude, maybe, for my first blowjob. Maybe he just likes the taste of his own spunk. You ever think of that? I don't remember seeing no snowballing on his list of hard limits. Then, after kissing her breathless, he begs her to accept his proposed agreement, and Anna thinks he really wants this. Well, she did just give him the perfect blowy J. I'm surprised he's not rushing her via private jet to Vegas to marry her. Truly, oh my God, the mister. Truly, he is a man like no other, and that is not even sarcasm. After asking Anna to trust him, and come on, she clearly does, she came to your inner sanctum after she saw what you bought at the hardware store, Christian goes and gets a tie from the cover of the book. He uses it to tie her hands together, and then he runs his fingers down my pigtails. You look so young with these, he murmurs, and moves forward. Seriously, what is going on in this book? That was another reason that I made a huge age gap in The Boss between Neil and Sophie, was to do that and not infantilize the younger person, and to not it was like a double thing. It was because she kept acting like Christian Grey was so old because he was 27, but also because of the whole like weird pedophilia vibe. I wanted to show that, like, yeah, you don't really have to put that in a book, even if like the hero's daughter is the same age as the heroine, like these lines shall never meet. Have you noticed? Where's that? There's something on the cake, but I mean, it's probably supposed to be there. That ash on the cake. I don't think I did. I think it's just a sprinkle. But I think it's just a sprinkle. But I was trying to check it out, and of course I can't. I can barely figure out where to put the fork. You know what? I'm glad that I said I was going to eat a whole cake, because I would be missing the piece if it was just one piece. Anyway. Anywho. She looks so young. with her pigtails. This is just mineral water I'm not drinking. I've got bread to deliver later. That's right. He puts her bound hands over her head and tells her not to move. Anna thinks, this is not a man I want to cross, ever. Remember what I said about her ability to consent? Fear creates a power imbalance. Where there is a power imbalance, consent becomes a tricky thing. This puts one more mark in my Anna should not be in a BDSM relationship column. Chedward tells her he's going to kiss her all over, and then her heated blood pools so low in my belly, between my legs, right down there. I groan. So do I, Anna! So do I!
You're still going?
I'm still going.
Damn. I just came to get more cake.
Well, you've come at a horrible time.
Oh.
So. To his credit, he really does kiss her all over and over again, because every time she moves her hands, he starts from the beginning. Anna gets super embarrassed when it's time to get to the main event, because he's going to kiss me there. By all means, let's continue with the coy use of there to indicate your fully adult woman parts, because that was back when I would use the term woman parts. I don't anymore. Fully adult woman parts, because childish prudery is absolutely not squicky at all when you're already wearing pigtails and constantly referring to aspects of your sexuality as childlike. At least Christian decides that he likes her pubic hair, because honestly, I don't know how I would feel if suddenly she shaved bare with pigs, been able to properly name her private parts. I wonder if the sex room has a mock van and strangers candy set up, and we just haven't seen it yet. That's so gross. But at the same time, one of the things when me and Miss Quinn went to see 50 Shades of Grey that she noted and she was super psyched about was that there was a scene there in the sex scene. You can see Dakota Johnson's pubic hair. It probably isn't really her hair. It's probably like prosthetic or something, because they are all weird about bodies in Hollywood. But she was really thrilled about that, because it's a weird thing to see. Because usually the MPAA will not let that through at all. There's a whole documentary on the MPAA. Go watch it. All right, let's see.
This cake is very sugary.
Well, then by all means, don't eat it.
No, I'm gonna eat it.
Okay.
You've only made that much progress?
I'm reading.
Yeah, but you take like a few bites every chapter and you're still just done. That looks like the same when I left.
It's not! I've been eating. I have witnesses that can attest to the fact that I have been eating cake. I have been. I've been eating cake.
The sprinkles are the best part.
All right. Even though earlier he was all concerned for her soreness, he fucks her hard. And of course, she's totally into it, because all it takes is the right man to take a woman from virgin to veteran prostitute in 2 seconds. Man, I was riding that Tina Fey feminism train back then. I pull my tied hands over his neck and hold him the best I can. I know in that moment that I would do anything for this man. I am his. The wonder that he's introduced me to, it's beyond anything I could have imagined. And he wants to take it further, so much further, to a place I can't, in my innocence, even imagine. Oh, what to do. You should probably jump with both feet into an extreme BDSM lifestyle with this guy you barely know. I mean, he gave you an orgasm, right? In romance novel logic, that's all that matters. Really, think about how many romances you've read where the hero treats the heroine like total crap, but he introduces her tender young body to the mysteries of love, so it's like totally cool. Like 50% of the Smart Bitch's first book covers exactly this phenomenon. So I'm not really bashing 50 Shades here for following that formula, but I do think it's a really bad idea for Anna to commit to a legally binding contract making her subject to Christian sexual desires from Friday to Sunday, like some really fucked up vagina custody agreement. If you have not read that book, I wish I could remember the title of it, but it was from the blog Smart Bitches Trashy Books. The writers of that blog wrote a whole basic thing about the history of the romance novel and explore kind of why those things are popular in romance novels. So I do still back up that I can't so much fault 50 Shades for following that line.
A couple chapters ago, wasn't she like, oh, I don't deserve anything in life, and now she's like, hell yeah, I deserve this.
I don't even. It's not even like a deserve at this point, but she's just like, hell yeah, let's like do it.
There's something wrong with her.
There's
something wrong with the book.
Christian continues to pressure Anna, just moments post-coital. I never say that. I always say post-coital every single time I've ever tried to say post-coital. Meow. See how good we are together, he murmurs. If you give yourself to me, it will be so much better. Trust me, Anastasia. I can take you to places you don't even know exist. And then I had put, it's not there anymore, but I had put a picture of Aladdin and Jasmine on the magic carpet, and I said, I'll show her the world. Bitches love worlds.
You are sick.
I did. But oh wait, plot twist. But if he's still in bed, then he must be ill. He's never in bed at this time. Christian never sleeps in. Mrs. Gray, please. Taylor, you cannot keep me from my son. Mrs. Gray, he's not alone. What do you mean he's not alone? He has someone with him. Oh. Even I hear the disbelief in her voice. Christian blinks rapidly, staring down at me, wide-eyed with humored terror. Shit, it's my mother. Thanks, Christian. We didn't get that from the part where she was like, you cannot keep me from my son. Unless Christian is afraid Anna's going to think he's married and he's got a baby in a car seat in the closet like in The Hangover. Actually, that would be pretty funny. I wish the chapter would have ended that way. You want to see a kitty? Just real quick. Just real quick.
He is desperate to leave, so.
Did I turn off the oven?
Yeah. I made sure before I went upstairs.
Look at that. Look at that. No.
I want the cake.
You're not having the cake. The cake is not even an option. The cake is a lie.
The cake is a lie. Why is that a lie?
It's from a video game. Don't.
That'll be fine.
Okay, now you have to leave. Remove Dracula. Oh no. I'm allergic to cats. Yeah. I'm allergic. I'm allergic to cats! I have 3. They're just neat. The next post is the beauty of the double standard. Oh, and it's a thing about Andrew Schaefer, and I think I call him Peter Schaefer in here. But we ended up getting to know each other from me talking about his book, because he wrote The Many Shames of Earl Grey. I believe that was what it was called. I think it was. Yeah, but yeah, it was very weird that there was talk amongst people on social media about how terrible I was for doing these recaps and making fun of another author's book. And then the New York Times was like, Andrew Schaefer's writing this amazing book. It's so funny, ha ha ha. And I'm like, this is a double standard. But I do like Andrew Schaefer. He's a nice guy. Very nice. Very nice guy. 50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 10 recap. Oh, you know what? I haven't looked at any of your comments in a while. I have to look at that. Taylor, yes, we do stand Taylor. Oh, the bottle died that your kid left before the... Buster Hyman! That was the name! That was the name that won! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! I'm just reading all these comments. fantastic, Mr. John Lore. Yeah. Well, I don't remember what happened with the doppelganger. She's really famous and stuff.
Mama, would you like some water since you have all that cake there?
Oh! Ho ho, dear reader! I have all the water I need!
Oh my god. No, drag, get back.
What the fuck was that?
What?
Did you just hear a calliope?
Oh, what?
I'm sorry. Did anybody else hear a calliope?
What is that?
It's a thing.
I don't. What thing? Yeah. Was it me closing the window?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, shit. Ow.
Yeah.
What's a calliope?
Oh, a calliope. I swear I heard a calliope. Oh my god. Oh, okay. So, the cat's name. Yes, the cat's name is Dracula. That cat. The other one's Baymax. Oh my gosh. Now my shitty eye itches.
Baymax is the one I fed the frosting to because Drac wouldn't eat it.
Okay.
Yeah.
50 Shades of Grey, Chapter 10 recap, or Hot and Cold Running Dick.
10.
Good insert time of day wherever you are, so this seems like a very specific to you alone greeting, everyone. Before we dive into the recap, I want to let you guys know that the Name Chedward Penis Contest is indeed going to happen. I've been in the process of rounding up prizes, and some great authors like Michelle M. Pillow, Mandy Roth, Billy London, Bronwyn Green, and Leigh Elwood have offered up books for the winner or winners, so keep your eyes peeled and your penis names on the tip of your tongue. Wait, that didn't sound right at all. I'm thinking that since it's so late in the week, the contest rules will post on Monday, with the contest running from Monday through Friday. I'm still a little murky on how the competition will go, so the weekend will give me time to ponder things out. Please note, I'm taking Friday off. The Chapter 11 recap will post on Monday. God, I was so prolific back then. I was like every day putting one of these bitches out. Okay, so when we last left 50 Shades of Grey, it had turned into American Pie, with Christian's mom about to walk in on him having sex with a girl. Oh my god. The idea of a parent walking in when you're doing it should really only be horrifying if you're a teenager. He's an adult. He's in his own house. His mother has entered his own house without invitation. His mother is the interloper. So it only makes sense for the scene to play out with maturity. Welcome to the first line of Chapter 10. He pulls out of me suddenly. I wince. He sits up on the bed and throws the used condom in a wastebasket. Christian tells Anna to get up and get dressed. She's about to meet his mother. Only Anna can't get up because her hands are still bound by his tie and she needs Christian to help her. I'm enjoying the tie a super strong rope thing even more after this past weekend, when I watched my husband continually fight to keep the knot in the tie he was wearing, just as a regular old tie and not a bondage accessory, from coming undone at the slightest provocation while we attended the wedding. I just remembered. He had a tie kept coming undone. I think he was drunk or something. I'm also thinking that if Christian Grey tied his silk tie around Anna's wrist tight enough that she can't slip free pretty easily, he's just ruined that tie. Christian puts on his jeans without underwear, and Anna exclamation points like she's never heard of going commando. Since Anna has no clean clothes, she suggests she stay in the bedroom, since his mother practically walked in on this in flagrante delicto. It's pretty hilarious that Anna knows in flagrante delicto but not fellatio, but hey, she's not a Latin major. If you follow me on Twitter, you're probably aware that I love puns. Love them. They're such a source of happiness in my life. I kind of want to have another child just to name him Pun McPunnerson. And then I remember how much it sucks to be pregnant and how much kids cost, and the fact that my husband always shoots down all the names I like until we give up and name our kids after television characters or one of the Beatles. But I love puns. I lose my train of thought. Will I ever get used to looking at this beautiful man? His beauty is derailing. She loses her train of thought because his beauty derails it. Bravo! Well done! Chadwick goes to calm his mother down because it's totally normal for a mom to be outraged at the idea of her adult son having sex, and not at all creepy or smothering, while leaving Anna behind to get dressed and think about how awesome it will be to meet the mother of the guy who wants you to sign a bunch of paperwork to fuck him. Holy shit, Christian's mother. That is so much more than I bargained for. Perhaps meeting her will help put a little part of the jigsaw in place. Might help me understand why Christian is the way he is. Suddenly, I want to meet her. I pull my shirt off the floor, and I'm pleased to discover it has survived the night well with hardly any creases. I find my blue bra under the bed and dress quickly. But if there's one thing I hate, it's not wearing clean panties. If there is one thing she hates, one thing. I'm practically rolling at this point. If there's one thing she hates, Anna, you hate everything. There isn't any if about it, and one thing is such an incredible understatement that I'm not sure numbers have any real value or meaning anymore. That's what that sentence does. But I get where she's coming from, because if there is one thing I hate about this book, do you see what I did there? It's the way Anna seems to find enjoyment of BDSM a symptom of some larger mental problem. Yeah, you better run out there and meet his mother so you can understand why he wants to cane you. We get another whole paragraph of Anna complaining about her hair and mentally calling herself a hoe, because all sex is dirty, nasty, bad, but it's Christian who has some kind of problem. Anna goes into the living room where she meets Christian's mother. The sandy-haired woman beside him turns and beams at me, a full megawatt smile. She stands, too. She's impeccably attired in a camel-colored fine-knit sweater dress with matching shoes. She looks groomed, elegant, beautiful, and inside I die a little, knowing I look such a mess. Why does Anna feel like she has to be the prettiest girl in the room? Oh, and it's personal share time. My son's name is actually Christian. That makes reading this book really hard. To pay me back to the mental anguish I'm experiencing, I would like to erase that description of Christian's mother and replace it with a lovely photo of myself. This one should do. I'm apparently dressed like a pirate in the photograph, because I said I don't always dress like a pirate, but when I do, it's because I just fucked Christian Grey. Arg. I know what picture it is. I'm in a David Bowie t-shirt. I'm wearing a Captain Jack Sparrow wig and hat, and I'm drinking directly from a bottle of rum. This is really funny because I'm wearing an eye patch right now. 10 years later, I'm wearing an eye patch and I'm reading this. Okay. Christian's mom's name is almost more ridiculous than Anastasia Rose Steele's name. His mother is Grace Trevelyan Gray. With a name like that, she better be searching for the Holy Grail with King Arthur's Knights. Sir Trevelyan Gray is going to be a side character in a Covington Cross fan fiction I write someday. Mark my words. Anna and Sir Trevelyan get Trevelyan. How do you even say that? Trevel. How was I able to say it just a minute ago? Whatever. T. Get along splendidly because Grace has been worried that her son is an American Psycho level sociopath until this time. Unfortunately, their meeting is interrupted by a phone call from Jose. Dios mío, Anna. Why did he say Dios mío? Dios mío, man. Dios mío, Anna. Holy crap, it's Jose. He sounds desperate. Where are you? I've been trying to contact you. I need to see you to apologize for my behavior on Friday. Why haven't you returned my calls? Because you sexually assaulted her off the top of my head? But Anna doesn't say that. She just says it's not a good time and she's in Seattle and she promises to call him back. Remember, this is the girl who fell head over heels for the guy who bought the Dexter starter pack right in front of her. So she doesn't have a lot of self-preservation instincts. When she goes back to the living room, Christian's mother, the Chevalier Trevelyan Gray, is talking about how she wants to take Christian out to lunch. Christian turns her down because he has to drive Anna back to Portland. Drive? Does the helicopter only go one way? After Christian's mother leaves, this happens. Christian glares at me. So the photographer called. Crap. Yes? What did he want? Just to apologize, for Friday. Just to be like a racial stereotype for a minute. Just to apologize, for Friday. Christian narrows his eyes. I see, he says simply. Moments before, Christian was upbeat and charming. Then Jose calls Anna, an action Anna herself has no control over, and suddenly Christian is glaring at her. He then goes on to act snappy to an assistant on the phone and becomes weirdly formal as he hands Anna an envelope with a sex contract in it. He advises her to read it and then do research on the internet to educate herself before signing. Considering she couldn't look up his name on the internet before interviewing him and refused to even read the non-disclosure agreement he asked her to sign, are we really holding out hope that she's going to research this at all? Anna realizes she can't research the contract because, wait for it, she doesn't have a computer or access to a computer. As a reader, I am expected to believe that Anna has somehow navigated through college without access to a computer. There are no computers at WSU. She mentions Kate's laptop, but come the fuck on. A computer is basically a necessity for a college student these days. This is so blatantly unrealistic that I want to throw the book through my office window, but then I remember that it's on loan and the loaner actually wants it back for some reason. Christian is basically done with Anna. He's had sex with her, he's been charming, now he apparently just wants her gone, and because from this point out, he acts like a total dick. And when Anna says she wants to make a phone call, he becomes a jealous, controlling dick. The photographer, his jaw clenches and his eyes burn. I blink at him. I don't like to share, Miss Steele. Remember that. His quiet, chilling tone is a warning. And with one long, cold look at me, he heads back to the bedroom. Holy crap. I just wanted to call Kate. I want to call after him, but his sudden aloofness has left me paralyzed. What happened to the generous, relaxed, smiling man who was making love to me not half an hour ago? You see this? You see this horseshit? Ladies, this is not how a man is supposed to make you feel. It's not romantic. It's manipulative and emotionally abusive. He's withholding emotional intimacy because another man called her. She has no control over what other people do. She could not stop Jose from calling her. If a relationship starts out this way in real life, do you know how it ends? With a dead woman. But by all means, let's keep fantasizing about this guy. He's a fucking prize. Stand by it. This relationship ends with Anna dead. This relationship ends with just a fucking blanket of ignored PPOs. That's all it that's what it does. I was honestly almost too furious to continue reading this book once I got to this chapter. In fact, it was this chapter that led me to want to dissect the book piece by piece in the public eye, because this shit is dangerous. This is dangerous the way I found Twilight dangerous in the last two books. It's dangerous because it tells women, possibly young innocent women who are just like Anna, that it's okay for a man to treat you like garbage if he really, really loves you, or if you want him to really, really love you, you need to put up with him. Anna doesn't even really see anything wrong with his behavior, apart from the fact that she can't talk to him about the amazing sex they had. So rather than think this guy is clearly not for me, she decides that she needs to find a way around the non-disclosure agreement so she can talk to Kate. He only grudgingly accepts that it might be okay for her to talk about sex with her best friend, but that's after he threatens to fuck Anna in the elevator if she doesn't stop biting her lips. So, get used to that kind of treatment if you sign the thing. But he warned her to keep her conversations with Kate pretty basic. She'd probably have my balls if she knew what I wanted to do to you, he adds softly. He adds so softly, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to hear it. No, that's not a creepy thing to do at all. To quietly talk to yourself in the company of another person about all the socially taboo and slightly threatening things you want to do to that person. Not at all. Also not creepy? The sooner I have your submission, the better, and we can stop all this, he murmurs. Stop all what? You, defying me. He reaches down and cups my chin and plants a swift, sweet kiss on my lips as the doors to the elevator open. He grabs my hand and leads me into the underground garage. Me defying him? How? Yeah, that's what I want to know too, Anna. How is she defying him? By not having the power to stop another human from dialing her phone? By wanting to talk about her personal life with her best friend, especially since she has questions about sex you don't seem concerned with answering? Damn her, she's nearly a blue stocking. Next thing you know, she'll be demanding the vote and riding a bicycle. They go out to Christian's car, which is better than the last car I had to bitch about. It's an Audi R8 Spider. It's a lovely day. We can take the top down. There's a baseball cap in there. In fact, there should be two. He points to the glove box. And sunglasses if you want to. Oh, are the ball caps for when you and your family go out in the woods to play super secret vampire baseball? Interestingly enough, remember when Anna borrows Kate's car at the beginning of the book? It's a Mercedes CLK. Quick, what car did Rosalie drive in the first Twilight movie? Bingo. So I'm starting to get the Audi theme. In Twilight, the Cullens all drove Volvos. In this, Chedward drives Audi. They're about parallel, I would say, in terms of quality and price and range of vehicles. But still, while this car is a little bit better in terms of a really rich young guy owning it, wouldn't he spring for something a little more expensive? Something more befitting a control freak who practically recites an ode to his penis while he waves it in front of a girl's face? Actually, now that I put it that way, he should be driving a Nissan 370Z coupe. Pass Jen, that was an awesome burn. You're completely right. Once they're on the road, there's another reference to someone being hungry but not for food. Hungry, but not for food. And at this point, that is becoming a recurring theme. I can't wait for them to fight some more about how much Anna should be eating and Christian's obsessive need for her to clean her plate. When Anna says she's not hungry, Christian decides they're going to stop and eat at Olympia. When they get there, there's another scene straight out of fucking Twilight. The waitress takes our drinks order. She flushes when she sees Christian, avoiding eye contact with him, hiding under her long blonde bangs. She likes him. It's not just me. Christian orders them some wine, and when Anna tells him she'd prefer a soda, he just tells her that the wine will be fine, and when it comes, she drinks it immediately, because he's Christian Grey, and she's going to do whatever he says, despite her earlier assertion that she's not going to do anything she doesn't want to do. The waitress comes back and asks bitchy because Christian doesn't acknowledge her, and this is the second book she's been in, where this has happened. Nice. Then, because it makes such good lunch conversation, Christian tells Anna about how she was seduced by one of his mother's friends when he was 15. Let's just all be on the same page here. That's rape. Having sex with a 15-year-old is rape because a 15-year-old cannot consent, at least not to an adult. Had a lot of blowback about that one on here, but I continue to stand by the fact that if someone is not, like, in high school, boning a 15-year-old is probably not okay. I mean, definitely not okay. Like, that was really controversial on the original post. She had very particular tastes. I was her submissive for 6 years, he shrugs. Oh, my brain has frozen, stunned to inactivity by this admission. So I do know what it involves, Anastasia. His eyes glow with insight. Ah, so this is a good advertisement for BDSM, right? I'm into BDSM because I was raped by my mother's friend for 6 years. That makes it seem like part of a normal and healthy sex life, right? Anna asked if he ever had sex with anyone at college. I didn't want to. She was all I wanted, needed, and besides, she'd have beaten the shit out of me. He smiles fondly at the memory. So Chedward has Stockholm Syndrome. He couldn't end his relationship with this woman. He couldn't explore any other kind of sex during his teen years, but he had to learn to like rape. You guys hear that, right? Is that a horn? Is that an air raid siren? Is it happening? Is that like Cold War training? Like, no, there's no train. There's no train. There used to be a train. There used to be a train that ran into town, but it doesn't anymore. There aren't even any tracks. At my old house, at the haunted house, you could hear the train though. Wow, that's fucking wild. Maybe somebody on the street just got a new semi and is like, that's pulling the horn. That's pulling the horn. I'm pulling the horn. Pulling the horn. Okay. But we need to gloss over that for a minute because Anna hasn't eaten, so they have to argue about it. I'm guessing Chedward was an Italian grandmother in a past life, the way he obsesses over people eating. At least Anna realizes that Christian's relationship with his mother's friend was abusive, and that leads her to ask some questions of her own. This is what it will be like if I sign, him ordering me around. I frown. Do I want this? Reaching for my knife and fork, I tentatively cut into the venison. It's very tasty. Is this what our relationship will be like? I whisper. You ordering me around? I can't quite bring myself to look at him. Yes, he murmurs. And what's more, you'll want me to, he adds, his voice low. I sincerely doubt that. I sincerely doubt anyone would want to live with a man like Christian, dominant submissive roles notwithstanding. But he reassures her that he really wants this to work out, so he hopes she'll sign the contract. Of course, he doesn't want a relationship with her so badly that he'd condescend to skip the paperwork and maybe not get to order her around every minute of every day, from the clothes she wears to the food she eats. You know, treat her like a human instead of a doll. At least he's monogamous in relationships. That's a bonus, right? They fight some more about how much Anna should eat, and it never gets old, let me tell you. Neither does the blushing and flushing as they set a dinner date for Wednesday night. They go back to her apartment, and Anna is bereft at having to leave Christian for a few days, but she tells him that she's wearing his underwear, and her inner goddess is super psyched. I wonder if Anna's subconscious and her inner goddess like hang out together in Anna's head. Then I put the Herman's Head intro from YouTube on there. Inside the apartment, Kate is packing. Since she hasn't seen or heard from Anna for like a couple days, she asks how she is. Crap, I have to deal with Kate's persistence and tenacity, and I'm in possession of a legal signed document saying I can't talk. Okay, in the first place, be nicer to Kate, jackass. Second, Chedward told you that you can talk to Kate. Yeah, you can't tell her about the red room of pain, but you can tell her about the sex, and that should be enough to ease her curiosity, right? Kate then talks about orgasms like there's something you train for. Yeah, it took almost a year to have my first orgasm through penetrative sex, and here you are, first time, and counsels Anna not to worry about the differences between her and Christian. She should just go for it. That's nice, but I bet it won't last. Kate has run hot and cold about Christian and Anna from the start. Interestingly enough, Anna's actually hungry now that she's not with someone who commands her to eat all the time. While she's cooking, Jose calls. Anna, you're back, Jose shouts his relief at me. Anna, you're back! Obviously, sarcasm drips from my voice, and I roll my eyes at the phone. Anna, he can't see you. He's silent for a moment. Can I see you? No, damn it, Jose, we just covered this. I'm sorry about Friday night. I was drunk, and you, well, Anna, please forgive me. Of course I forgive you, Jose. Just don't do it again. You know I don't feel like that about you. He sighs heavily, sadly. Okay, Jose, what did you think you were getting? That's really funny because I say okay, Jose, all the time. Okay, Jose, what did you think you were going to get out of this phone call? Obviously, he thought Anna was going to be all when you forced yourself on me. I finally understood that we're meant to be together. Then he accuses her of being into Christian Grey because she's a gold digger. I'm guessing from the characterization of Jose Jacob that E.L. James's team Edward then. The character spiles off into Anna's musings on the love triangle she's caught up in between Chedward and Joseph. Joseph. It's pretty obvious that she's... It'd be Joseph. It's pretty obvious that she's going to end up with Shepard, though. Because after one mention of Jose wanting something from her, she's back to Christian, thinking about him and everything that's gone on. And she comes up with yet another stellar Anastasia Steele all-or-nothing choice. If I'd not met him, I'd still be sweetly and blissfully oblivious. My mind drifts to last night and this morning and the incredible sensual sexuality I've experienced. Do I want to say goodbye to that? No, screams my subconscious. My inner goddess nods in silent, zen-like agreement. The part about sensual sexuality makes me think of Jenna Maroney on 30 Rock. Like, I'll see if I can do her voice. My mind drifts to last night and this morning and the incredible sensual sexuality I've experienced. I can't quite keep it. I tried to sound like Jenna Maroney. Oh my god, I knew it. I knew they hung out in there. Basically, Anna seems to think that if she didn't agree to be Christian's sex doll, she'll never have any sex ever again. That's a healthy way to deal with it, right? She keeps thinking about how she's faced with this choice, but as we've already seen, Anna never has any choices. She always says yes to everything. So pretending she has some control over her life, she sits down and opens the sex contract envelope. End of chapter 10. Oh, poor baby. That's my poor baby dog. Oh.
I'm gonna say hi to her.
Okay, hi to her, but go let her outside.
No.
Go on, Pop Up. You're alright. Go on.
Potty outside.
Go use the potty outside. Now see, look,
Oh,
now there's a
check.
Dracula. Look at what you have done.
That's not my fault.
I'm gonna check comments now.
Let's go potty outside. Mama, we'll come back in soon.
That's what I thought was the calliope, that noise. That weird noise. I'm reading all that. I'm just reading your comments. Yes, it is tied to the mister. We found so much in the mister that came from this that it was bonks. It was big bonks. That cat's gonna come over here, and it's gonna try to eat this cake. Oh, maybe. Wednesday said that it didn't want to eat the cake. Don't eat this cake, Dracula. I can't see how close you are to me. I can't tell how close you are. Don't sprinkle. They're getting fixed this week. 50 Shades of Grey Chapter 11 recap or sign here and here, initial here. Are you getting hot yet? If you haven't checked out the Name Chedward's Penis Contest, I highly encourage you to give it a try. You stand to win some awesome prizes. I must have, like, missed the... Do I not have that one anymore? Well, anyway. Also, did everyone see the 50 Shades of Grey Amazon spoof on SNL? I combination love-hate it because it falls in step with the media praising these books for being erotic, but it's super funny, so I guess I have to give it a pass. Plus, it depicts female masturbation in a pretty positive, normal light, unlike the book that actually inspired it. Hopefully, embedding it here doesn't result in some huge formatting catastrophe because Hulu sometimes insists on operating that way. Apparently, that's the case because it didn't even show up. So last time we saw Anna, she'd just opened the sex contract Christian had given her. Her heart is pounding as she starts to read it. My heart starts pounding when I realize the contract is actually in the book. No glossing over it. The entire contract is here, and we're going to have to read every last boring bit of it. 2. The fundamental purpose of this contract is to allow the submissive to explore her sensuality and her limits safely, with due respect and regard for her needs, her limits, and her well-being. No, it's not. The fundamental purpose of this contract is so Christian can get his rocks off and she can't tell anybody about it. Let's be completely clear on that point, okay? Because nothing up to this point has been about Anna. There is a clause about safety procedures and about either of them informing the other that if they happen to get le herps during the course of their relationship, there is a clause allowing Christian to discipline Anna and a clause stating that she must obey Christian in all things. All things. Subject to the agreed terms, limitations, and safety procedures set out in this contract, or agreed additionally under Clause 3 under Clause 3 above, she shall without query or hesitation offer the dominant such pleasure as he may require, and she shall accept without query or hesitation his training, guidance, and discipline in whatever form it may take. Stop with your sexy talk, binding legal document. So just for how long does Anna have to offer Christian such pleasure as he may require and do it without hesitation? 3 freaking months. 11. This contract will be effective for a period of 3 calendar months from the commencement date, the term. On the expiry of the term, the parties shall discuss whether this contract and the arrangements they have made under this contract are satisfactory and whether the needs of each party have been met. Either party may propose the extension of this contract subsequent to its adjustments to its terms or to the arrangements they have made under it. In the absence of agreement to such extension, this contract shall terminate and both parties shall be free to resume their lives separately. Now I know why Christian Grey has never been married. Too much paperwork. He might have millions in the bank, but he can't afford the lawyer's fee to drop the document needed to make that kind of commitment. Let's keep in mind, too, that Christian is asking Anna to agree to 3 months of submission when she still doesn't know what it is. There's no way for her to know if she's going to be down to be caned, but she has to sign a piece of paper saying she's okay with Christian caning to her for 3 months, or else he's going to withhold emotional intimacy entirely. What a charmer this guy continues to turn out to be. Anna is expected to make herself available from Friday evening to Sunday afternoon. And then we get to this part. 13. The dominant reserves the right to dismiss the submissive from his service at any time and for any reason. The submissive may request her release at any time. Such request to be granted at the discretion of the dominant, subject only to the submissive rights under Clause 2 through 5 and 8 above. Excuse me? Christian can kick Anna's tail to the curb for any reason whatsoever, but if she decides that if this isn't her scene, Christian gets to decide whether or not she can get out of the contract. Yeah, the third clause in this nightmare of paperwork that passes for a chapter specifies that everything has to be consensual, but the second she wants out, he has the right to consider whether or not she's breaching the terms of the contract. That's some bullshit. Don't sign it, Anna. Christian's terms are pretty simple. He gets to do whatever he wants with Anna's body, including using physical punishments on her for his own enjoyment and without reason, just so long as he doesn't endanger her health or leave permanent marks on her. If he does hurt her or she just gets sick, he'll take care of her and get her medical attention if needed. Oh, and he'll stay healthy too, so he can maintain a risk-free environment. I stopped when I read that and thought, how is him not being healthy enough going to affect maintaining a safe environment for this type of thing? And then I said, oh, right. So I'm assuming that there must have been a picture from Gerald's game there. There's also a clause stating that Chedward had to keep all his bondage equipment clean, because if there's anything a woman hates, it's getting sloppy seconds from the ping pong paddle. Anna's terms are a little more involved. She has to agree that Christian is allowed to use her any way he wants at any time because she is his property. She can't masturbate, not that it's going to be a hardship for Polly Pureheart anyway. And she has to stay on the pill. Then come the even weirder ones. 1522. The submissive shall not look directly into the eyes of the dominant except when specifically instructed to do so. The submissive shall keep her eyes downcast and maintain a quiet and respectful bearing in the presence of the dominant. Why? Is he a big fan of Memoirs of a Geisha? His desire to see Anna with her eyes cast down seems like a ploy to get her to walk into a lot of shit, when seriously, man, you can just wait for it to happen organically. I wonder if falling down constantly is part of respectful bearing. The thing that I liked so much about this, about the she can't look him in the eyes, is how like Hollywood that is, and like how some actors have like clauses about like, you know, the subordinates can't like make eye contact with them. That's not a lie. I've heard that to be true. I mean, like that's bonks, but apparently there are people out there that there's a rule that if they're like walking down a hall towards you, you have to look away. Like if you work there, you have to like look away and not make eye contact with the talent. I get the hotness in a scene, like in a BDSM scene of like, you know, giving the submissive permission to look at you or whatever. But it's just fucking hilarious to see it written down like a writer in a contract that I'm reading on like, what is that? The Smoking Gun? Is that the one that always has the contracts? Maybe? I don't know. I think Mr. Jem was right. I don't think I could eat a whole sheet cake by myself. I think Mr. Jem might win this one. All right. 1523. The submissive shall always conduct herself in a respectful manner to the dominant, and shall address him only as Sir, Mr. Gray, or such other title as the dominant may direct. I understand this one is not all that weird during BDSM play, but this contract covers the entire 3 months. Who have you been seeing for 3 months, Anna? Oh, this guy, Mr. Gray. I'm not allowed to call him by his name. She's also not allowed to touch him without his permission, which seems like it's going to make the sex scenes from here on out even more tedious. The paperwork goes on for quite some time in this chapter, and you'll have to forgive me for skipping over a lot of it. As you can tell from the excerpts I've already posted, it's about as juicy and titillating as burnt toast. And by the time I reached the end, I still had no idea what would happen if Anna broke the agreement. I suppose she loses the privilege of being with Christian Grey, but not being able to tell anyone about it. There is a safe word, not one picked by the submissive, as would be the safest possible option, but one that Christian dictates. The word is red. That will certainly never come up by accident or in a confusing way in the red room of pain. For all his paperwork, Christian is really bad at the basics. He's also super bad at logic. I'll pause briefly and say that yes, the stoplight thing I was aware of, but I do believe that if you are referring constantly to the red room of pain and you're calling it the red room of pain, you probably don't want to be using the stoplight system if you're using the word red that much already. Like, you probably want to choose a word that is not red when you literally describe the room as the red room of pain. So here's Christian being super bad at logic. The submissive will not enter into any sexual relations with anyone other than the dominant. The submissive will conduct herself in a respectful and modest manner at all times. She must recognize that her behavior is a direct reflection on the dominant. How, genius? How is her behavior a reflection on you? When you made her sign a non-disclosure agreement that keeps her from telling anyone she's had sex with you. When there is a clause in this very contract that says everything that you do together is confidential. It's not like she can tell anyone that she's connected to you in any way without some vague legal ramification. So how does her behavior reflect on Christian Grey? I'd also like to point out there is no similar clause for Christian. He can apparently bang anybody he wants without consequence. By the time Anna gets through the hard and soft limits pages where she has to decide whether or not she's up for anal fisting, among other things, Anna is about ready to self-destruct. Holy fuck. I can't bring myself to even consider the food list. Yeah, because the list of what you are and aren't allowed to eat is going to be somehow more shocking than the list of what orifice to allow a man's fist in. My head is buzzing. How can I possibly agree to all this? And apparently it's for my benefit, to explore my sensuality, my limits, safely. Oh, please, I scoff angrily. Serve and obey in all things? All things? I shake my head in disbelief. Actually, doesn't the marriage ceremony use those words? Obey? Yeah. Doesn't it? Mm. What in the actual fuck, Anna? You don't want to do this. You're straight up saying that you don't want to do this, but as long as you can pretend it's just like being married, she is not okay with pretty much all the contract, and she doesn't want to do any of it. Anna realizes that this is not the relationship she wants, and she's not going to sign the contract. That is, she's not going to sign the contract until my inner goddess is jumping up and down, clapping her hands like a 5-year-old. Please, let's do this. Otherwise, we'll end up alone with lots of cats and your classic novels to keep you company. The only man I've ever been attracted to, and he comes with a bloody contract, a flogger, and a whole world of issues. Well, at least I got my way this weekend. My inner goddess stops jumping and smiles serenely. Oh yes, she mouths, nodding at me smugly. There's all those references to children in a moment of serious consideration of sexuality, just, in case you're keeping a box score or something. So right about here, Anna puts a real fine point on my argument that she's too immature to consent to the type of relationship Christian is wanting. No part of the arrangement sounds beneficial to her, to the point that she feels traumatized by reading the contract, that she's considering signing anyway because this might be her last chance. At 21, she's either got to enter into a dom sub type relationship she does not want to be involved in, or she's going to die alone surrounded by cats. No middle ground at all. Now, obviously, if she spoke to someone, perhaps someone a little wiser in the ways of relationships, she could see that, oh, that's right, he made her sign a non-disclosure agreement. She can't talk to anyone except him about her misgivings or concerns. What? Am I submissive? Maybe I come across that way. Maybe I misled him in the interview. I'm shy, yes, but submissive? I let Kate bully me. Is that the same? Maybe you come across as submissive because you misled him. Anna, you have yet to display any backbone at all through this entire book. In fact, the only way you know Christian Grey is because you went and interviewed him despite the fact that you did not want to. Of course, Anna can't say no to Kate because Kate is a bully. Just because we've never really seen Kate bully Anna into anything, but we have seen Anna agree to do whatever Kate asks, internally complaining while outwardly protesting that she really, really wants to do these things. That doesn't matter. Kate is a bully because Anna believes her to be. Just like Anna believes that she's not a walking doormat. The problem can't be with Anna's total lack of self-esteem or inability to say no. Anna is actually a strong-willed, independent woman who would never do anything she didn't want to do. She doesn't have to ever actually be strong-willed or independent. If she tells the reader she's strong-willed and independent, that makes it so. This is such a problem that I have seen with so many books since then. I'm sure it has happened in books before then, but it seems like since this book came out, that has become such a huge problem. The whole thing about like the whole thing with I said this is the way it is, even though I wrote it this way, and you have read pages upon pages of this. I am telling you it is now that, and since I told you that, that's what it is. It's annoying. Something came up. Oh, okay. I'm gonna hit some more of this cake. I hope I have some like real food in the kitchen. Maybe I'll have like nuggets or something after that. Oh no, not nuggets. I ate 50 nuggets one time. Here's another thing. She's worried that she misled him in the interview. She did not go to that interview to become his sex person, his sex robot. She went to interview him. So how did she mislead him? Whatever. She's so freaked out by the contract she has to sleep it off, but when she does, she has oddly literal and specific dreams about Christian Grey. The next morning, Kate wakes her up, and Anna is so exhausted she slept until 8 in the morning. 9 whole hours. Jeepers. A guy is there with a delivery, and Kate is super excited because it's big. I'm wondering if it's a piano or something. I have a package for you here, but I have to set it up and show you how to use it. Really? At this time? Only following orders, ma'am. He smiles in a charming but professional, he's not taking any crap way. She can't even tell a delivery person that no, she doesn't want him to come in and set up what's in the great big box he's carrying. And honestly, I'm surprised that Mr. Jealous hypersensitive allowed the package to be delivered by a man the way he reacted to her getting a phone call from another dude. What's in the big package, you ask? It's a MacBook Pro, one of the most compact, sleek machines on the market right now. If you've never bought an Apple laptop, here's a hint. They don't come in excessively large packaging. My MacBook Pro came in a box smaller than an average briefcase. And they don't require setup, like, at all. You literally just plug the thing into the wall and go. Kate points out that Anna could have just used her laptop, but Anna knows that she can't use Kate's laptop to look up sexual things. She tells Kate that the computer is just on loan because Christian wants her to try it out. So already, Christian Gray's demands for this relationship involve Anna lying to her friends. But there's no time to dwell on that. The messenger guy has to tell Anna all the technical specs of her MacBook, right down to the 1.5 terabyte hard drive that Apple does not put in their MacBook Pro models at the time. I believe you can get a 1.5 terabyte solid state hard drive in Mac laptops now. I believe. I'm pretty sure. Christian has even gone. Why does that matter? Christian has even gone so far as to get her a me account with an email address because Anna, a college graduate in the 21st century, did not have an email address. Remember that? I do. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. When Anna checks her email, she finds that Christian has already sent her a message regarding the laptop and saying he looks forward to having dinner with her. This results in an email exchange that would be kind of cute if taken out of the context of this specific book with this specific weird relationship. Anna is totally psyched that he emailed her. I'm like a small, giddy child, and all the contract angst fades. So here we are again, feeling like a child because the man paid attention to her. I have a seat right over there, Mr. Gray, so I assume I had a picture of Chris Hansen. Oh, that's right. Didn't I use pictures of Chris Hansen? Didn't I just start resorting to that instead of mentioning stuff? If you'll note, Anna was all wound up about the contract and unsure if she wanted to get involved until Christian became playful and fun in his emails. In other words, his manipulative tactics of withholding affection to get what he wants are working perfectly on Anna, who we all know is going to sign the damn contract even though she would never do anything she doesn't want to do. Anna goes to work at Clayton's and Jose calls her, hoping to meet up for coffee. Anna says yes, because she has a thing for men who treat her like they have some right to her. When Jose shows up, Anna is instantly not mad at him anymore because of his dazzling, toothy, all Hispanic American smile. And the fact that he has the mannerisms of a gambling, dark-eyed puppy. That's gambling, not gambling. Like, I have a Michigan accent, so gambling sounds like gambling. They're two different things. It's the kind that dark-eyed Hispanic puppies do, apparently. What? In a couple paragraphs, Jose and Anna's friendship is mended because this book's strong point is glossing over everything that is important. How Anna decided she was able to remain friends with a guy who was making unwanted advances and not taking no for an answer. And lingering with painful slowness over every damn detail that isn't important. Everything that happens in the helicopter. But it's okay because when Anna gets home, there's an email from Christian waiting for her. Through another series of email exchanges that would be charming if I didn't know so much about the couple in the first place, Anna, the recent 21st century college graduate, asks Christian how to do research on the internet. And he, the most powerful young entrepreneur in America, tells her to always try Wikipedia first. So Anna types submissive into Wikipedia. Half an hour later, I feel slightly queasy and frankly shocked to my core. Do I really want that stuff in my head? Geez, is this what he gets up? Jeez. Is this what he gets up to in the Red Room of Pain? I sit staring at the screen, and part of me, a very moist and integral part of me that I've only become acquainted with very recently, is seriously turned on. Oh my, some of this stuff is hot. But is it for me? Holy shit. Could I do this? Just as a fun experiment, go to Wikipedia, type in submissive, see if you get the same results Anna does. Hint, you will not. Like, what Wikipedia was she on? Seriously, what Wikipedia was she on that it was like, oh my gosh, how can I stand to have these images in my brain, these searingly brutal, it makes it sound like she like opened up Wikipedia and there was like hardcore like castration fetish or something. Anna thinks she needs some space so she can think. I'm not sure what kind of space she's looking for, as she is in the apartment entirely alone, and thus ends the chapter. This is a short recap, I know, but seriously, the bulk of the chapter is made up of either legal documents or emails, and neither of those were prime sporking material. It's quite a shame that Anna and Christian are such a creepy couple because the email exchanges were pretty cute in a Bridget Jones, Daniel Cleaver kind of way. That's it for me today. Please do check out the contest, or if you're not good at thinking up wang names, tell your friend about the contest and have them put their wang names in the hat. Put your wang in the hat. I'm looking at this. Well, yeah, he's in Vegas. It's the Mister. I agree that one of the best parts about the movies is that Anna's inner goddess and stuff wasn't there. And is there a time limit on eating cake? Why, thank you, Obsidian Nebula. About the heroine does research on the BDSM scene in The Boss, so much hotter and more realistic. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, exactly. It was. I feel like when we talked on the phone one time, Shanti, because I know I talked to you on the phone one time. I feel like we actually talked about how weird that was. Like this specific part that she just like couldn't stand to look at Wikipedia. I forgot to do a chapter title for chapter 12. For the purposes of this pre-recap reminder, I'd like you to imagine Professor Farnsworth is reading it aloud to you. Good news, everyone! The name Chedward's Penis Contest has received quite a few entries. By all means, keep sending me your Wang names until 6 p.m. on Friday, May 11th, and tell your friends. You're welcome to leave your name suggestions over at goodreads.com as well, because people already are, and I don't see the sense in stopping a good thing. Okay, you can stop imagining Farnsworth's voice now, or can you? I had originally started typing that good news, everyone, completely without Futurama reference, but the second I typed everyone, I realized what I had done, and I had to indulge my sense of whimsy. You don't want my whimsy to be dangerously underindulged, I assure you. I'm gonna tell Mr. Jen that tonight. I'm gonna be like, you know what? My whimsy has gone dangerously underindulged. And then he'll be like, Jen, the other night you put yourself on trial for something, and you were both the judge and the prosecution and the defense team and the witness. Oh. So here we are again. I guess it must be fate, or a Peter Cetera share duet. But deep inside, we've known we'd be back to recap chapter 12. Anna is still so freaked by the whole contract nonsense that she decides she's going to go for a run, even though she's never voluntarily run anywhere in her life. She gets out her nasty, never-used sneakers, which gives me pause. How are her sneakers so nasty if she's never used them? Sneakers become nasty from use. I can't think of any other way they might become nasty. She also puts her hair in pigtails because she's contemplating things of a sexual nature, and therefore she must make herself as childlike as possible. She also takes her iPod with her. Wait a minute, I thought she didn't have a computer or access to a computer, and yet she has an iPod? And an iPod that basically doesn't work without a computer? I mean, I guess she could have an iPod Touch, but she would still need an email address to sign up for iTunes. Okay, I'm nitpicking. Quite frankly, I have a mind to run to the Heathman Hotel and just demand sex from the control freak. But that's 5 miles, and I don't think I'll be able to run 1 mile, let alone 5, and of course he might turn me down, which would be beyond humiliating. Oh, he would definitely turn you down, Anna, because you were coming to him on something other than his terms. You shouldn't be running as in out for a jog. You should be running as in far away from this creepy dude. She balked at the idea of exercising when it was mentioned in the contract, but she's still doing it. She's still doing exactly what Christian Grey wants because his emotional manipulation has driven her to it. I pace through the park. What am I going to do? I want him, but on his terms? I just don't know. Perhaps I should negotiate what I want. Go through that ridiculous contract line by line and say what is acceptable and what isn't. My research has told me that legally it's unenforceable. He must know that. I figure it just sets up the parameters of the relationship. It illustrates what I can expect from him and what he expects from me. My total submission. Am I prepared to give him that? Am I even capable? Several Smarty Pants commenters called this one. A contract like the one Gray has drawn up would not be enforceable. Anna figures it's just for laying the parameters. You know how people usually lay out the parameters and what to expect? By dating. By dating like normal adults. Talking, getting to know one another before the whole commit to a BDSM lifestyle with me thing comes up. Because he's not just proposing BDSM play in their sex life, he's wanting her submission around the clock, even when they're not together. That to me seems like a bigger commitment than marriage. What's wrong with hanging out a little bit first? I maintain this as well. I think that the healthy beginning to a BDSM relationship of any kind is to go on, and you don't have to say dates like romantic, but go on like a few coffee dates or something first and have honest discussion about this shit instead of going, oh, well, if I get my last partner, here's some paperwork.
Mama,
Hmm.
do you want pizza or chicken for dinner? Because there's chicken in the fridge and I think we should use it up. So do you want pizza or chicken?
Well, I mean, I want chicken, but the responsible adult in me thinks chicken. I mean, I want pizza, but the responsible adult in me thinks that chicken is if it needs to be used. You know what? Actually, I don't know about that chicken. Don't do that chicken. Do the pizza.
The pizza?
Pizza.
Why not chicken?
Because I'm actually not sure if that chicken is still good.
I can check.
Okay, then check.
So,
I mean, if you want chicken, it sounds like you want chicken. Do what you're gonna do.
how does Dad get it to like have like that the crisp on it, the good tasting crisp that he gets, like he does with the like steak and stuff. Like, is it just like he puts salt and pepper and it makes it crispy on the top or something?
No. Are you talking about fried chicken? That's like with batter.
No.
I don't know, but I trust
Not
you.
that down.
I trust you. All right. Pardon that. We have life going on about us. Yes, anyway, as I was saying, I think that the idea of the contract itself, not necessarily bad, not necessarily a horrible thing, but I just think that it has to be paired with some level of human interaction in order for it to actually be, like, safe. I am plagued by one question.
I'll do chicken since it goes bad tomorrow.
Okay. I am plagued by one question. Why is he like this? Is it because he was seduced at such a young age? I just don't know. He's still such a mystery. This depiction of BDSM as a symptom of mental trauma is really insulting, and yet here we are. I'm sure that sometimes people are going to get into BDSM because of some unresolved issue, just like sometimes people get really into fitness or hobbies or recreational drug use because of unresolved issues. But I'm pretty confident that most of the time people get into BDSM because it makes their no-no parts all tingly. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, as the old saying goes, and sometimes people just like being spanked. There doesn't have to be a dark secret behind it. Also, gross to hear the word seduced pop up there. I stopped beside a large spruce, put my hands on my knees, breathing hard, dragging precious air into my lungs. Oh, this feels good. Cathartic. I can feel my resolve hardening. Yes, I need to tell him what's okay and what isn't. I need to email him my thoughts, and then we can discuss these on Wednesday. We see here that Anna has had to psych herself up to tell Christian that she's not down for certain things in the contract. This is the girl who would never do anything she didn't want to do, but she can't figure out how to tell this guy that she isn't really even dating, that she's not pro-anal fisting. She jogs back to the apartment where Kate has been shopping for her trip to Barbados. Mainly bikinis and matching sarongs. She would look fabulous in all of them, yet she still makes me sit and comment while she tries on each and every one. Anna would never do anything that she didn't want to do. I have a question, because sometimes the books all blend in together for me. Wasn't the I wouldn't do something I didn't want to do and then doing the thing that they didn't want to do, wasn't that in a recent book that we dealt with? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like there was. I feel like there was a. Maybe it was in Beautiful Disaster. She wouldn't do what she didn't want to do, but she did all the time. There are only so many ways one can say, "You look fabulous, Kate." She has a curvy, slim figure to die for. She doesn't do it on purpose, I know, but I haul my sorry, perspiration-clad, old t-shirt, sweatpants, and sneakers ass into my room on the pretext of packing more boxes. Could I feel any more inadequate? Could you whine any more about your roommate being pretty? Because I'm pretty sure no one is tired of that yet. Because that is annoying. Anna goes, like, she doesn't do it on purpose, I know. Like, what, you think she's being aggressively pretty at you just to be mean? Come on.
Who was thinking that? Anna's subconscious? Makes sense.
Anna goes to her room to sulk about not being pretty enough and to email Christian. She sends him the message I was hoping to see for a very, very long time. To Christian Grey. Okay, I've seen enough. It was nice knowing you. But then I press send, hugging myself, laughing at my little joke. Will he find it as funny? Oh shit, probably not. Christian Grey is not famed for his sense of humor, but I know it exists. I've experienced it. Perhaps I've gone too far. I wait for his answer. Of course she didn't mean it. I mean, she totally doesn't want to have anything to do with the contract or the lifestyle he wants to introduce her to, but she doesn't actually mean it when she gives him the brush off. Afraid that she's just blown her chance with Christian. Why is she afraid of his outcome? I cannot say. She starts packing and worrying. When she still hasn't heard anything from him at 9 o'clock, she does what any sane, rational doormat of a person would do and sits down to pore over the contract again. I don't know why I glance up. Maybe I catch a slight movement from the corner of my eye. I don't know, but when I do, he's standing in the doorway of my bedroom, watching me intently. He's wearing his gray flannel pants and a white linen shirt, gently twirling his car keys. I pull my earbuds out and freeze. Fuck! So Anna has sent him an email telling him that the deal is off, but he still shows up at her house. I'm holding out hope that at this point that he realized it was all a joke. Of course, the first thing Anna does is blame Kate for this, for that evil, pretty blonde bitch who pays for everything is clearly responsible. Damn Kate for letting him in here with no warning. Vaguely, I'm aware that I'm still in my sweats, unshowered, yucky, and he is gloriously yummy. First of all, that's a lot of specifics for something you're only vaguely aware of. Second, how is it Kate's fault that you've been sitting around in your sweaty workout clothes for hours? That grossness is on you, not Kate, okay? Like, seriously, she could have gone and taken a shower. What do you have there?
Just a chopstick. How do I saute onions? Do I just like put it in the pan and wait till they're done?
You should cut them up carefully.
Yeah, I
Or
know.
dice them.
There were some like there's like a half of red onion in the fridge. I was
Okay.
just thinking of using that. It's already cut.
It's already cut. What you do then is you put like a little, not a lot, just a little drizzle of oil in the pan, and then you put it on medium heat, like on 5, and then you put the onion in, and when it starts to sweat, when they start to get kind of limp, that's when those onions are done.
Don't they start like to get like a bit brown too?
Only if you're trying to caramelize them, but you don't want to do that, do you?
I don't think so. I don't know. What saute? What's the difference between caramelizing?
Caramelizing is when the juices and the sugars and stuff come out of the onion, and then it makes it like kind of not burned, but like sweeter around the edges. And then sautéing is just cooking them.
So what do you guys do with like the mushrooms? Like when you guys like cook the mushrooms with like half the onions and like the bell peppers, what do you do for the onions? Do you saute them or?
We sauté them.
Okay. Cool.
I think you're gonna be able to do this.
Yeah, I am.
I believe in you.
Yeah, 'cause I'm great.
You are great. You can do anything. I had to parent a minute. Had to tell somebody how to saute onions. Christian tells Anna that he wanted to reply to her email in person, hence the random drop by. Anna is shocked that he would just turn up, but is it really that unexpected, Anna? You just told him not to show up at the bar, and yet he did. Christian sits on her bed and says that he wondered what her room would look like, and then Anna gives us the most unintentionally telling line of the entire book so far. I glance around it, plotting an escape route. No, there's still only the door or window. If that's not a fear response, I don't know what is. Now, I'm no E.L. James, okay, but I have written one or two or 20-ish of my own books, many of them romances. While there is something of a thrill factor in having the heroine be a little afraid of the super alpha hero, you have to walk a really delicate balance. You don't want the reader to think that the heroine is actually super afraid of the hero or that she has a reason to find him literally dangerous, because that's when the fear stops being sexy. Right now, Anna is acting like Hannibal Lecter just strolled up into her apartment. That does not scream sexual tension to a reader, at least not to a reader using critical thinking skills. I'm just going to put a little excerpt here, and I want you to read it while listening to the following music. Or just ignore the fact that Harry Potter's Patronus is here listening with us. Or don't. Maybe it adds to the ambiance if you're a Potter fan. But the thing is, the video's gone, so I don't know what I was talking about. But this is creepy as hell. Imagine your own creepy music for this. How? He smiles at me. I'm still at the Heathman. I know that. Would you like a drink? Politeness wins out over everything else I'd like to say. No, thank you, Anastasia. He smiles a dazzling, crooked smile, his head cocked slightly to one side. Well, I might need one. So it was nice knowing me? Holy cow, is he offended? I stare down at my fingers. How am I going to dig myself out of this? If I tell him it was a joke, I don't think he'll be impressed. I thought you'd reply by email. My voice is small, pathetic. Are you biting your lower lip deliberately? He asked darkly. I blink up at him, gasping, freeing my lip. Creepy, right? Now, just in case you feel I'm being unfair in that assessment of that scene, let's try with romantic music instead. We read the same excerpt with this music. It doesn't fit, does it? It doesn't sound like Brad Pitt and Julia Ormond falling in there out of love over the course of a movie that should have been at least 50% more stroked out badass Anthony Hopkins, does it? It sounds like Anna is afraid. Her voice is small and pathetic. She's worried about having to dig herself out of the situation. This is not a romantic encounter, and yet when he reaches out and undoes one of her pigtails, she's all electricity this and hypnotized that.
Yeah, Mama, is it butter or oil for the chicken? Like, do I melt butter in the pan?
I would just use a little tiny bit of oil.
Okay.
Oh, don't forget to season the chicken.
Okay.
That's-
Salt and pepper?
Salt, pepper, any other thing you want to throw on there.
I'll just do salt and pepper.
As long as it's plenty of salt and pepper.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Anna is all rabbit, headlights, moth, flame, bird, snake, so I guess you can pick your own metaphor from the ones the author has provided. Although I don't quite pick up on the bird snake one. Maybe it's one of those Americanisms like bloody and throw toys from the pram that Anna uses. She also points out that there are no nipple clamps in the Bible, and really, I don't need to fact check that. I'm pretty sure I would have done better in religion class if there had been nipple clamps. All we got was a movie about Sodom and Gomorrah where a woman had relations with a goat, and I slept through that. Christian tells Anna that he's there to remind her how nice it is knowing him. So he's there to have strikeout, goat relations, sex with her. What if she'd been totally serious in the email, Christian? What if it was a real turn down? Of course it wasn't, because Anna has been feeling a little down about her appearance, so she's ready to rumble. He wants me, and this does strange, delicious things to my insides. Not Kate in her little bikinis. Not one of the 15. Not evil Mrs. Robinson. This beautiful man wants me. My inner goddess glows so bright she could light up Portland. Let's really look this one over, dear readers. She's excited that he wants her instead of the girl who is seeing his brother, the 15 partners he's already broken things off with, and the woman who raped him for 6 years from the time he was 15 years old. Maybe Kate's inner goddess finds some kind of triumph, but this, is it really, Anna? Christian asked Anna to trust him. For him to trust her, she had to sign paperwork, but she should have to trust him because he asked her to. Makes sense. He ties her to the bed with his gray silk tie that he bought for just such an occasion and starts to undress her before she panics and realizes that she's still wearing her sweaty, gross workout clothes from hours before. He pulls her t-shirt over her face, leaving only her mouth and nose uncovered, so she's basically wearing the most ridiculous blindfold ever. I'm seeing it in my mind. And really, this is kind of hot, so props on to EL on that one. I think it was a little bit hot in the movie, but when I saw it, I was kind of like, I don't know about that. And he goes to get a drink. He's out in the other room talking to Kate, half undressed, and then he comes back with that drink. He asks her if she's thirsty, and then, oh God. Let me put a trigger warning here. This is going to get me. This is going to gross me out worse than a toothbrush. I have OCD. One of my biggest triggers is germs. I wash my hands way too much. I've gotten so much better. And I rarely, if ever, kiss my husband on the mouth. Working on it. It's a miracle I've survived this long with pets and children without going crazy, and it is for that reason I warn anyone with similar hang-ups, do not read the next paragraph, put your fingers in your ears, la 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 la. I hear the ice clink against the glass, and he puts it down again and leans down and kisses me, pouring a delicious, crisp liquid into my mouth as he does. It's white wine. It's so unexpected, hot, though it's chilled, and Christian's lips are cool. He spits into her mouth. Okay, I realize that to people who aren't mentally ill, this might be really sexy. But since we're talking about my experience with this book and not other people's experience with the book, I feel free to say no, and then just all caps, no, 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 across the whole thing. And he keeps on in this fashion like she's a baby bird, spitting wine and ice into her mouth, and then eventually dribbling it out over her entire body until he fills up her belly button with it. He warns her not to move because she'll get wine all over the bed, and if she gets wine on the bed, she'll be punished. Personally, I think trying to clean anything out of a mattress is punishment enough, but here we go. Christian keeps kissing her and licking wine off her while I try not to remind myself after every sentence that she just went for a run and has not showered yet. He spanks her and they have doggy-style sex, and I realize something that has been bothering me for a while now. Come on, Anastasia. Again, he growls through clenched teeth, and unbelievably, my body responds, convulsing around him as I climax anew, calling out his name. Okay, here's the part where I realize that right up until now, every time Christian wants Anna to go somewhere or follow him, he has said come, followed by direction. Here, when he wants her to have another orgasm, he says come on. How could he have gotten those two phrases flipped around in daily usage? If you've read the book, did you notice this too? When they're all done and Christian is getting dressed, he drops the bomb that I was waiting for through the entire scene. Only certain things are funny, Anastasia. I thought you were saying no discussion at all. His voice drops. This whole showing up uninvited, tying her to the bed, spitting wine all over her, he did that because he was angry with her. She told him no, so he showed up to fuck her into agreement. Now here's my question. What would he have done if she was serious? Would he have taken her no for an answer? I think it's pretty clear here. Christian Grey isn't terribly concerned with how he gets Anna's consent, so long as he gets it. If he has to wear her down, see also, coerce, that's as good as real consent. And if she says no, he'll just show up and randomly fuck her, because how could she possibly say no once he's brought his little Chedward to the bargaining table? Christian lets it slip that he's still in contact with the woman who raped him when he was 15. And Anna, rather than being horrified that he's got such a terrible case of Stockholm Syndrome, gets jealous and points out that it's unfair that he has someone he can talk to about all this dominant submission stuff, and she doesn't. Rather than saying, hey, good point, go ahead and talk to Kate, he offers to introduce her to one of his ex-girlfriends so she'll have someone to talk to. Anna is rightly offended, and is even more so when he tells her that he's not planning on staying over or ever sleeping with her in the literal sense ever again. So she kicks him out. But he stays around for a minute talking about how much he'd like to beat her so he would feel better. So of course she's keeping her dinner date with him because he's such a charmer. Anna thinks about how bad her hair is and how Kate is going to ask her questions about stuff. And as you'll remember, Kate speaking to Anna in any way is the single most obnoxious thing ever. If there's one thing she hates. And she walks Christian to the door. For the first time, I'm wishing he was normal, wanting a normal relationship that doesn't need a 10-page agreement, a flogger, and carabiners in his playroom ceiling. For the first time! I'm pretty sure words mean things, Anna, and you've been lamenting the fact that you don't have a normal relationship since you got involved with this guy. Words mean things. They don't, actually, as it turns out. This is the first time I have ever had sex in my home, and as sex goes, I think it was pretty damn fine. But now I feel like a receptacle, an empty vessel to be filled at his whim. My subconscious shakes her head. You wanted to run to the Heathman for sex. You had it express delivered. She crosses her arms and taps her foot with a "what are you complaining about" look on her face. Oh, how rape culture rears its ugly, ingrained head in Anna at this moment. She doesn't feel good about the sex they just had. She doesn't feel good about their relationship, but she was asking for it. She wanted to have sex, and she got it, so even though Christian has basically just shown up to fuck away her resistance to signing the contract and brought up his exes within like 0.04 seconds of being inside her, Anna's subconscious feels like she shouldn't complain. And be careful what you wish for and all that. Anna reaches a crisis moment. I feel a paradigm shift. I know that if I do this thing with him, I will get hurt. He's not capable, not interested, or willing to offer me any more, and I want more, much more. The surge of jealousy I felt only moments ago tells me that I have deeper feelings for him than I have admitted to myself. So she tells him that she's not interested in signing the contract, and they go their separate ways, and the book ends. Psych! She kisses him instead, and something changes. Chedward asks the rhetorical, "What are you doing to me?" that all romance heroes tossed upon the heretofore unexplained seas of love are bound by formula to ask, and then he leaves. Anna runs to her room to cry, and Kate comes in to check on her. Patiently, I explain the essence of my email without giving anything away. So, you thought he'd reply by email? Yes. But instead he turns up here. Yes. I'd say he's completely smitten with you. Oh, that's the conclusion you arrived to, Kate. I thought you were the smart one. But when Kate finds out that he turned up just to have sex to put Anna in her place, she's rightly horrified. She also informs Anna that her mom won't be coming to graduation on Thursday, so here's a cherry for your shit Sunday, Anna. I gotta tell you something. The part where she explains the essence of her email without giving anything away, it was one sentence. How did she explain what was the essence? The essence was, I don't want to talk to you. That was what the essence was. I don't want to talk to you. I'm done. This is over. We're not doing this. How do you explain the essence without giving that away? It was one sentence. After After Kate leaves, Anna sits down and emails Chedward the list of all the things she finds wrong with the contract, including how much she's willing to sleep and exercise, that she'll sign on for 1 month, not 3, and fisting? No fucking way. I'm impressed that she's showing some spine and she's actually being the Anna she thinks she is while she's letting other people run her life. Christian's response to these concerns is to ask her why she's still awake. She replies saucily, and he sends her an email with "go to bed" in all caps, since she would never do anything she didn't want to do. She gets intimidated by his shouty caps and goes straight to bed. So much for that spine I was praising a moment ago. And thus, chapter 12 ends on a condescending Wonka. That's amazing. Now, it is 7:30. I do have to cut the readings short today, the live read-throughs. This is fun. I'm actually going to go probably, and I'll probably, when I go to bed tonight, I'll probably pull this up and keep reading it. Because I was like, wow. It's like, did you enjoy this post? I'm like, I did, Jenny. I did enjoy this post. Thanks for asking. Maybe I will donate to your Patreon, Jenny. And then I'm like, oh, wait, you can't do that. You can't donate to your own Patreon. Because that would be money laundering. No, I guess it'd be only money laundering if it went from my business account. Anyway, the point of the matter is, thank you so much for stopping in, for dropping by. I know some of you were here the whole time, and we were doing these, and it was I mean, this is amazing. This was so much fun. I enjoyed it so much. I enjoyed seeing your comments and all of that super awesome stuff. I am glad that you all have had fun with the recaps over the years and with all the stuff. I mean, like, I feel like, you know, like how when relationships have a shared history, an anniversary, where a relationship that you have with someone has a shared history, right? I feel like I have a shared history with the people who read these recaps, because there was so much good. They changed my life in such a big way, and so much good came from them. And to this day, I'm so excited that my job can be bitching about books, and other people want to bitch about books too. You know, I'm just so blessed to have so many cool people who were like, oh, this person is also cool and weird and fun. I don't know if you think I'm cool, but I'm gonna assume you do. At least somebody does. I'm blown away. I'm absolutely blown away, and I am really excited. I'm not excited that I didn't finish the cake. I honestly might never eat cake again. I might go to Walmart and be like, you poisoned me. I had to get the cake from Walmart because Meyer doesn't do whipped frosting anymore, and I refuse to eat Meyer buttercream. And I'll say that loud and proud. Meyer's, you gotta up your frosting game. If Meyer's doesn't up their frosting game, I'm not there. Ah! Anyway, as I was saying, this has been amazing, and I hope everybody sticks around for another 10 years. And next time we'll do oh, how much did I eat? Like, I don't know if you guys can see that. I'm like, can you see that? Because the comments will be in the way. Because I see comments are rolling. But that much. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go ahead and mail you this. I'll mail you the cake. All right. So, yeah, so here's to another 10 years, and then the next time we have a 10-year, we'll have the 20-year celebration. I may have a different body part that's out of shape. That could be nice. You never know. I'm gonna lean over this cake. I'm gonna probably put my boobs in the cake to do my thing here. You guys are amazing, and I'm not flipping you off. I'm just turning the thing off. You're all awesome. You're all superstars. Thank you so much. #blessed. Peace out.